Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Fuck! I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my one-piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my one-piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
You don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from... Fight.
Mob slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are stronger in this position, bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
And welcome to Botezlive. We are here for the 2024 Carolinas Classic. I am Women's National Master Anna-Maya Kazarian, and I am joined here with Grandmaster Benjamin Bach. Welcome, Benjamin. How excited are you for today's round?
Hello, Anna-Maya. Hello, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. It's my first time ever on the Botez channel, and they're playing, like you said, in the Carolinas Classic, another great tournament hosted by the Charlotte Chess Center. They're having a lot of great events, and I see the games are already underway. So, Anna-Maya, what do we have out of the opening?
Let's take a look, Benjamin. So I'm trying to figure out if I can see the moves on my end because I don't. Let's take a look. We see the moves on the cameras, but I do not have them on my screen just yet. So let's see. Can you tell what openings are on the board?
Yeah, judging from the cameras, it looks like Andrea is facing a London system, and Alexandra is playing a, I want to say a Queen's Gambit herself, or maybe it's a, yeah, I think it's a Queen's Gambit. Because she's got the knight on c3, I think a bishop on f4, but the pawn is still on c2. The pawn is not on c2. So I don't think it's a Jabava London.
Right. Right. Looks like it. I hope we get the moves very soon, but I don't see them just yet. So we'd have to hope they appear soon. But yeah, as you said, it is your first time on Botezlive. It's also my first time, actually. So that's quite funny that we have this coincidence. But we did commentate before, so we're no strangers.
Yeah,
Especially
no,
because we're both Dutch. So those who don't know, we're both from the Netherlands originally. So yeah, we have double Dutch today.
Exactly, yeah. And I think actually judging from the cameras, I think Alexandra has an exchange Slav. That's my best guess. So I guess we'll just wait until the live boards update. But if you don't mind, I'm gonna take.
I see the moves
okay.
now. So
the moves are now coming through.
I have the moves here. The game of Alexandra started as a Slav, but indeed Slav exchange happened. Bishop f4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6, and then e3. And this is the current position in Alex's game. And then in Andreas's game, we have d4, knight f6, bishop f4, g6, e3, bishop g7, and knight f3. These are the current positions.
Right. So I honestly really like Alex's opening approach here. I often play the exchange Slav myself as white. And there's a lot of ways black can play here. Main moves are bishop to g4 or bishop to f5. Another move that makes sense here is to play something like a6, so that in case white goes queen b3 later on, you can always go knight a5, and then queen a4 can be met with b5. So let's see what her opponent Lockruth is going to do here today. And yeah, Andrea right now going for a think, but to me the move that makes the most sense is just kingside castling, and then you'll think later on how you're going to continue.
Right. Yeah, I actually recently looked into the exchange Slav myself because I'm usually an e4 player, so I'm not so familiar with d4 positions, but I have been trying left and right to see what I can achieve in these positions. But yeah, the exchange Slav is quite solid. You have a small advantage, but the question is, can you convert it into a bigger advantage, or is your opponent able to equalize? So these positions tend to be pretty equal. But I'm curious to see what Alex comes up with, and yeah, if she can make this move, queen b3, dangerous for her opponent.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, queen b3 always is an idea. Let's say black, yeah, does play the move bishop f5, then queen b3 is always something to watch out for, because the pawn on b7 is a little awkward to protect. But it's already a very good sign that her opponent is out of book, at least right now. And in the meantime, Andrea also made a move. It looks like she played the move d6.
Right, d6 on the board. Yeah, it looks like kind of a modern defense setup against d4. Is this common? How do you like black setup?
Yeah, I like the fact that she plays the pawn on d6, because you can also place the pawn on d5. But if you place the pawn on d5, then you give the bishop on f4 some more scope. Right? Whereas now you block the bishop a little bit, and here there's still many ideas. You can go potentially for an e5 push, let's say by placing the knight on d7. You can also go for a c5 push, or go, let's say, b6, bishop b7. So still many plans and idea left in this position. And yeah, since Andrea often plays the London system herself as white, I'm sure she's quite familiar with these types of positions.
Yeah, I really like the setup too. What do you think of the bishop on g7? Does this bishop have any prospects, since the pawn on d4 is quite annoying for that bishop?
Yeah, no, that is always one of the things that is a little bit annoying about the London. You have to be patient. The bishop on g7, as you pointed out right now, is a little bit blocked in. I mean, white's also going to place a pawn on c3 probably. So it's going to be a slow game. But yeah, it's just all about who's more patient and who's better with the maneuvering. And as we speak, the move a6 has been played by Alex's opponent. Like I said, it makes a lot of sense. So black is delaying the development of the light square bishop. So in case white goes knight f3 now bishop g4 becomes a little bit more appealing, pinning the knight. Now, what white can do here is also go for a move like rook to c1, or maybe move like bishop e2, or bishop to d3, and keep black and wait with the development of the kingside knight.
Right. It looks like it's pretty easy for white to develop the pieces. It's quite an open position, but I always feel like with the black pieces, you're kind of stuck. And this light squared bishop is always the question: where do you put it? I guess on g4 it looks really good, but at the same time you'll be weakening the pawn on b7. Do you think this pawn on b7 should be pushed towards b5 at some point?
Yeah, no, that's definitely an idea, especially in case white is going to attack it with a move like queen b3. Alexandra, in the meantime, has played the move bishop e2, judging from the cameras, which is a nice move. I mean, it shows that she's familiar with this variation. And now I expect black to play a move like bishop to f5. You want to get that bishop out of the pawn chain. You don't want to play a move like e6, because if you go e6, the bishop is always going to be passive, and white should have a small advantage.
Do you think Alex should have played the bishop to d3 instead, or does it not make a big difference?
Bishop d3, also a very fine move. But judging from the fact that she played bishop e2 quickly, I think it might still be part of her preparation. And yeah, I think bishop e2 is a nice move. Okay,
cool. Let's see. In the meantime, in Andrea's game, bishop e2 has been played as well. It's so funny to see those moves in sync. But different positions. Bishop e2 in that position feels a little passive. I'd rather put that bishop out on d3 for some reason, but I guess it's also not a big difference in this position.
Yeah, the position is fairly closed, and the one drawback is that if you place your bishop on d3, one thing that you sometimes have to watch out for, like if the bishop would be here, is that black doesn't get, let's say, e5 followed by e4 in one go. Whereas now, in case black goes e5, if you're not able to capture that pawn, you can still slide your bishop back with a fine position. Now I expect a move like kingside castles by Andrea. Probably white's going to do the same thing. And yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow game. Perhaps, if white waits a little too long with the move h3, you can also consider to go knight h5 to try to get the bishop pair.
Sounds great. So it seems like both sisters seem to be, well, at least Alex seems to be in her preparation. Andrea started to spend some time early on in the game, but not much to worry about yet. She has a pretty decent position, and yeah, nothing too sharp going on. Because once things get sharp and you don't really know what to do early on, then things get concerning. But now it's simply developing the pieces and make sure that you don't blunder anything too major.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think that was also the approach of her opponent. He just wanted to play a game of chess, not have a very theoretical battle. That's why he played the London system. Whereas I think Alex does want to try to get a small advantage from the opening, and that's why I really like the exchange love. And yeah, her opponent is still thinking, which is a good sign. And I do think, however, that he should develop the bishop to f5. Because yeah, otherwise, I mean, again, if you go e6, you're a little bit worse. You cannot develop the bishop to g4 anymore. That's kind of the downside of developing the bishop to e2, is that black can develop the bishop to f5. Whereas if you had gone to d3, then black would have gone bishop to g4. So let's see what her opponent's going to do here. And in the meantime, we have another move by Andrea. She played her pawn to c5.
Okay, so this is sort of inviting the capture on c5, of course. Is this something that white is looking for, or does white want to keep that pawn on d4 at all times?
I think he is gonna just strengthen the pawn on d4 with a move like c3. Now, d takes c5 would have been a good move if not for the move queen to a5 check. I think if black would be forced to recapture with the pawn, then I really like the move, because then white can trade the queens on d8, deprive black of the right castle. That looks really pleasant for white. But fortunately for Andrea, she has that move queen a5 check, and then she can recapture the pawn on c5 with her queen, with let me point it out with some arrows, and or that's what you're doing right now. And yeah, that looks quite pleasant for black, because then she gets more pawns in the middle.
Makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So I guess c3 is most likely to be played just to strengthen the center and develop the pieces. But yeah, I really like Andrea's move c5. Very active, and now moves such as, okay, maybe knight c6. I wouldn't know if you want to put the knight on c6 or d7 if you'd rather put it over there. But now a move such as knight c6 makes more sense so that you're right behind that pawn.
Exactly, yeah. One thing she does have to be careful of is that white doesn't take on c5 and force her to recapture with the pawn, because then white can be a little bit better, because then the bishop on f4 has more scope again. Let's see. In the meantime, bishop f5 was played, in Alex's game, knight f3, e6. And here we see the point that I was talking about earlier. If you go queen b3 here as white, attacking the pawn on b7, black has then moved knight a5, right? Attacking the queen and defending the pawn on b7. And now queen a4 check can always be met with then move b5, which is why the move a6 is quite useful. So let's see what Alex is going to do. Queen b3, generally speaking, is the move you want to go for in case black develops the bishop early on.
Makes sense. I guess another move to consider is simply rook c1. Do you want to put this knight on c5 in the future? Is that one of the ideas?
Yeah, no, that's a nice idea. Yeah, rook to c1, followed by a potential knight a4 to c5, putting some pressure on the queen side. Definitely is a nice idea.
I guess you'd have to castle first.
Right, yeah, you don't want to go you don't want to go knight a4 before you castle, because then indeed the move bishop b4 check could be very annoying. But yeah, I actually had a game here recently with the white pieces where I did play the move queen to b3, attacking that pawn on b7. And if I remember correctly, I think that is the critical move. So let's see whether Alexandra will go for it, or if she will do something else like kingside castles or rook to c1.
All right. So far, so good. I like both openings so far. Nothing too risky, very solid, and I guess that's what we're used to from the Botez sisters. They both are d4 players. Andrea's game also is d4, so yeah, looks good so far.
Yeah, looking pretty good. All right, so we have more moves. In the meantime, Andrea's opponent just castled. Now it's Andrea's move. So yeah, like I said earlier, you do want to keep in mind that white sometimes can consider to capture the pawn on c5. However, I think right now black should be completely fine to go kingside castles. And then in case white takes, you also have ideas of knight to h5, hitting that bishop on f4 and attacking the pawn on b2. So let's see what she's going to do. And also, actually, Alexandra did play that move, queen to b3.
All right.
Attacking the pawn on b7. Black has to be a little bit careful here. Actually, I was saying that black can go knight a5, but I'm not 100% sure. I think the best move for black actually is the move knight h5. That's the move I faced in the game I mentioned earlier. But it's a very difficult move to find if you're not familiar with the theory.
It looks like a move you shouldn't play.
Right, yeah. Because you're voluntarily hanging the pawn on b7. But if you go knight a5, there might be a check on b4. And after b5, maybe you can sacrifice the knight. And after takes, bishop takes, knight d7, knight e5. Oh, sorry, knight e5. This looks very dangerous for black.
Feels like I'm like here in the presence of Hikaru with all these arrows on the board. It becomes really colorful on the board. But no, it makes a lot of sense. I guess the sacrifice you're talking about with queen a4, with knight a5, queen a4, and b5, if you take on b5, it's something that you would like 100% do in a blitz game. But in a classical game, you want to make sure that you're not just sacrificing a piece just because it looks very appealing. You want to make sure that it actually works tactically. So let's see if this actually happens on the board, because knight a5 looks really tempting to play here.
Yeah, no, I think it would be a nice trap for Alexandra. So let's see what our opponent is going to do. I mean, he can also defend the pawn with a move like queen d7, which looks quite fine. But if you play queen d7, then what you have to watch out for is white maybe castling quickly, followed by knight a4 to b6 or to c5. So that's personally what I like about the exchange fluff. The positions are fairly simple to play, but there is quite a bit of venom. And But in the meantime, Andrea went for kingside castles.
Yeah, looks good. Keeping the king safe. And there's not much going on other than that in the position. So developing moves are really important at the start of the game. And yeah, there's no need to take any crazy decisions just yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. So yeah, I think now the game will probably continue with something like pawn to c3. And then she has to make a decision as to where she's going to develop her knight on the queen side. Is she going to go to d7 or to c6? I think both make a lot of sense. I would perhaps be slightly more inclined to develop the knight to d7, so that later on you can go pawn to b6 and then bishop b7, and your knight will not be blocking your bishop on the queen side.
Makes perfect sense. There are indeed 2 games today. If you have any questions, guys, make sure to ask us in the chat. I'll try to catch up with you guys. But there are indeed 2 games today, and the time control is 100 minutes with a 10-second increment. So different from what we're used to with the classical time control, which is usually 90 minutes and 30-second increment. And most of the times there's also 30 minutes after move 40, but here it's simply 100 minutes and 10 seconds for every single move. So we may see some time scrambles, who knows?
Yeah, no, for sure. And yeah, that's actually one big difference I noticed between tournaments in Europe and in the US. Very often in the US, there's only one time control. So like I said, it's 100 minutes for the entire game, whereas a lot of other tournaments, especially in Europe, they always have a second time control after move 40. But I think it also has to do with the fact that in the tournaments in the US, there's often 2 rounds a day. So they want things to be over a little bit faster.
Right. I know you've been in the US for quite some time, so I'm sure you've played a lot of tournaments there. What do you prefer?
Well, to be honest, I often get into time pressure. So I don't mind the fact that after 40 moves, I get some extra time on the clock.
Right.
Because yeah, it's kind of tricky because you have all of this time, these 100 minutes, but if you do run out, you're stuck with only a 10-second increment. So you really have to manage your time well.
Right. Yeah, that sounds really relatable. I noticed recently I've been playing more tournaments with only one time control, and I noticed that I like it more because you know that at some point the game will be decided in time trouble. Because when you have this one time control, most of the times the game does not end early on unless a major blunder happens, but that doesn't really happen so often in classical. So it really will come down to the final seconds. So that's what I'm also expecting in these games. Not sure today, because the ratings are still quite different, of course. But yeah, it's very possible in these time controls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, for sure. And in the meantime, both their opponents are thinking. I think that's definitely a good sign for Alexandra, because yeah, the position is quite tricky for Black. If you don't know what to do, I mean, a move like b5 might also run into something like knight takes b5, takes, bishop takes, and then again, you have a very strong pin on the knight on c6. So let's see what he's going to do. And in the meantime, by the way, we have a move by Antonio, Andrea's opponent. He went for the move c4. But, you know, we were talking earlier about the bishop on g7. Now that the pawn is on c4, not on c3, the bishop on g7 is getting a little bit more scope.
Yeah, I like this for Andrea a lot because usually you want to play c3. That's classic London setup. No matter what happens. But with the pawn on c4 now, Andrea has way more control of the center, and she's targeting that pawn on d4, and this can make a huge difference in this game.
Mm-hmm, for sure. Yeah, I'll be quite tempted with Black here to go for a move like knight h5, putting pressure on the bishop on f4, and also opening up the diagonal for your dark square bishop. Because in case you can take the bishop on f4, white has to recapture with the e pawn, and then the pawn on d4 becomes looser. And if you go bishop to g5, maybe you can consider h6, bishop h4, g5. You weaken your king side a little bit, but you do get the bishop pair. And again, your dark square bishop opens up.
Right, so looking very good already for Andrea. She stood up from the board, so kind of feels like, you know, once you stand up from the board, makes you yeah, show confidence. But yeah, it is her move, so we hope that she returns back soon.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, no, I have to admit, I think the Charlotte Chess Center is doing an amazing job putting tournaments together. they're really good at hosting these big opens. And I think they're playing in the Hilton Hotel. I was once there, and yeah, they do a really good job putting these together. So hats off to, I think, Peter Johnny. How do you pronounce his name? Peter Janitos, who's the man behind the Charlotte Chess Center.
Right. Yeah, it's amazing to see these big tournaments held in Charlotte so often. And I saw a lot of familiar names as well. I saw that Min Lei is also playing. We know that he's one of the strongest Blitz players online. I'm sure you've played him a lot of times. And yeah, it's really awesome to see so many familiar names in this tournament. I believe I saw that Sam Copeland is also playing, and he's playing a Grandmaster today. So a lot of excitement happening in this tournament.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So let's see what is gonna happen.
Andrea got back to the board, so let's see what she will decide to do here. But it's looking good in her game. So yeah, I'm sure she's happy about the move c4.
Yeah, no, because again, it opens up your doors for bishop a little bit more, makes the game a little less boring, and we have a move from Alex's opponent. He played rook to a7, defending the pawn on b7, which is solid. It's very difficult to dislodge the rook from a7, but it's also a little bit passive. The rook is kind of stuck here, defending the pawn over here.
Yeah, I know that there are some lines where you have to play moves such as rook a7 to defend the pawn, but I'm not sure if it's viable in this position. I would not want to put my rook there.
Yeah, no, I feel like it's not like a super big deal. It's not like you're lost or anything, but it's just a little bit more pleasant for white. And I would go for something like kingside castles, followed by the idea that you mentioned earlier, moving a rook to c1, maybe the f rook, and then knight a4 to c5. It just looks a little bit more, a little better for white.
Yeah, because where is this rook going? Let's say black manages to play b5. Where is this rook going? Because you cannot play rook c7, which is the only... You want to put the rooks on the open files. The c file is the only open file here, so it's not clear where this rook is going, but perhaps black is relying on the move bishop d6 to trade off the dark sword bishops and then maybe get the rook to c7 that way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's definitely an idea. Yeah, you can develop bishop to d6 or to e7. But I think in either case, Alex can be quite happy about the outcome of the opening. I think she's just a little bit better without too much risk. And again, that's kind of what you want if you go for the exchange love. But the one thing is that you're not going to blow your opponent off the board. I mean, usually it's a bit of a slow grind where, again, you try to get a small advantage and then push that later on in the game. In the meantime, Andrea is thinking, I wonder if she's looking at that move knight h5 to put some pressure on the bishop on a4.
I'm trying to track where her eyes are looking at, but I can't quite figure it out. She's not looking at the ceiling. Very classic move. So, yeah.
Right.
And we will let her take her time. In the meantime, the chat is talking about the ratings. So this is indeed a FIDE-rated event, but I believe the ratings that we see over here are USCF ratings. Because Alexandra's opponent has a FIDE rating of 1600, but I believe the USCF rating was something around 1800. So there's a small difference there. Yeah, it can get confusing at times. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask us and we try to answer them.
Yeah, I saw someone saying in the chat, like, are you guys reading the chat? Yes, we are reading the chat, so feel free to ask us any questions. But yeah, and we have a move by Alexandra. She went for kingside castle. It's a good move. It's a very natural one. You're getting your king to safety. So I like the fact that she played it quickly, keeping the pressure on her opponent. And now Lokrith has to make a decision. Is he going to develop his bishop to e7 or to d6? So developing the bishop to d6 is a little bit more active. But after the trade, I feel like white's always a little bit better. Because black has committed all of these pawns to the light squares. And the bishops that are on the board are on the light square. So white can later on potentially target those pawns, whereas black cannot target any pawns with his bishop.
Right, and also if this bishop gets traded on f8, then the square c5 becomes even more weak. So yeah, it's hard to decide what to do with black, but bishop d6 seems to be the move that you'd rather play to not stay passive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and someone's asking like, what would be 1850 USCF and ELO? I think generally speaking, USCF ratings are give or take 100 points higher than a feeder rating, or like between 50 and 100. So it would probably be like like 1800, 1750, something like that in a feeder. Anyway, Alexander's opponent has moved, and he played the move bishop to d6. Now I do expect Alexander to trade and then follow with knight a4 and moving rook to c1.
Yeah, looks good for Alex. So yeah, we're happy to see that she has obtained quite a good position out of the opening. And as you said, this is exactly what you want with the exchange Slav. You just take it very easy. You have a slight advantage, and you take it very easy. And yeah, get a nice position.
Exactly, and this is exactly what you don't want if you play the Slav yourself as black. Like, I think whenever you play the move 2c6, you're like, oh, please don't take on d5, please don't take on d5. So it's always annoying when your opponent does, because then, yeah, you might end up in a slightly worse position without too many chances. And in the meantime, Andrea played that move, knight to h5. I really like this one, attacking the bishop on f4. Again, if she, sorry, if she can take it and white's forced to recapture with the e-pawn, then the d4 pawn becomes a little looser. And even after bishop g5, I think she should be fine going h6, followed by g5, going after the bishop, because then later on, you can also go for the move g4 to push the knight away and, again, loosen up the pawn on d4.
Yeah, I really like Andrea's position as well. She made the right decision. Oftentimes, we don't really want to move pieces twice in the opening, especially when we don't have our other pieces developed. The queen side is not developed at all. But in this case, there's a very concrete idea, which is trying to capture that bishop. And it seems like that's going to happen regardless what white is going to play here. So, yeah. After taking that bishop off the board, black will have a really good position. That bishop on g7 will become even stronger, and it looks very good for Andrea.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, Antonio has to make a decision now. I think it would not be a good idea to let black take an f4 and force you to recapture with the pawn. So I think he is going to move the bishop to g3. Now the question is whether he'll go bishop g3 right away, or if he'll go to g5, and then after h6, bishop h4, g5, then to g3. I mean, on one hand, you provoke black a little bit on the king side, which could be weakening. On the other hand, as we pointed out, the move g5 also enables black to go g4, hit the knight on f3, which loosens up the pawn on d4.
I see that we have a prediction going on. Sepper pointed out that we have a prediction on which board will have a blunder first. So let's try to keep track of that. But so far, no blunders just yet.
Right. If I had to make a prediction, I would say that I feel like a blunder is most likely to appear on Andrea's board. I feel like the position is just a little bit more open and a little less symmetrical. Whereas in Alexander's game, I think it's going to be a bit more of a slow grind. So that'll be my prediction. What is yours?
I agree. I feel like the position in Alexandra's game is very solid, and it's hard to see how the blunder will actually occur, unless it's like a very simple tactic. But I don't even think that's likely to happen here. As you said, slow grind. It's going to take some time to convert, if anything arises. But in Andrea's game, it looks like the position is more prone to blunder. So I also would say in Andrea's game, more likely to happen.
And Antonio did play the move bishop to g5. So now let's see what Andrea's going to do. I feel like the move h6 makes sense, followed by g5, going after the bishop pair. And yeah, then later on, she can always develop the knight to c6, putting more pressure on that pawn on d4. And yeah, again, what I like about the fact that if you go h6 and g5 is that the move g4 is available, but you want to try to time it correctly, because otherwise, again, your own king side becomes a little bit loose. So let's see what she's going to do. But I think h6 is a good start.
She does play it indeed. h6 on the board. And yeah, especially because that bishop is on e2 and not on d3, it's easier for black to play moves such as bishop f5 as soon as you get the move g5 in. And that, of course, helps black's king side a lot to make sure that there's enough cover for that king.
Yep. in the meantime, Alexandra is still thinking after the move bishop to d6. I think you do want to trade the bishops on d6. You can move the bishop to g5, but then black does have a very nice square for their bishop. And again, you can also go for something like bishop to g3, but black can maybe take. And you don't gain a whole lot from recapturing with the h-pawn. So let's see. I think she should just take on d6, followed by, again, a rook to c1 and knight a4. In the meantime, Andrea played h6, and bishop h4 was played by white.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Let's see if Andrea decides to play g5. She has to play it to make sure that she captures that bishop on h4. But it looks a little scary. It's not easy to play moves such as g5 right in front of your king. You want to keep the pawns close to your king, but sometimes it is possible that you move the pawns forward if you have a good reason for it. And this is one of the good reasons.
Exactly. Yeah. No, it's easier to do that with someone else's pawns, right? Like we're saying, oh, just play g5. But if you're sitting there yourself, you're a little reluctant to push that pawn up. But I still think it's a good move. White, I think, is probably just going to move the bishop back to g3. Although one thing white can do sometimes is move the knight from f3 and create a counterattack on the knight on h5.
Right. Yeah, I guess you have to be careful that your knight doesn't get in trouble on h5. But I think for now it's fine. Moves such as knight e5 are not really possible. Someone asked in the chat, what about knight e5? Not really possible because two pieces are hanging in that case. So you can't really afford such moves just yet.
Yep. And in the meantime, it looks like Alexandra has traded on d6 and her opponent recaptured. So now she's thinking, and Andrea did go for the move pawn to g5, attacking the bishop on h4. So let's see what Antonio is going to do. Is he just going to play bishop to g3 or move the knight from f3 with a move like, let's say, knight e1?
Right, that's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that would complicate matters at least. Then Andrea would have to decide, okay, do I take the bishop? Do I move the knight? It becomes very concrete.
Right. One thing I really like after the move knight e1 is to play a move like knight f4, because you don't want to move the knight back to f6, because then white moves the bishop to g3, and you've weakened your king side, and you did not get the bishop. But are we, by the way, fine to make moves on the board, or should we just stick to arrows? But sort of what I wanted to point out is that after knight f4,
go ahead.
white can capture your knight. Now you take the bishop. But now the pawn on d4 has become a lot looser as the pawn on e3 is gone. And I think white is actually just losing it. Because if you go knight f3 here, black can play something like knight c6, attacking the pawn. And pushing the pawn is always going to be problematic as you hang the pawn on b2. So I really like the move knight f4 in case white would move the knight. So I think Antonio should just play the move bishop g3.
It does complicate matters, and that kind of challenges your opponent to see, okay, do they make the right decision or not? Even though it may be not as precise, challenging your opponent is always better than just going for the most simple move. And yeah, because if you play bishop g3, I guess you kind of allow your opponent to take on g3, and it's very simple and straightforward. But after knight e1, Andrea would have to find move knight f4. So that would complicate matters for sure.
Yep. So let's see what Antonio is going to do. I think he's just going to play bishop g3. Looks pretty solid. I mean, the trade on g3 is not a disaster for white. I think black's very comfortable though. After that trade, I think Andrea will probably develop the knight at c6, put more pressure on the pawn on d4, which is difficult to deal with. Again, if you play the move d5, you hang the pawn on b2, and your rook on a1 gets trapped. But maybe he can get away with a move like knight at c3, you know, developing the knight and closing the diagonal a little bit.
Right. Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. In the meantime, Alex is still thinking. She did not take on d6 just yet. So she's spending her time. Yeah, I can't really tell, but I think, yeah, the bishops are still there, I think.
Yeah.
It's hard to see, but I think it's still there.
Well, right, because I also still see a queen on d8, you know, so I'm pretty sure that the bishops are still on the board. But yeah, I think she should go for the trade. So let's see if she will. Overall, I think that both sisters can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. I think they're both a little bit better. And the time situation, I think in Alex's game is approximately even. In Andreas' game, I can't see the clock. Can you?
Yes, it's also approximately even. Both players around 80 minutes on the clock, so nothing too crazy going on. I saw that the chatters earlier were pointing out that we should be afraid of Andrea's time management, so we'll keep an eye on it. But for now, she's doing great, and she has a quite pleasant position too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, because as we pointed out earlier, the time control is a little bit tricky. You have all of that time. You have 100 minutes, but if all of the time runs out, you're stuck with a 10-second increment, which is really not a whole lot. So anything can happen when you get down on time. So yeah, hopefully she's the one putting the pressure on her opponent today.
Yeah, and I believe her opponent is not feeder rated, so this game would actually not affect her feeder rating, if I'm not mistaken. But her opponent does have a USCF rating, so it will affect the USCF rating. But yeah, how much importance do you put to ratings such as the USCF rating?
I could not care less about my USCF rating. I also don't care about my Dutch rating. I only care about my feeder rating.
Yeah, I guess for me that's relatable because I don't have a USCF rating. I did play some tournaments in the USCF, but like years ago, so I don't know if I still have the rating or not. But I guess for me it's relatable in terms of the Dutch rating. We also have a Dutch rating next to FIDE rating in the Netherlands, so I also don't really care about the Dutch rating. But I guess it did feel a little bit better to see that my Dutch rating was a little higher than the FIDE rating because I think they're almost similar. I don't really notice major differences with those ratings.
Mm-hmm. We have a good question in the chat by Matthew asking if they have to write down their moves when they're down to the 10-second increment. Honestly, I would be surprised. I would expect no. I think if they get below 5 minutes, they probably don't have to write down the moves anymore. That's usually how it goes with a 10-second increment. So that is what I expect. Because, I mean, if you do have to write down moves, it's very easy to flag, right? Like, let's say you have 11 seconds, you write down a move, and then, yeah, you might only have like 5 seconds left. So I guess not.
Okay, right. We see in the chat below 5 isn't needed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's always so difficult. I'd rather be able to write down all the moves, even though it will take some time. Yeah, because imagine like you get below 5 minutes and then you play a lot of moves like really quickly, then you get up above 5 minutes. It gets a bit confusing. But I guess as soon as you're under 5 minutes, you don't have to anymore.
Right, and it's also actually really difficult to accumulate time with only a 10-second increment. Whereas with 30 seconds, I mean, let's say you make 2 moves, you already gain a minute on the clock. So I think actually if the increment is so low, what you should do is just put your score sheet away. So you don't write down the moves anymore, and then you can fully focus on the game. I mean, that's at least what I have to do for myself when I play in a tournament with a time control like this. Yeah, no, but again, some great questions in the chat. In the meantime, Alexander's still thinking, and Antonio as well.
Yep. Yeah, so he's not playing bishop g3 instantly, which already shows us that he is considering other options. Because usually after g5, you instantly play bishop g3, and that's it. But here, there are other factors involved. As we mentioned, the knight on h5 is a bit loose, so you can attack it by removing the knight from f3. We were mentioning knight e1, opening up the bishop, and that could lead to some complications. So yeah, I'm curious to see what Andreas' opponent will decide to play here.
Yeah, I think he really should play bishop to g3, because going off some variations that we showed earlier, I think moving the knight might actually be a mistake. Like, let's show it again. I think knight f4 again is a great move for black. If you move the bishop now you can take on e2. White has to recapture the queen. And now the pawn on d4 is no longer protected. So black wins a very important pawn in the middle. Great position here. Bishop pair, 2 pawns in the middle. If you take the knight, then we take here. And the d pawn is pinned. If you take, then black can take here. And you lose the rook. And if you move the knight, I was pointing out the move knight c6, but perhaps even better is to take here. And if white recaptures, a move like queen b6, hitting the knight. And this, and I think white's already losing material. So I think the move bishop to g3 is pretty much just forced here, right here.
And knight e1 is actually played, so you kind of summoned this move, which turns out to be a mistake. So knight e1 on the board, and yeah, black has a really good position. It is a very appealing move, as we mentioned. Attacking the knight on h5 doesn't really feel like you want to take on h4 right now. But let's see if Andrea can find the move knight f4.
She played knight f6 instantly, which is a little bit unfortunate. Now bishop to g3 has been played. Yeah, the move knight f4, it's a pattern that you kind of have to know, because it's a counterintuitive move.
Right.
But I guess now she's probably going to go for knight e4 to get that bishop anyway. Because if you wait with one move, let's say you go knight c6, then white can go knight c3. And I think white's doing quite comfortable. But I think in case she goes knight e4 now, she still has a very fine position. And
she
there
does.
We have knight e4 on the board.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, but now she did waste some time. I guess at the same time, her opponent played the move knight e1, so not much time has been wasted. I would say, maybe I feel like the light squares are so weak right now, so maybe you can't really afford this waste of time. This bishop can get dangerous. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you have to be a little bit careful that you don't weaken the light squares too much around your king, because yeah, white still has the light square bishop in case you would trade over here. So let's see what Antonio is going to do here. I mean, you cannot keep your bishop on the board. Maybe he is going to go for knight to c3, giving black the option to either grab the bishop pair or give white some weaknesses on the queen side. But that would keep the bishop on the board. I think Andrea should anyway just capture this bishop over here and follow up with something like knight at c6. But yeah, and in the meantime, by the way, we also have a move by Alexandra. She traded on d6 and played the move a4. I think what she wants to do is go a5 to fix these pawns on the light squares.
I really like it. Black really wants to play move b5, is now not able to anymore, and she will take control over the dark squares on the queen side. And yeah, with the rook on a7 stuck, it will not be very easy for black to develop that rook anymore.
Yeah, so now I guess if black wants to stop the move a5, you can consider knight a5, attacking the queen on b3. I think you can also castle, though. I think the move a5 is not that problematic for black. It's a little bit annoying, but the pawn on a5 can also become slightly vulnerable. So nice idea by Alexandra. Let's see what her opponent's going to do.
In the meantime, Andrea's game has some updates. Knight c3 was played by her opponent, and the bishop got captured. And after h takes g3, it's Andrea's turn. Yeah, so she did manage to capture the bishop, but she did spend some moves on that. Had to reroute the knight. Well, that's what she managed to do. But now she needs to develop her pieces. She's down behind the development. Queen side is not developed, so we need to see some development going there. What do you think are the most logical moves in this position for Andrea?
Yeah, good question. I mean, the move I'm looking at is the move knight c6, but after knight c6, you always have to reckon with the move d5, which looks quite annoying. I mean, putting your knight on the edge is not the end of the world, but I'm a little bit concerned that if you put the knight there, maybe white will try to create some counterplay on the king side with moves like f4, followed by knight f3. Whereas if you go knight c6 and meet d5 with knight e5, then again, f4 comes with a tempo. So let's see what she's going to do. She might delay the development of the knight to c6 and maybe play something like a6 so that she can potentially go b5 and create some counterplay on the queen side.
I was going to ask about a move, but she actually played it. She played c takes d4, e takes d4. I was going to ask, what do you think of this? Since it's very logical to play this, you capture the pawn d4, and now it feels like more of a weakness. Is this in favor of black, you think?
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense because it makes the pawn on d4 a little looser. Now she goes knight c6, attacking the pawn on d4 right away. And now you can meet the move d5 with the move knight to d4, right? A move that was not possible earlier because the pawn is on e3. So perhaps
Mhm.
that's what she's going for. And that being said, maybe something else is that after d5, knight e5, in case of f4, now there's always queen b6 check, because again, the diagonal has been opened up. So I like this approach by Andrea, because also now you have a half-open c-file to work with. So if you follow bishop d7 or rook c8, rook to c8, you're putting a lot of pressure on the pawn on c4.
All right, that's looking very promising for Andrea once again. And especially because she developed the knight now by tempo. So she's attacking that pawn on d4, and white needs to figure out what to do with it. White can retreat well, I guess if you play knight f3, the question is if g4 is a move to consider, or is it too much because you're already expanded so much on the king side in front of our king.
No, I like g4, kicking the knight away, and then in case white moves the knight, let's say to h4, you can consider to take the pawn on d4, but you can also defend that pawn on h5 on g4 first with a move like g5. So, you know, white can also defend the pawn on d4 with a move like knight c2, which would also, which I would be slightly more inclined to play. So let's see what Antonio is going to go for.
Question in chat: if bishop f5, bishop g6, an idea for Andrea to guard the weak light squares on the king side? Absolutely. I think this bishop needs to be parked on g6 to make sure that you cover the light squares on the king side. And it's hard to see where this bishop would be fitting elsewhere. So I would definitely consider move bishop f5 whenever black gets the opportunity to do so. Because now, first, white needs to figure out how to protect that pawn on d4. And after d5, we have to probably move the knight somewhere. So let's see if Andrea gets time to play bishop f5.
Yeah. All right, so Antonio is thinking. In the meantime, we have a move by Alexandra. She played her pawn to a5. That was, of course, the idea behind the move a4. And as we pointed out earlier, now the pawns on b7 and a6 are fixed on the light squares. Now, I would love to go knight a4 to c5 here, but it's a little bit difficult, because the moment you play knight a4, you're going to hang this pawn on a5. So again, it's going to be a bit of a slow game. I think she's going to move this rook, the f rook, to the c file. And maybe she can try to move the knight on f3 around. Maybe like knight d2, move the queen, then knight b3 to c5. But it's all going to take some time.
Exactly. A lot of maneuvering in this position. It's very typical in the d4 openings. And yeah, in this situation, it's fine to abandon the king side altogether because not much is going on the king side. If any sort of knight g4 move happens, you can just play h3 very safely and don't have to worry too much about attacks on the king side. And it's hard to see what black is capable of doing. If you play a move such as e5, oftentimes when your opponent's threatening stuff on the one side of the board or attacking on one side, then you want to counter in the center. But by playing e5, you weaken the pawn on d5 so much. So e5 is one of those moves that you don't really want to play unless there is some concrete reasoning behind it.
Yeah, and I should point out, I don't like the move e5 for black, because then white can take, and the pawn on d5 becomes isolated. So I think Alexander would definitely get an advantage there. However, I think in case white would move the knight from d2, if you move a piece away from the center, then, you know, the move e5 starts making a lot more sense. So let's see what Lockruth is going to do here. Maybe move like h6, you know, always useful, creating some move for your king. Maybe moving a rook to the only open file on the board. Or maybe something like rook b8, adding some support to the pawn on b7. I'd give Alexander a very slight advantage here, but it's not a whole lot. It's gonna be a long grind. So let's see if she can put more pressure on her opponent here. And in the meantime, Antonio is also still thinking.
Yeah, time management wise, both sisters are doing amazing. Around the same time as their opponents, but a few minutes up, so that's always a good sign. And they are putting pressure on their opponents, so yeah, looking good so far. And especially, I guess I really like Alex's position because you have so much space going on. You have the plan is clear, whereas Black's plan is not so clear what to do here. The rook on a7 is pretty much out of the game, and yeah, it becomes really hard to see what black actually wants here. So looking very good for Alexandra, but also for Andrea. Not much yeah, she had a better option moves a few moves back, but it was really tricky to find this move we were talking about. If we go a few moves back, once again to highlight, in this situation, she had the move knight f4, which is quite complicated, but it does help that yeah, e takes f4, you sacrifice the knight, but you can of course capture the bishop back right away. But the pawn d4 is extremely weak, so yeah, that would benefit Andrea, but she did not find that move and instead went for this move, knight f6, and yeah, simplified matters like this, but it makes a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense that she went for this, and she still has a pretty good position altogether.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think the move knight f4 is either a move you know, like if you know the move, you're looking for it, but I think she might not have been familiar with the pattern, but I think she still has a nice position. D5
Right.
has been played by Antonio. Now I do expect knight e5. There's also a case to be made for knight a5, because then f4 will never attack your knight in the middle. And the plan is the same. You're going to go bishop to d7, followed by rook to e8. I see the evil bar going up, so it doesn't approve of this move. Perhaps, you know, the move that we initially pointed out, 95, is better. I mean, generally speaking, as a rule of thumb, you want to put your pieces in the middle, and that's what the computer is saying here.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to put the knight on the edge of the board, but it does make sense to it's one way to target the pawn on c4, and most such as b4 are not so scary because the bishop on his long diagonal is attacking the knight on c3, so the pawn has to keep protecting the knight on c3. But yeah, I guess knight e5 makes also a lot of sense with knight in the center, and put pressure on the pawn on c4, and at the same time it also stops the move bishop d3, right? You don't want to play bishop d3 when the knight can capture that bishop, so that way bishop f5 remains a possibility on the next move.
Exactly. Yeah, knight, as you pointed out, knight a5 just looks kind of dangerous because your knight can always get trapped there in case white starts with a move like rook c1, b4 becomes a big threat. So I like knight a5 much better. And then again, f4 can always be met with queen b6 check. And then next up, she's going to go bishop to d7 and rook to c8. So I think she should be a little bit better. She has that dark square bishop on g7, which is completely unopposed on the long diagonal. So Antonio has to do something quickly here. Try to create some counterplay with a quick f4 push. Otherwise, I think Andrea has a nice positional advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, both positions are very interesting. Alexandra's position way more solid and less dynamic than Andrea's game. So yeah, so far so good.
Yep. Let's have a look at the time situation. I guess it's approximately even. Let's see if we can have a look somehow. I see that Andrea is up like 5 minutes on the clock. Alexander up 8. I mean, it's something. I mean, it's something, but it's not, you know, dramatic or anything just yet. But, you know, they're slightly better on the board and slightly better on the clock. So that's already a very good start.
Yeah, I see a question in chat. What about knight d4? Because it makes a lot of sense to put the knight on d4, attack the bishop on e2. So what do you think of this move?
Yeah, knight d4 also makes sense. The drawback, though, is that I don't really see where the knight is going from there. And the knight is also a little bit loose, right? So from that perspective, I like knight e5 a little bit better. The knight is a little bit more safe over there. And it is putting pressure on the pawn on c4. It's having a clearer function, so to speak. Whereas if you go knight d4, white goes bishop d3, it's not 100% clear what you do after that.
Yeah, you want to keep the options open, and the knight on d4 feels like it's too far into the position, and you can't really find a nice retreating square back. Knight f5 looks a little bit awkward. You want to put your bishop there, so yeah, having the knight on d4, it feels very vulnerable there.
Exactly. Yeah, and in the meantime, we have a move by Lockrut. He played the move rook to c8. Looks very logical, moving the rook to the only open file on the board. And I expect Alexander to do the same thing. Rook fc1 looks quite logical to me. And yeah, curious to see what black's going to do there. Maybe a move like queen d8, again, targeting that pawn on a5, which, you know, like we said before, it creates some weaknesses for black, but also for white. The pawn on a5 can be a little vulnerable.
Yeah, so that's why white really needs to remain cautious and not just play moves randomly, right? Like you can try to, you have to try to improve the position, but make sure that you also keep the weaknesses in check, such as the pawn on a5. And you don't really want to play b4 that quickly, because if you play b4, then that pawn also becomes a weakness. So you want to be careful here. But yeah, it looks really good. White's position looks really good. And once again, with that rook on a7, having no prospects whatsoever, I really like Alexander's position.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, one thing that's kind of nice after the move rook fc1 is that, let me point it out, if you put the rook here and black plays a move like h6, you can now consider moves like knight a4, because the pawn on a5 can now not be captured, as that's going to hang the rook on c8. So black would have to be a little bit careful here. So perhaps instead, he should play a move like queen d8, attacking this pawn, and also defending the rook on c8. And I'm curious to see what Alexandra is going to do here. One thing she could consider is play a move like queen b6, so that in case black takes here, you recapture. And I actually like the pawn on b6, because now you can maybe go like knight a4 to c5, and the knight can never be kicked away as you don't have the move b6 available. So let's see what she's going to do, but to me, rook fc1 looks very logical.
Yeah, I really like that move. You want to keep this rook on a1, of course, on the a file for now. And the rook on f1 is not doing anything, so we need to bring the pieces in the action. The queen side is where it's happening, so rook fc1 makes a lot of sense. And yeah, as you pointed out, this move knight a4 I really like, especially with the rook on c1, because that pin on the c file will be quite terrible to deal with for black.
In the meantime, we have another move in Andrea's game. She moved her knight to e5, the move that we liked, putting the knight in the middle and putting some pressure on the pawn on c4. Again, you just have to make sure that white doesn't get f4 at the right moment. But again, for now, f4 can always be met with queen b6 check. You pick up this pawn over here, and white's position is just collapsing. So let's see what Antonio is going to do instead. Maybe a move like, let's say, queen d2, making sure that this pawn is protected so you can prepare to move f4.
Yeah, and a lot of the pieces are still on the first rank of white, so white also needs to start developing those pieces. You can't just play moves like f4 that quickly as of now, so white also needs to start developing the pieces, maybe bring the knight back into the action. But black's next move is most likely going to be bishop to f5 if white doesn't stop it.
Exactly. Yep. So let's see what is going to happen. Yeah, Alexander still thinking. A move you can also consider, by the way, is the move h3, because sometimes what black likes to do is try to trade off this light square bishop for the knight on f3. Let's say you go bishop f3, and then take here. The bishop on f5 is not a bad piece, but it cannot be improved, so to speak, whereas the knight on f3 can be improved. White can still maneuver it around. So maybe that's something she's considering as well. And the move at h3, of course, also always creates an escape square for the white king.
It's one of those subtle moves, and in this position it would make perfect sense because it's not really clear to see what black can do anyway, so white can afford a lot of waiting moves here just to slightly improve the position, as long as you don't weaken the position too much. But h3 is one of those moves that doesn't really weaken much over here and can only be good for white.
Yeah, exactly. In the meantime, Antonio also still thinking after the move 95. I think he's probably considering something like, yeah, like I pointed out, queen e2. Maybe a move like king h1 can also be considered, because then f4 could become a serious idea, because I'm not too eager to move the knight back to the g6 square in case of f4. So I'm curious to see what Andrea has in mind there. Maybe a move like, I don't know, maybe queen c7 to attack the pawn on c4 right away, but it looks a little loose somehow.
Right. I see in the chat, we have a big fan of Antonio in the chat. It's always super awesome to see opponents of the streamers that have fans watching the streams. I know from experience that you know, we don't really get to see much from this as streamers, but sometimes we do get messages thanking us where like there's family members that were watching the streams, and it's really awesome to see people that are friends close to the opponents of the players that are watching the stream. So being able to have these kind of streams where there are cameras at the tournaments where you can watch your family member, friend, you name it. It's special, and it's really awesome to be able to make this happen. So it's really awesome to see this in the chat as well.
Yeah, no, that's great. That's great. In the meantime, we have a good question in the chat. Someone's asking who is winning. Well, nobody is winning right now, but I'd say both Alexander and Andrea do have a slightly better position. It's too early to call it winning. In the meantime, Alexander went for the move, I think knight h4.
Knight h4,
Attacking-
indeed, yes.
Attacking the bishop on f5. But I think black can just move the bishop back to g6 or to g4. And yeah, I think the trade in either way should be pretty all right for black. Because again, the bishop is on the same color as a lot of the black pawns. So I don't think black minds it too much to trade of that bishop.
Yeah, and I guess we need, when we are trying to control these dark squares on the queen side, we need the knights. Knights are such good pieces to maneuver around, control weak squares, and really annoy the opponent. I think in this position, especially, we need the knights. So we don't actually need this bishop on f5. It looks like it's a really strong piece, controlling so many light squares across the diagonal, but it's actually not really bothering us. It's hard to see what we would want to do in this on this diagonal whatsoever. So yeah, it's maybe not the most precise way of playing, but I do see where Alex is coming from, and capturing a bishop is of course very logical with a knight.
Exactly. Yeah. In the meantime, Andrea's opponent played the move knight f3, offering the trade of knights. I don't think you have a great way of avoiding the trade, so I would go for a move like bishop d7 here, accept the trade, and then later on you can move rook to c8 to put some pressure on the pawn on c4. That being said, you can also consider the trade yourself, right? So that in case of takes, white doesn't have f4 with a tempo later on.
Yeah. So yeah, knight f3 makes a lot of sense, but now it's on Andrea to continue development and get the bishop out to f5 most likely.
Right. Yeah. So let's see what Locrith is going to do here. I think bishop g4 also makes perfect sense for black. I mean, in case of a trade, black would be threatening checkmate on h2, so you have to spend a move defending against that. Or bishop g6 also seems very solid. You would get double pawns, but the double pawns are not at all an issue because all the pawns are still nicely connected. I feel like double pawns are only really an issue when they're doubled and isolated, because then they cannot easily be protected. But here, since all of the pawns are connected, it should be completely fine.
Right. Is there, in this situation, is it possible that black can try to do something else, any other move than actually retreating the bishop? Because there are positions where after, let's say, knight takes f5, e takes f5, that you don't really mind kind of splitting the pawns. Is that similar in this scenario, or would you say that black really needs to move that bishop away?
Yeah, I think black should move the bishop. I think if Alexander would take here, then the double pawns on the f4 are not so much the issue, but the d5 pawn becomes an issue, because then the d5 pawn is isolated. It can easily be attacked by bishop f3. So I would not at all be thrilled to allow that. Well, I'd be thrilled for Alexander. I mean, I think that would give her a big advantage. But I think black should absolutely move the bishop here. And because if white takes an f5 and you're forced to recapture the e6 pawn, I think white's definitely better.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So yeah, both players are still thinking. We don't have new moves just yet, but the time situation is looking good once again for the Botez sisters. Both are actually around the same time, so both have around 80 minutes on the clock. and they are ahead on their opponents as well. And as we mentioned before, the time control is 100 minutes plus 10-second increments. So every single move they receive 10 seconds on their clock, and that's it. That means that you basically kind of play on your opponent's clock. And if you're ahead on the clock, that's of course a really good feeling. And oftentimes these games get decided in time trouble because of the time control. So yeah, really looking good so far.
Exactly. And in the meantime, Lockworth has played the move bishop to g6. Yeah, as you pointed out, there is a 10-second increment, so you can lose on time, but the point is that you can't, right? Like if you have a king and queen versus king, you'll finish off the game. But as you pointed out, it's very easy to make mistakes if you get low on time. I mean, 10 seconds really is not a whole lot, so you have to manage your time correctly. In the meantime, Alexander traded on g6. I'm sure Lockworth is going to recapture with the h-pawn, as we're all taught. You have to recapture towards the center. And then I do expect a move like rook fc1, moving the rook to the only open file on the board.
Yeah. Is it, I guess, so usually you want to play moves such as f4 to try to expand on the king side, but in this scenario, without the knight on the board, because it will be captured, it has been captured by the h-pawn, it becomes less appealing to play f4. But do you think there are opportunities for white to attack on the king side, let's say with f4, rook f3, and somehow involve the queen towards the h-file?
Yeah, I feel like it's going to take a little too long. I mean, you would have to go f4, rook f3, rook h3, then queen e1, queen e1, queen h4. And even after you achieve all of that, black can go king f8, and it's still not 100% clear how black is getting checkmated. And in the meantime, black can create some counterplay. Well, let's say queen b4, hitting the pawn on a5, putting pressure on the pawn on b2. So I think she should stick to a more positional approach and play on the queen side with rook fc1 and try to get the move knight a4 in.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So let's see what she decides to do here. But indeed, rook fc1 makes perfect sense, and is the move that will be most likely played by Alex. But yeah, I can't stop looking at move queen b6. I just want to move the queen forward. But after queen b6, the knight will go back to d7 and we have to retreat. So we would be wasting a lot of time there. But I hope that we manage to play queen b6 at the right time, because that would make things much easier.
Yeah, as you pointed out, it's a move you have to time correctly. I think it would only make sense in case black, again, goes for a move like queen d8, because then after queen b6 and black goes knight d7, you can always trade off the queens. But yeah, right now, if you go queen b6, there's always knight at d7, and you have to move the queen back again. So yeah, again, I'd say just go rook fc1, move the rook to the only open file. In the meantime, Andrea has moved. She has played the move pawn to b6. So
ooh, the computer is not happy about this move.
Right. Let's see what Antonio is going to do here. Perhaps he can now consider to go knight d4, followed by f4, and try to infiltrate on the c6 square.
Yeah, it's b6 makes sense, as in the pawn structure makes a lot of sense to put it this way, because you're pointing towards a square c5. Make sure that you do not allow to move c5 that easily. But in this situation, playing b6, I feel like this bishop, she's trying to put the bishop on a6 or b7, and you don't really want to put the bishop there when you have the opportunity to play bishop f5. So I'm guessing this is why b6 is not favored. But yeah, I have a feeling she wants to make use of the other diagonal to put pressure on that pawn on c4.
Yeah, and I think that's the idea. You need to go bishop a6, putting pressure on the pawn on c4 that way. Yeah, so looks quite fine to me. I mean, maybe white has a slight advantage, but it's really not a big deal. It's still a long way to go. In the meantime, Alexander did play rook fc1. Looks like a very good move, moving the rook to the only open file on the board. And it's not a whole lot, but I'd say white definitely is a little bit better here. And it's also difficult to come up with a plan for black. So I'm curious to see what her opponent's going to do. But I think Alexander definitely still has a slight advantage here.
Yeah, and it's also, I guess, mentally just exhausting to be here playing with the black pieces as your rook is stuck on a7 and you know that there is something wrong in your position. Of course, the players have no idea what evaluation is and what the moves are that are supposed to be played here. But yeah, if you look at it from black's perspective, this is quite draining to play with that side because your pieces are just stuck and it's hard to see where to play here. And you're just waiting for your opponent to kind of come towards you and strike at some point, and you have to find a way to counter it correctly.
In the meantime, Antonio has played the move 94, placing the knight in the middle of the board. And now, again, he can try to go for something like f4, kicking the knight away and try to get to the c6 square. So let's see what Andrea is going to do here. I mean, the idea... I mean, maybe you can go bishop a6, meet f4 with knight takes c4. But bishop a6 could maybe be met with a move like queen a4, defending the pawn and attacking the bishop on a6. Maybe you have queen c8, defending the bishop, attacking the c4 once more. But it's all a little bit tricky. I feel like if that line doesn't work out for black, things could go wrong. So let's see what Andrea is going to do here.
Yeah, we do not have the timers on the screen, but we will update you regularly on the time situation. Both sisters are ahead on the clock right now. Alex on 68 minutes, and Andrea on 67. They are a few minutes ahead of their opponents, so they're doing just fine in regards of their time management. So, but yeah, we will try to update you as much as we can on the times.
Yeah. Let's have a look. It seems right now that Andrea and Antonio are approximately even on the board. Alexander having a slight edge. I mean, up 5 minutes. I mean, it's something. It's something. You know, you have to take a lead somewhere. Maybe what Andrea can also do, but this is a little bit more passive, is go bishop e7 and then meet f4 with knight d7. But at least you're making sure that in case white goes knight c6, you can always trade off your bishop for the knight.
Right. Yeah, I guess Andreas went for kind of the wrong approach because after knight d4, his knight can head to c6. This square c6 feels very weakened, but it's not the end of the world. Black still has a lot of play here, and white needs to figure out how to sort of protect that pawn on c4. As soon as his bishop gets out, rook c8 becomes an interesting move. And you don't really want to protect the pawn of b3. This bishop will become a monster on this diagonal. So white needs to stay careful here. It's not that clear just yet.
Yeah. Yeah, the one advantage though now for white is that since they placed their knight on d4, the bishop on g7 is a little bit more blocked, right? So it's more difficult to take advantage of the tactics along the long diagonal. So let's see what Andrea is going to do here. I mean, I think both bishop a6 and bishop e7 make a lot of sense. And again, I mean, the evil bar is giving white a slight advantage, but I don't think that's painting the full picture. I mean, she has the two bishops. There's a slight imbalance in the pawn structure, so this game can still really go either way.
True. Yeah. A lot of things can happen in Andrea's game. Alex has quite a solid position, and yeah, I feel like if there's anyone that has good chances here, it's her. But of course, a lot of things can still happen. And even though we have some traits already in that game, it can still get very the position can still change quite a bit. So let's see what the players decide to do. But for now, it's Black's turn. Black needs to decide what to do, and his task is not easy. I would not know what I would want to play here with the black pieces because you're kind of running out of moves that make a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, exactly. Someone's asking in the chat, like, how's bishop d7? Bishop d7 also definitely a move. I mean, you, again, in case the knight jumps to c6, you can always trade it off. And after f4, your knight can still go to g6. So that's also a move to consider. So let's see what she's going to do. I mean, again, I'll be looking at the move bishop a6, try to solve the problems actively, so to speak, creating some counterplay, attacking the pawn on c4. Or again, otherwise, if that doesn't work, then you want to go for bishop e7 or bishop to d7.
Yeah, let's see what Andrea decides to do. She's spending her time. She is not ahead on the clock anymore, but the times are very similar, so no need to stress about the time situation just yet. But yeah, it feels like still the early stages of the game. Anything can still happen. So yeah, I'm excited to see what the next few moves are going to be.
Mm-hmm. And people asked in the chat, which one is Botez? Well, we both have Alexandra, who's playing on the left-hand side with the white pieces, and Andrea on the right-hand side playing with the black pieces. So those are the Botez sisters. Anyway, so yeah, Lockhart still in the tank. So is Andrea. Let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, maybe you can also consider something like Queen C7, making sure the Knight C6 does not come with a tempo. And again, in case of F4, you can take the pawn on C4.
Yep, Queen C7 makes a lot of sense. I guess you'd have to see if you're worried of moves such as Knight B5. Always very appealing to play for a white, but it doesn't really do much harm. So let's see if Andrea decides to play Queen C7, but I think she will most likely develop the bishop somewhere. Either D7 or B7, just to stop Knight C6 altogether and try to get the rook involved to C8.
Yeah. And yeah, I also really like Alexandra's opening approach here, given the fact that she's going for a position which is a little slower, right? I mean, she's playing an opponent that that seems quite young, and usually young players, they don't like a position where they have to sit and be passive. They like to play actively. They like to attack. Whereas now, again, it's more about slow maneuvering. He has to be a little bit passive. So I think she's got good chances to get a win here. Also because her time advantage must be expanding as we speak. Let me have a look at the clock right now. She's up more than 10 minutes on the clock, so that's a good sign.
That's indeed a good sign. And usually we're used to time controls where you get 30 more minutes after move 40. So you look at your score sheet and make sure that, okay, I need to hit move 40 with time on my clock. But in this time control, it's 100 minutes and 10-second increment every single move. You're basically mostly looking at your opponent's clock. You're comparing, okay, if I'm ahead on the clock, I'm doing amazing. If I'm lower on the clock, I need to make sure that I catch up on the time situation because this matters a lot. Whoever will be lower on the clock in the long run, that is going to matter a lot. So you have to make sure that you're ahead on the clock in this time control.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, 10-second increments really is not a whole lot. So you don't want to fall far behind, and ideally you want to stay up on the clock. So Alexander is doing a good job. Andrea a little bit behind, but it's really not a big deal so far. So let's see what she's gonna do. Yeah, it's difficult to come up with an active plan for Alexander's opponent here. I mean, maybe move the knight to D7 or something, or yeah. Again, that's why I think he's spending a lot of time here.
Yeah, it's not so easy. It's not so easy to decide what to do with black. As I said before, I want to play the move e5, but it feels so wrong, weakening the pawn on d5, and you don't really have any other pawn pushes. The move g5 does not make much sense because black cannot have any attack going on the king side. And yeah, the queen side is completely fixed. So yeah, if you don't really have these pawn pushes, then what else do you have? You'd have to maneuver the pieces around. The knights need to be placed on better squares, but every single attempt feels like it's too passive and there's no clear square where the pieces can go to. So that makes it very difficult for black.
Yeah, one plan black could consider, it's a little bit slow, but maybe what black can do is something like g5, g6, king g7, and then rook h8. And then that's one way to make use of the half open HL, but it's all very slow. I mean, to be fair, if you get the rook there, you do get some attacking chances because h3 can be met with g4. But again, it's gonna take a long time. But if you're looking for active ideas, that is one, but it's gonna take a while.
In the meantime, Lockhart has played rook a8. As I mentioned, that rook is out of the game on a7, so it makes a lot of sense that black plays rook a8 with possibly the idea to play rook c7 and then double the rooks on the c file. But this plan is quite slow, and yeah. Now the question is, what can Alex do against this?
Well, the main question is, can she take the pawn on b7? It looks very risky. Feels like the queen should be trapped, but is it actually going to be trapped? I mean, after rook a b8, we can still capture this pawn on a6, and we go up a pawn. And in case of rook c b8, I think we might have to move knight to b5,
Ooh.
creating a counter attack on black's queen. Let me put some moves on the board. So let's say we take here. Let's say black goes rook here, attacking the queen. We have knight b5 attacking the queen. If you take the knight, we take the knight over here. Our queen is safe, and we've won a very important pawn. As you see from the evil bar, white is now winning. So after knight b5, you can take the queen, like white takes the queen on d6. Black still has this move over here to take the bishop. So in case we take the knight, black can take here, but it feels like white should be better in this endgame. Maybe rook c7, attacking the pawn. And after rook f8, maybe rook a7. It feels like Alex should definitely get an advantage here in the endgame. Now the thing here is that so far it's been all about maneuvering, right? And this is the first moment of the game where she would have to calculate, and it's not always that easy to make that transition. So let's see if she will take her time and look at that move, queen takes b7, because I think it's definitely quite promising.
Yeah, I mean, the rook was played to a7 with a reason to protect the pawn b7, and if you're letting go of it, yeah, Alex needs to make sure that she calculates this line precisely, and yeah, she does not have to be scared here because the knight on c6 remains a big weakness, and as you mentioned, opening up the c file by moving the knight, let's say to b5, would help her a lot to make sure the queen will not get trapped. So, yeah, I guess you'd have to calculate if it's all worth it and working out for her. But yeah, she may just decide to do some other move that will just maintain the nature of the position where she's slightly better, but slowly the opponent can recover from this kind of waste of time with the rook.
Right, yeah, because often when your opponent plays a move like rook a8, like he's hanging the pawn voluntarily, right? So it's all about whether you believe your opponent or not. So like some players are like, okay, if I take on b7, rook b8, and my queen gets trapped. It looks like that's the end of the variation, right? Because the queen has no squares to go to. But it's not always that easy to dig deeper and then find moves like knight b5, also knight e4 is an option. But I think if you don't take the pawn, I think black's happy to reposition the rook to b8, or maybe go rook c7 followed by rook a c8.
Right. Yeah, so if white doesn't do anything, black can slowly try to recover and gain control of the c file. So that is why I think Alex needs to take matters in their own hands and take that pawn off the board. Would you consider yourself a pawn grabber, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, definitely. I would go for it. I think I would take the pawn. Yeah, I would definitely be looking at it. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, and this
Are
situation
you a
makes a lot
pawn
of
grabber
sense.
or?
Ooh, I guess I am. I usually take pawns. I try to take them with good reason, but I remember not too long ago. Okay, I guess it's been a year now, but I remember one game where I took a pawn. I was playing with black pieces, and I captured this pawn on b2. So basically, reverse colors, similar situation. But I took that pawn, and my queen ended up getting trapped. So that was a little bit upsetting, and it taught me a lesson that okay, maybe you should be a bit more careful and actually make sure that okay that you find a concrete line that the queen will be safe, because I went with it with my intuition and my intuition failed on me that day, so you have to be careful at times.
Yeah. In the meantime, we have more moves in Andrea's game. She played, at least judging from the camera, it looks like she played bishop to d7, and after the move f4, she moved her knight to g6. So now let's see what Antonio is going to do. Maybe move like queen d2, putting some more pressure on opponent g5. Looks quite natural here.
So the Eva Baller is pointing out that white has a better position, but I would actually be concerned here for white because the pawns on the king side are not the greatest. Those double pawns aren't actually weak now, and in the long run, this can hurt white's chances. So, yeah, not a great position currently for Andrea, but the position looks very promising still because of this kind of permanent weakness going on the king side.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think white would be happy in case black takes on f4 and they undouble the pawns. So that's why Andre is delaying the trade. And yeah, it's important to point out that white's not very eager to push up that pawn to f5. I mean, you attack the knight on g6, but then black actually gets a very nice outpost for the knight on e5. The knight can never be kicked away here. So, and for the same reason, white's also not too eager to take just yet. Because again, black recaptures, and then this square is always available for the knight. So I think white is probably looking to increase the pressure with a move like queen d2. You know, eyeing the pawn on g5, maybe then you can move this rook in. Looks a little bit more pleasant for the white pieces so far, but again, a lot of play is still left. I mean, black has 2 bishops, and anything can still happen here.
Yeah, and at least the king is covered with the knight on g6, the bishop on g7, so black does not have to worry about the king as of now.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Bishop h5 is
Right.
actually played by Antonio. It makes sense, but it feels like the bishop went the wrong direction. It feels like it's not really supposed to be attacking the knight on g6.
Yeah, it feels a little off. Yeah, moving the bishop to the edge of the board there. I mean, perhaps he was looking at a move like bishop d3, but that's gonna hang the knight on d4. So
Right.
maybe now what Andrea can do, a move that I like, is something like queen c7. So you're attacking the pawn on c4, and besides, you're setting up ideas of queen to c5, attacking the knight on d4, which would then be pinned. So let's see if that's on her radar as well. I mean, Antonio wants to take and double the pawns. And honestly, I don't think there is a good way to prevent that, because you don't want to go knight h8, and you also don't want to go king h7.
Yeah, what else is there for black? I guess the question is, are you concerned of bishop takes g6 or not here? Because after bishop takes g6, black will have the bishop pair and white will only have the 2 knights in the center. And it feels like the knights are not strong enough. We have a really open position in this game, and we know that in an open position, bishops are most likely to be the ones that will strive. So especially with the bishop on g7, this one is really strong in this diagonal. So I guess positionally, bishop h5 with the threat to take on g6 is not as dangerous as it may look like.
Yep. So yeah, if I was playing with black here, I'd be looking at queen c7 or queen c8, same idea, attacking the pawn on c4, setting up queen to c5. I think they're probably equally good. So let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, yeah, it is a little bit annoying in case white takes on g6. I mean, it also opens up the e6 square, but there's nothing you can do about it. So I think you just have to accept that white can trade, because on the other hand, you also get some things in return. I mean, you get 2 bishops against 2 knights. Also, your rook on f8 opens up. So it's really not a big deal.
Yeah. Let's see what Andrea decides to do here, but seems like she is already back in the game, and that's what we're talking about, right? Because the position is so dynamic, a lot of things can change, and it's not very clear-cut what either side has to play. There's not clear plans going on here, so a lot of things can change throughout this game in the next couple of moves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the meantime, Alexandra is going for a long thing, perhaps our longest thing of the game. So I think she's definitely looking at that move queen takes b7.
Oh, she
But she
actually
did not go
just
for
played
it.
queen a3. She did not take the pawn on b7. Yeah, that's a tough one because queen takes b7 was very crucial in this position. And after queen a3, she's sort of admitting that, okay, my opponent played a good move and I can't really, she couldn't really figure out what was going on here. And by trading the queens off the board, it seems to be heading to a very equal game. So, yeah, that is slightly concerning for her for the game.
yeah, it's a bit of a pity, but I think there's still, you know, chances in the end game, like after the trade. Like we said before, the pawns on a6 and b7 are fixed on the light squares. And especially if she can get a knight around to c5 or b6, it could get quite annoying for black. So let's see what her opponent's going to do here, if he's going to trade himself, or maybe play a move like knight e8 and let Alexander trade, as that will improve the placement of his knight.
Yeah, interesting. I think black would be happy to trade the queens right away, just because yeah, white's queen feels the one that's way more active and actually the attacking piece, whereas black is trying to defend here. And I guess when you are the one defending, you'd rather trade off pieces to get some more space and yeah, kind of remove the opponent's attacking piece. So I feel like white's queen was very important to keep alive in the game. But yeah, perhaps she's seeing chances for herself in the end game.
Yeah, no, definitely. So let's see what Lockroth is going to do here. Yeah, it's probably going to be a bit of a long grind. I mean, a move you also have is knight e4. Same idea, that in case white takes, you recapture. But I think white's going to take an e4, and it's a little bit risky to accept these double pawns on the e file. So I think if he wants to recapture with the knight, probably knight e8 is the better move. You can also decide to keep the queens on the board with something like queen d8. But maybe then what Alexander wants to do is go b4, defend a pawn over here, and then knight a4, followed by knight c5 is next.
Yeah, so of course we want to trade queens with black pieces, but do you think black can even consider the move knight b4 over here, as is mentioned in the chat?
Okay, yeah, interesting move. It is a little bit tricky though, as you do get your knight into a pin, and maybe white has to move knight to a2, putting pressure on the pin piece. And as the evil bar suggests, perhaps black is just losing the knight here.
Yeah, black does not seem to have anything to counter this, so
right. So I like the idea. I mean, if the queen had been protected, then I think it definitely would have made sense. But unfortunately, here we see it loses a piece. Yeah, so let's see. I think black's probably going to take it. And, you know, since we are then in the endgame, you can also start bringing your king closer to the middle.
yeah, and we will see a classic endgame maneuvering happening here as well. I guess remembering what happened a few moves back when Alex went for the capture on g6, she captured the bishop with the knight, and now she's left with this bishop on e2. And you would say that, okay, bishops are usually better than knights in open positions, but here in this situation, it looks like you'd rather have knights on the board. This bishop does not feel so strong, and it's hard to sort of target a pawn or even a square with that bishop. So that is concerning me slightly about her chances to win that endgame. But of course, there's many things possible, and a lot of things can still change, as a lot of pawns are still on the board.
In the meantime, thanks to Tony Arkham for supporting the channel with 5 gifted subs. Andrea played the move queen c7. I like this move quite a lot, creating a counterattack on the pawn on c4. Again, also creating ideas with queen to c5. Again, white can take here and double your pawns. There was really nothing we could do about it. So I like this move a lot, creating some counterplay. And, you know, the evil bar is still in the middle, but I think this game can get out of control very quickly here. So let's see what Antonio is going to do. Maybe he's just going to protect the pawn, but then, again, after queen c5, you'll have to play something like knight e2, which is a little bit passive.
Yeah, playing b3 does not feel right, but I guess it works tactically for now. I don't see how black can punish this, so yeah, b3 makes sense in this case, but I would be really concerned here with white just because of that bishop on g7, eyeing on the knight on b4 and c3. They feel very vulnerable in the center, but yeah, you don't really have pawn pushes with black here. You can't really play e5 so easily, so that makes matters a little bit difficult for black.
Yeah. Yeah, so both their opponents are thinking now. Let's see. I mean, after queen c7, what you can also do is play a move like queen d3. So that then queen c5 can be met with something like rook 81. It looks like a more convenient way to defend this knight over here, instead of going passive with knight e2. So let's see if that is something Antonio is considering as well. But yeah, like I said before, we have a very fighting position here. Black having the bishop pair. There's also an imbalance in the pawn structure. This king on g1 is a little bit vulnerable in this diagonal. The black king also a little bit vulnerable since she pushed these pawns. So I'd say really anything can happen here. And I feel like the next couple of moves are going to be critical in this game.
Absolutely. A question in chat. Do we know how much time Andrea has? Andrea's currently in 50 minutes. Her opponent on 59 minutes. So she is low on the clock, but anything can still happen. And in the meantime, we have some moves in Alex's game. She is also she's ahead on the clock. Actually, she is on 59 minutes, whereas her opponent is on 49 minutes. So a 10-minute difference in both games, but Andrea is the one lower on the clock, while Alex is ahead. And in Alex's game, we see that the queens have been traded off the board.
Yep, and she recaptured with her rook. All right, so again, if we can somehow get the knight on c5, I really like white's chances, but it's always difficult to do, because the moment you play knight a4, you hang the pawn on a5. So you're maybe kind of hoping for a move like rook c7, because then knight a4 definitely is an option. Now black cannot take the pawn, as it will hang the rook on c7. So let's see what her opponent's going to do. Maybe like knight e8 to d6 makes sense, or again, bring that king closer since we are in the endgame.
I guess what makes it difficult for white here is that you can't really involve the rook into the game, right? Because you're stuck to that pawn on a5. It needs to stay protected. And you kind of want to play moves such as rook b3, put the rook on b6, and kind of try to make some progress somewhere. But with the rook on a3, protecting the pawn a5, it looks rather difficult to try to make progress with white.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like again, it's gonna be a slow game. I mean, Alexander also probably is gonna bring her king closer to the center with moves like king f1, king e1, king d2. Not much will probably be happening on the king side, so it's gonna be a long game. But I feel like white has a very, very slight advantage. Again, these pawns are on the light squares; they can be targeted later by the bishop. And white just has a little bit more space on that side of the board. And it's not so easy to come up with an active plan for black.
Right. And I guess one of the main quotes there is in chess, when you're facing a kid, you want to take them to an end game. So maybe Alexandra is thinking about this in the back of her head. I'm playing a kid. Let's get to an end game and let's get it done over there. So perhaps this is what was on her mind. And yeah, it makes sense. A lot of times strong players also say this, that you face a kid, take them to the end game, and then it will be much more difficult for them to play there.
Yeah, definitely. And someone is asking a good question in the chat. Does the end game start after the queen trade? I would say, generally speaking, yes, unless, let's say, all of the other pieces are still on the board, then very often they call it a queenless middle game. But yeah, since here, I mean, the queens have been traded off and two pairs of minor pieces, I would definitely call this an endgame.
Right. So yeah, so far so good. Alex up on the clock, but the position is rather equal now. She missed a slight opportunity taking that pawn on b7, but she may want to play a bit safer, as she is the better player in this game. So yeah, let's see what happens in the next few moves. But as you mentioned, this game may take quite some time. It will be a slow grind, and a lot of things can still happen in this long game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the meantime, I see I've been gifted a sub by Ulan. So thanks a lot, Ulan, for gifting me a sub to the channel. Appreciate it.
That's great.
All right. So let's see. Yeah, no, I like Alex's position here. I mean, it's a slow grind. She's a little bit better also up on the clock. And again, difficult to come up with an active plan for black. So let's see what he's gonna do. But to me, I guess bring the king closer makes a lot of sense.
Yep, in the endgame, you bring the king to the center of the board most of the time. So in this position would also make a lot of sense. And as you mentioned previously, Rook c7 is a move you want to play because you want to stack the rooks on the c file, but after rook c7, that rook will not be defended anymore. So this knight will not be able to move after knight a4. So this is a move that we would like to play with white to put the knight on b6 or on c5. So let's see. I see a move has actually been played. The move knight to d8 is on the board.
Yeah, looks a little bit passive. I mean, it's stopping white from going knight a4 to c5. That's difficult to achieve now. But you know, maybe she can move the rook back, defend the rook on c1, and then prepare this knight maneuver. You can also consider to go b4 now, since that square is no longer controlled by the knight. So let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, yeah, perhaps maybe just rook back, followed by knight here and here. Looks a little bit more pleasant for white.
Yeah, I guess so. The move rook b3 is now possible, but I have a feeling that black can just go back with knight c6, attack the pawn on a5, and yeah, is a completely fine trading the b7 pawn for the a5 pawn. So I guess the rook b3 is not a move that black has to be worried about.
And I see John Ludwig Hammer in the chat. Good to see you, Hammer. I believe Alexandra won yesterday, so she's on 1 out of 1, and Andrea lost. In the meantime, by the way, in Andrea's game, the move queen d3 has been played. Someone in the chat is saying I look like a chess butterfly. Is that a compliment? What does that mean?
Did opponents have FIDE ratings, as Hammer is asking? Andrea's opponent doesn't have a FIDE rating, but Alex's opponent has a FIDE rating of 1600. And I saw that her opponent is actually like decreasing in FIDE, so that's a good sign if they don't have a good run in recent times. But I guess it doesn't say much, especially because her opponent is young.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah. Also, by the way, Alexandra is up on the clock quite significantly, 57 minutes against 45. So let's hope she can keep that time advantage, because right now, let's say 57 against 45 minutes, it's not a big deal. But if you can nurture that later on in the game, you're like, let's say at some point you have like 30 minutes against 1. That's where it is a big deal. So let's hope she can keep that edge on the clock.
Yeah, let's take a look at Andrea's game because we have we have a new move. Queen d3 is played, and yeah, it makes sense, but I guess it doesn't threaten much right now because the queen has to keep protecting the knight on d4. I guess queen d3 was played with the idea to defend the pawn on c4, which makes a lot of sense.
Right. Yeah. No, queen e3, good move, defending pawn on c4. And as we pointed out, now queen c5 can be met with rook 81, defending the knight on d4. And the queen on d3 is also putting some pressure on the knight on g6. So definitely not an easy position. Let's see what she's gonna come up with.
Yeah, the knight on g6 looks quite awkward, but for now there's no threat on it just yet, so it looks fine. But I guess after rook 81, I would start getting concerned about bishop takes g6. So do you think black has to do something here about that?
I mean, again, it's difficult to see what you can do about that. Because, I mean, I don't want to go knight h8. I also don't want to go king h7, get my knight pinned. So maybe what she can do, let's say we start with queen c5, right? We start with queen c5. We take the knight on d4. And if white goes rook 81, what about this move? What if we go for something like e5? So I take the knight. You have to take en passant. And now I recapture with the bishop and I take the pawn on c4. I mean, I guess you still go b3. Oh, the evil bar doesn't agree. So this could be an interesting idea to create some... oh, I tell you what. I think if you do this, I just take here. And now this is hanging.
Ooh. This is why the bishop is a bit loose on h5.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think black is happy in case white takes. At least that clarifies the position. And you get this half open file for the rook. But still very, very dynamic position. Again, black having the 2 bishops. But perhaps the slightly worse pawn structure. And white having the 2 knights.
Yeah, very, very tricky position. But this is what we're talking about earlier. This position is so dynamic. Anything can happen. And the players are also making such moves that it really keeps the game interesting. With the bishop on h5, it's very unusual. And that will make the game very, very tense and exciting. But yeah, the knight on g6 feels weird, but for now it's still holding on. Do you think black can commit to moves such as taking on f4 and something like knight h4? Is that something that black can afford somehow?
Looks a little bit loose to me, right? I
Right.
mean, there's the saying that goes, "Knight on the rim stands dim," and because for the moment, the knight is not coming back just yet to the f5 square. We have some more moves in Alexandra's game. She played the rook back to a1, and now rook c7 was played by black. So I expect her to go knight a4 now. That is the idea, right? Protecting the rook on c1. And then I guess black is going to go rook to c8. And here, you can go knight c5 right away, or maybe trade off one pair of rooks, then place the knight on c5. And if you can strengthen it with the move b4, it's looking quite pleasant for white. But maybe I can go knight c6 first to stop you from doing that.
Yeah, I'm actually really happy that Alex played move rook a1. Not an easy move to make because retreating moves are always tricky. It makes sense when you see afterwards that, oh, I should have played this, but she went for the move rook a1 back, defending the rook on c1 because she does have this plan in mind that you just mentioned, moving the knight to a4 and try to control those dark squares on the queen side. So really awesome to see. Her opponent playing rook c7 to also try to double the rooks on the c file, but now it's Alex's turn to play, and yeah, I'll be happy to see the knight move to a4.
Mm-hmm. We have some good questions in the chat, by the way. Someone was asking how many games they played today. They played 2 games today. They don't play 3, but 2 games. So they have one game in the morning at 10:30 Eastern. And I believe the second round of today is going to be at 4. So they'll have some time in between, but not a whole lot. And it's not always easy to deal with. I mean, after your game ends, you want to eat something, you want to maybe rest, prepare. And yeah, you want to try to keep your energy level So yeah, let's see what they're going to do here. Knight a4 has been played by Alexandra. So now I do expect to move rook to c8 by black.
Yeah, exactly. To force the rook trade on the c file, otherwise you will lose the c file. Or actually, can you? Do you want to trade one pair of rooks, or do you want to play knight c5 to block the c file altogether?
Good question. I mean, maybe knight c5 right away, because then you keep both rooks at bay. I think that would make a ton of sense. But yeah, also something could be said for trading off one pair of rooks first. So let's see what she's going to do. But I think, yeah, you don't really have many other options that make sense besides trading and then knight c5 or knight c5 right away. I mean, you can maybe also move the rook, but then you give the c file to black. An idea could be here that we're going to play knight b6 later. Attack the rook. The rook has to go passive. And now we move the rook back to contest the c file.
Ooh, I like that. It feels positionally very pleasing, and it's hard to see how black can recover from this. But I guess black always has the option to play knight c6 and attack the pawn on a5.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah. So yeah, besides rook d1, we could also go here, so that if you go here, I can go b4 to defend. And someone was asking a good question in the chat. Yeah, so if they play at 10:30 and at 4, what if the game lasts longer? I mean, theoretically speaking, that is possible, but it is very unlikely because they have 100 minutes each and only a 10-second increment. So let's say the games take the full 200 minutes, then you're already sitting at, I believe that's 3 hours and 40 minutes, right? And then with the increment, I mean, maybe it goes 4 hours. 5 but 5 would already be a lot.
Yeah, 5 would be quite a stretch, yeah. Yeah, 3 hours and 20 minutes, I guess. Yeah,
that's
I
what I
think
meant.
4 hours is very, very possible, but 5 is really a lot. So that's a nice thing about not having extra time after move 40. You know that, okay, the game will not last for longer than 4 hours, so there will be time in between to rest and everything. But when there's time control after move 40, yeah, that makes things it can go on forever, and that makes things more difficult.
Yeah, and perhaps that's why they only have a 10-second increment, to make sure that the games don't take too long and that they'll still have time for the next round. In the meantime, rook a8 was played, Alexander played knight c5, and now Lockruth is thinking. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, maybe move like knight c6, knight d7 also possible, but I'm sure Alexander just wants to go b4 and strengthen the knight. I think she is a little bit better, but again, it's gonna be a bit of a long grind. And in the meantime, Anamaya, I see that you also have your own hype man right now. That's great.
Yeah, your hype man was became very popular because the channels, I think.
Yeah, no, he's very popular on many channels. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess people are taking notes, getting inspired.
Mm-hmm. Someone is asking if we will do commentary on the second game. The answer is no. I think we'll have Jon Ludwig Hammer stepping in later
Hammer
on.
will be back, guys. So yeah, let's see what Hammer has to say about the game so far.
Mm-hmm.
We do have some new moves. We have some updates in the game of Andrea. We left off here after queen d3. Queen c5 was indeed played and rook a d1. So these moves were all expected. So that's good to see. But now the question is, what's next for Andrea? Will she go for this crazy line you went for with e5, or will she take it more easy, perhaps with a move such as rook c8, just to attack that pawn on c4 one more time?
Yeah, I like the move e5. I mean, at least you're creating some dynamic counterplay. Because here's the thing: if you go rook ac8, white goes b3 and defends the pawn, and now the move e5 no longer has the same punch to it, because after takes, this pawn is already protected. Whereas, again, if we go e5 right here, white is forced to take. I mean, here, en passant is forced, because otherwise you lose your knight. En passant is forced. And the pawn is hanging. And we see again, if white goes b3, that gives us the time to take here and hit the bishop on h5. So I like e5. I mean, maybe there's a move here for white that keeps the advantage. Maybe like knight e4 or something, attacking the queen. But I'd say if you want to go e5 right here, because otherwise you might not get the chance later on anymore.
Yeah, so let's see what Andrea decides to do. Quite a tough position. It's not easy to make the right decision here. She's under quite some pressure here, but she does have the bishop pair. She does have things going on for her here. So yeah, let's see what she decides to do here, but not an easy position to be in for sure.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And we were talking, oh wait, let me take back the move e5 has not been played. This is the position I believe we have, sorry, after rook 81, the position we have on the board. Talking about the move e5, we said earlier that we did not like the move e5 in Alexander's game, but here it could make some sense, as the move e5 would dislodge the knight on c5 a little bit. You're putting pressure on the pawn on d4, and then later on you can consider ideas like taking, and then knight e6, hitting the pawn over here, putting pressure here, and this is where things could get slightly out of control, but it looks like black has played the move knight to c6 instead.
Yeah. By the way, we just got the word, actually, we're just talking about Hammer's return to the channel, but he will be back tomorrow, actually, and we will actually stay for the second round as well today. So Hammer will be back for both rounds tomorrow, but today it will be us for the second round as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, Hammer, he's been very busy with Norway chess commentary, but
Just got back.
Yeah, it's good that he'll be back tomorrow, re-energized. So let's see what Alexander is gonna do here. Here, actually, I would consider the move f4 to stop black from playing pawn e5. We talked about how that can be annoying to put pressure on pawn d4. So f4 would firmly stop that pawn push from black.
Yeah, it feels like it's weakening the square e4 a lot. But at the same time, you don't really want to play knight e4 when there's a knight on c5. So, yeah, now is the time to play f4. You really don't want to allow e5, as that's basically the only pawn push that black has. So if you also stop that, then there's not much left for black to do.
Yeah. We got a good question in the chat, by the way, by Air Phoenix, asking if anyone is under time pressure. Let me have a quick look. I mean, right now, Alexandra has 51 minutes compared to her opponent's 38. So I wouldn't call it time pressure just yet, but she has an advantage on the clock. In the meantime, Andrea a little bit down on time. She has 39 minutes compared to her opponent's 51. So let's see if Andrea can catch up a little bit here.
It's actually the same times on the clock, but for the sisters reversed, basically. So Alex is the one with 51 minutes, and Andrea's opponent is also on 51 minutes, but Andrea is the one lower in the clock in her game. So yeah, that's quite interesting to see. But yeah, Andrea is definitely a tougher position. Alex is basically in the driver's seat. She's the one that has a better position throughout the game. But it may take a long time to try to convert this. Whereas Andrea is in a quite difficult position. It's very dynamic, and that is asking for, you know, quite a lot of resources, and that costs a lot of time.
Yep. No, definitely. And yeah, we just wanted to remind everyone, yeah, feel free to ask us some questions in the chat. It always makes it more fun and interactive. Someone's asking if we ever played a game. I think we only played once, Anamai. We once played a blitz game, which I believe ended in a draw. Is that the only time we played over the board?
I'm stunned. Did we play?
I believe it was at the Dutch Team Blitz Championships.
Whoa, that must have been really long.
Yeah, it's a while ago. It's like
2018. I should remember this. It's a good result. I should remember this.
Right,
I guess it was that at Bunschoten?
Yes, yeah. It was like 2017 or 2018. Yeah, and it was
I think that's the only time I played the Dutch Team List Championship. That would explain. I should remember this. This is not a good thing.
But I do remember, I think way back in the day, you played a few games maybe against my brother when he still used to play chess.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that I do remember. I do remember playing your brother. I don't remember if the game, I don't think the game went well, but I guess I got my revenge somehow.
Right, yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a pity that he's not playing chess anymore, because I wanted to, you know, start my own channel, like, you know, Botezlive, you know, where, you know, me and my brother play
that would be
chess, just
so
like
cool.
the Botez sisters. But, you know, jokes aside, yeah, Alexandra is a little bit better here. Let's see if she's considering the move f4. It would weaken the white position a little bit, but you do stop the move e5 from black, because otherwise e5 is going to create some problems. I mean, maybe bishop takes a6 is something you can consider, but I don't think it can work.
Ooh. It's definitely a move that you want to keep an eye on in the long run. If you manage to double the rooks on the c file, then it could get very interesting. But I guess doubling the rooks on the c file is a tough task with the knight pointing towards the pawn on a5. You can't really let go of the rook on the a file. So maybe in a later stage, I can see like in the next like 20 moves, the king comes to b3, manages to get b4, and then maybe somewhere these kind of moves start to get interesting. But as you said, now you have to make sure to stop any sort of counterplay from black and just play f4, stopping e5 altogether.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I think the bishop sacrifice, it can only really be a consideration if you have the rooks on the c file, or, you know, maybe if the rook is already on c3, so you can play rook a1 right after. But right now, it's very unrealistic. So yeah, I'd be looking at the move f4. But if you go f4, you weaken e3 a little bit. Oh, and the evil bar drops down and doesn't approve of it. Maybe black can go like, you know, like knight e7 to f5 is an idea, or maybe you can jump into the e4 square. I wonder what the move is here for. Oh, wait. Maybe there's knight takes b7.
Oh.
And if you take bishop takes a6, that would be a nice idea. But if you take here, is there knight takes d4 is what I... Oh, knight takes d4 looks problematic.
Hmm.
Wait, I'm wondering
That
what
is
the moves
actually
here.
getting very, very interesting. We can make the moves on board because I think that line is like super sharp. Okay, maybe it's nothing.
Yeah,
I
like
was hoping
unfortunately
to
there's knight
take-
takes d4. Yeah.
I was
Yeah,
hoping
'cause
for
if you
rook takes c7 and then somehow get some counterplay with king f1.
yeah,
And the
but
knight
you
is
lose a
trapped. Yeah. The knight is
yeah,
trapped
we
on
just
e2, but
lose a
so is our knight, basically.
yeah. Yeah, so it's really unfortunate because if black would be forced to recapture, then I think white's just winning here. I mean, you take here, you hit both the rooks, and even though it's not terrible right away, because black gets 2 knights for the rook and the 2 pawns, but the 2 pawns are very powerful, and after something like b4, it just looks crushing for white. But yeah, knight takes d4 is very unfortunate. Let's show it here, because you're making use of the fact that the bishop on e2 would be captured with check. So maybe what you can do, what about this? What if we start with king f1? And if black goes
Ooh.
e5, maybe now knight takes b7. Because now,
That's
in
clever.
case of this is no longer a check. So I like this one. Bring the king closer and setting up a trap with knight takes here.
It's exactly what you need to try to do, especially when you play lower rated players. You need to start to set up traps, and it's easy to fall for this. It's really easy to miss knight takes b7. It's a very yeah, kind of crazy move that can easily slip your mind. So yeah, that's why I really like the move king f1. Sort of a prophylactical move, and preparing the move knight takes b7. So also keeping in mind that you have to get the king involved in the game. So this would be a good start for that plan as well.
Yeah, and talking about tactics, I wonder if black here has the move knight takes a5, with the idea that in case we take the knight, now there's the move b6, forking the rook and the knight. But I guess maybe white plays something like bishop takes a6, hitting the rook. You get the rook back, but now this knight on c5 is on a very nice outpost, and the pawn on a5 is a little bit weak. Probably white's quite a bit better after something like rook to a1.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. But yeah, I guess black has to, yeah. It's just hard. Let's say after king f1, let's say you see that knight takes b7 is a threat. What would you do? Because you don't really have many moves possible that kind of prevent this.
Yeah, no, king f1 is a very sneaky move, because it seems like you're just bringing your king closer to the endgame, but you're actually setting up this idea with knight takes b7. So black would have to do something about it. Honestly, I don't know what. I mean, there's knight b4, but then you can always go rook a4, kick the knight away. So maybe like knight a7. I mean, I suppose you'd have to make a passive move with the knight. Or perhaps if you want to deal with it more actively, maybe something like knight e4. Or maybe, I wonder if we can take anyway. This can get very sharp, because now black also has ideas of check and then here. Forking the rooks. In the meantime, by the way, we have a move by Andrea. She played knight e5. Wow, interesting
Oh
move.
no. Oh no, Andrea. She
Looks
plays the move
fine.
knight e5, and she is sacrificing the knight, and she seems to be notorious for sacrificing her knight a lot. And a lot of the times it doesn't end well. What is going on in this position?
Well, to be fair, I don't see why this would be wrong. I mean, you're attacking the queen, and upon a c4, so if the queen would move, let's say here, you can take with a good position. Now, I guess the critical move is white taking. You recapture with the d pawn, and you're gonna get the knight back. But I guess the computer is seeing something very clever here that I've not quite been able to figure out yet. So I wonder what it. I mean, I wonder. Let's say white goes queen f3, but take. I don't know. I honestly don't see it. I mean, maybe there's something for white, but it's probably very difficult to find.
Yeah, it feels like you have to attack the queen somehow, but if you play, let's say, a move like b4, you can just play queen takes d4 with check. So that can't be it. There must be a way to attack the opponent's pieces with tempo, but I don't quite see how you can prevent queen takes and pawn takes at the same time.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I wonder if, like, maybe can this ever work? I mean,
It's not
apparently
lost.
it's not lost. But after takes, I was looking at something like, let's say takes, maybe like like check. Computer. Oh wait, I guess this might be the move, Queen H7. And if you take, then Rook F1
Ooh.
is crushing.
Ooh.
So maybe there's something like that. And perhaps maybe the move is Bishop takes F7. Yeah, the computer doesn't drop here, so take. And if you take Queen H7 is crushing.
So this one is more forcing because it's also threatens Queen G6 and and with the Rook on F7, this feels much more powerful because all of this will be under attack.
Yeah, and as you pointed out, if we take the knight and Queen G6 is checkmate in a couple of moves. So Bishop takes F7, very tough move to find. I mean, you basically get the same situation, but you're now the material's even and you're going to lose a knight. But there's this very strong move, Queen H7, making sure that the king cannot go back, threatening practically mate with Rook F1 to follow. So let's see if Antonio is going to find it. I would be impressed. I mean, if he finds it, maybe you're forced to go here. I don't even know what Black should do after Queen H7 to keep the game going.
Yeah, this move is really strong, but really difficult to find. You would need to understand that your attack is really strong on the light squares, on the king side, and the tension may mostly be on the fact that, okay, first we take the knight off the board, and then we'll figure it out from there. But yeah, this move is definitely very difficult to find, and I do not expect this to be played.
I'll be very impressed if he finds it. I mean, the thing is, I mean, right now you would have to decide on pawn takes d5. I think that's still very, I mean, of course you see that move, but you have to see that after pawn takes, that you have a good move, something like bishop takes f7. Otherwise, black would just be completely fine. And judging from the cameras, I mean, Andrea looks quite confident. I think she was bobbing her head a little bit. You know, I know another streamer who does that from time to time. And yeah, bishop takes f7 is a very tough move. I mean, honestly, it took me a while to see it, so I would be very impressed if Antonio finds it.
We're getting word from Vila that if he finds the move, we'll invite Kramnik for the post-game analysis. I'll be very happy and pleased to see that happen.
Okay, so we have pawn takes e5 on the board. I mean, pawn takes e5 is now the only move for Andrea. I mean, after bishop takes, you're just down a piece. So you have to take it to pawn, and that's what she played. So now the moment of truth. Is he gonna find bishop takes f7? I mean, as we saw, I mean, I was also looking at rook takes f7, but that is not the move. I guess because black can go queen takes d4, and the endgame is approximately even. Yeah, bishop takes f7. Yeah, very powerful move, as you pointed out, because after takes, queen g6 is always a threat. And the thing is also, in case black goes queen takes d4 with a check, white can take. And this might look problematic, right? Because the knight is hanging and the rook, but you can always do this. Give up the rook for the bishop, and this is a very good endgame for white, up a pawn.
Yeah, and question about the move, knight e5, because is this a blunder or not? At first, Chat.com was giving it as a mistake, but it actually switched to a blunder. So I guess we have our first blunder in the game of today. So I guess the prediction is decided.
Yeah, I mean, that's also kind of what we predicted, given the fact that Alex's position is more solid, the game is a little bit slower, whereas Andrea's position, very dynamic. Lots of chances for both sides. So let's see, is he going to find that move, bishop takes f7? In the meantime, by the way, we have the move, wait, has 94 been played, or is that just our... No. Rook c3 was played instead by Alexander. Nice move. And I guess, again, she's setting up these ideas with knight takes b7. Let's have a look. Let's say you go king f8. Is this a move? The computer's saying no. Why not? Take. Maybe like 94 and intermezzo. Yeah, 94 apparently is the move.
Ooh.
But yeah, I'd still give Alexander a slight advantage. She's also up 7 minutes on the clock. So yeah, I like her chances here.
Yeah, she does not have much to lose here. She cannot, I mean, it's really difficult to get in a worse position with the white pieces unless you blunder the pawn on a5. But as long as the pawn on a5 stays alive, it's really difficult for black to create counterplay and try to get more active here. So as long as Alex kind of keeps the position alive and going, she should be fine.
But knight e8 has been played. Is that a blunder? Does that I
Whoa!
think knight takes b7 now. Taking bishop takes
Oh,
a6 looks crushing to me. I mean, we had been looking at that move, and now knight takes d4 no longer works because we can just take, and our rook is protected on c3, whereas before it would be hanging on the c1 square. So I think knight e8 is a blunder. In Ikaru's chat, people always like to yell out the word blunder, you know, and that's how that became a thing.
Okay. I was not aware of this actually, but maybe I've been playing too much OTB myself to catch
Yeah.
up with this. But yeah, will she find knight takes b7? This is the only move in the position that gives her the advantage. So she needs to find knight takes b7. And I guess we can see in the camera she is I think she's looking at it. I'm trying to track where her eyes are going, but I think she's looking at it. I mean, there's a reason why she played rook c3, right?
Right, and it seems like she's looking to the queen side, and also with the knight on c5, she must have been looking at these sorts of combinations, and I'd say she's looking more towards the queen side. And there she goes, knight takes b7, great find, and she's just winning
takes
now.
on b7, there we go. And she didn't even spend that much time on it. She saw it from miles away. She prepared this with rook c3, and she just takes a pawn off the board and is now in a winning position.
Yeah, I think this is just winning. Again, if you take the knight, we take on a6, attack the rook. This rook is also hanging. I honestly don't even see how you keep the game going here. I mean, in case of rook c7, we take, and then rook c1 follows, you're losing the knight right away. So I don't even know what you do. I mean, apparently here, the computer is saying it's not that terrible, but I don't see it. I don't see how you keep the game going. I think you're just losing here with black. Because, I mean, if you don't take the knight, this pawn is going to drop. You can always drop the knight back. So, yeah, great game by Alex so far.
Yeah, and so much confidence we're seeing in her. I mean, she not only found this move, she found it very quickly, and she maintains the lead on the clock as well. So, everything seems to be going her way in the game so far. But okay, it's of course not over just yet. She has a really good position, a huge advantage, but we will need to see if she can convert this to a full point. But with these two pawns on the queen side that will soon move forward, it's looking very good.
Yeah, I think she will convert this into a full point. I mean, position is looking great. She's up on the clock. And yeah, the entire queen side is just collapsing for black. I mean, the computer is saying +2, and it is not a +2 like we see in Andrea's position. In Andrea's position, the position is very complicated. White is to find a lot of good moves, whereas here, the position really plays itself. So I think Alexandra is just on her way to another win here, which would be a great start to another tournament.
Absolutely. But yeah, Andrea's position looking rough, depending on if the opponent finds the one move, which is much more difficult to find than Alex's move. And there you actually go. We see that Antonio plays with queen f3. He did not find the winning bishop takes f7. As we predicted, it's a really difficult move to find. Queen f3 makes more sense to try to put pressure on that pawn on f7. So Andrea stays alive in the game, and the game continues.
Yeah, and you know, is it safe to call that a blunder by Antonio? I mean, he's throwing away the advantage here. I think chess.com will call it a miss, but you know, in the chat we can just call that a blunder. I think now Andrea is just going to capture the knight on d4. White can take an f7 with the bishop, but after h8, I think you're doing perfectly fine. I mean, there's knight e4 attacking the queen. You take here. White definitely has some play on the king side, but I don't see how you're getting checkmated. I mean, one thing that's important to point out is that in case white takes here, you do not take the knight because you get mated, but maybe you have something like, I don't know, d3 to create some counterplay.
That's hard. It looks like there must be something going on here for white, but I guess if you just don't don't allow the queen on the light squares, black is fine, but not very easy. It seems like d3 is the only move, because otherwise queen e4 would be an issue.
Right. Yeah, looks extremely dangerous because, again, just to point out, if you take the knight, that would be checkmate right away. But yeah, after d3, I mean, you're setting up your own ideas with bishop to g4. That being said, in the current position, I think you absolutely have to take the knight. I mean, if you protect this pawn, I mean, maybe there's a case to be made for, let's say, f5, because you save the pawn, and you stop knight e4, right? I mean, there's still b4 to kick the queen away, but maybe we can take here. Both knights are hanging, and if you move this one, maybe like e4, and black is fine. So, yeah, f5 also, by the way, is an interesting alternative.
She actually played it, Benjamin.
Oh, nice.
She's going for it. And I guess this is what happens when she sacrifices the knight. It either can, you know, like, she was in a tough position there if opponent would have found the right move, but if the opponent doesn't find the right move, then she is in her comfort zone, and she plays very aggressively, and we'd love to see it. f5, I really like the move, keeping the tension in the center, and she found out really well that she's not in a hurry to take that knight, and she keeps expanding on the king side in the center.
Yeah, like from a practical perspective, I really like the move f5 because it looks really scary to let white take on f7, again, followed by knight e4 and knight takes g5. I mean, it really takes nerves of steel to figure out that you're not getting checkmated there, but after f5, I mean, maybe you can go down a piece, but it seems like you get great practical compensation. Again, this knight is loose. I guess the only move for white to hang on to the extra knight is the move b4, but you get so many pawns, e4 is always in the air. I think black's doing great here.
Absolutely. White's position seems to be falling apart slowly. This bishop on h5 is out of the game, and yeah, it's hard to see what White's plan is as black is slowly moving forward. The bishops will become very active, and yeah, looking really good practically for Andrea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so let me have a look at the time situation. Andrea catching up on the clock. I mean, she's down to 30 minutes, her opponent down to 38. So still a little bit down, but not as much as before. And it seems like Alexandra is just cruising to victory. Up 12 minutes on the clock, a winning position. So, I mean, you know, it's not over until it's over, but I think she's got this one in the bag.
I think so too. Knight takes b7 is really setting the tone of the game that this is going to end in only one result. And yeah, we love to see this confidence. We love to see it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So, yeah, no, I think practically speaking, the position is quite difficult for Antonio to play. And knight a4 has been suggested in the chat, but black can just capture the bishop. And the problem remains the same. Black still has the spin, so which means the white does not have that move knight to e6.
Yeah, so not an easy position for white to play, even though white is up a piece as of now. Not easy to face those pawns on the 5th rank.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, I think you do go for the move b4. I mean, you give up another pawn on the c4 square, but at least you're keeping your extra knight, as otherwise black is gonna regain the knight and be up 1 or 2 pawns. So, yeah, I think that's the move he's gonna go for.
Yeah. Both opponents are now spending some time on their positions. Both in tough positions, so we like to see this. And the Botez sisters are doing really well today. Andrea gave a small chance to the opponent, but practically that was just really difficult to find. And yeah, that's why she's doing amazing now practically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and b4 is on the board. Okay, now I do expect Andrea to take the pawn on c4. You can take the pawn on b4 as well, but I think you probably take this one to stay closer to the knight on d4.
Yeah, and I guess it's also the one that defends upon d5, so that makes d5 also quite weak. And yeah, you open up the c file, so after rook c8, you'll be attacking the knight on c3, so it all makes sense to take the pawn on c4.
Right, so in case she takes, I'm curious to see what Antonian is going to do. He could also go for a move like knight e6, attacking the rook and the bishop, but I think, again, we just go e4, attacking the queen, attacking the knight on c3, and we can always capture the knight on e6 later. I don't think we should be in a hurry to take, because if we take first and then go e4, white has this very annoying move, bishop f7 check. So I think that's why we should go e4 right away, because now bishop f7 is not available.
Yeah. So b4 is a good move to try to keep one knight alive on the board, keep the knight on d4 alive. But yeah, practically speaking, it drops the pawn on c4 and black gets a lot of counterplay. So really liking black's chances here. And in the meantime, we see that Alexandra's opponent took the knight on b7. So now bishop takes a6 simply, played by Alex. And yeah, it's looking like the pawns on the queen side will move forward real fast now.
Yep, and talking about pawns on the queen side, Andrea just captured a pawn on c4, the move that we liked. Again, putting pressure on the knight on d4. So let's see what Luckreth is going to do here. And yeah, bishop takes a6 is on the board. Again, honestly, I don't see... Well, I guess here's what you can do. I think this is the only way to keep the game going. I think you have to go maybe rook takes b2, give up the rook, and it looks completely lost, right? Because you're down in exchange and a pawn, and the knight is hanging. But you do still have knight takes a5. And if we take, there's a back rank checkmate. So even though this is lost, this might be the only way to keep the game going for now. But I'm sure that Alexander's also completely winning here.
Yeah, I guess it makes it harder when you don't really have passed pawns anymore to finish it off really quickly, but it must be winning. But it may take a little bit more time than you'd like it to last for.
Right. Instead, he played knight at d6. So let's see. Is there already a... I don't know if there's already a direct win for Alexander, but I guess she's going to take. He will recapture. After rook a1, there's still knight takes a5. And after b4, maybe still knight d6 and knight c4. So I'm sure she must be winning here, but I don't see... Oh, wait, maybe a6. Right here. And then here. This looks crushing. Like knight here.
Right, and then b3.
But still, you know, 90. I mean, it has to be winning, but it's not winning just yet, right?
Yeah. I guess you have to try to push the pawn somehow, but you can't push the b pawn easily because of knight c4.
Right. Yeah, it's not over just yet. I mean, maybe what you can do, is go rook c5.
Right.
Now, with the idea to go b4. And in case of rook b8, maybe something, maybe I think a7 rook here. There's got to be a win, but it's not that easy.
You can always take on c6, but that doesn't feel as winning as it should be.
Right. Well, if you can take on c6 and keep both pawns, I'd say yes, but black takes on b3.
Yeah.
And it's just in time as he's threatening back rank checkmate. But maybe there's b4, attacking the knight, and in case you take... There's take, and here, and your pawn queens. But none of this is that easy to find. So, in the meantime, Alexandra has moved. She moved her rook to c1 right away, which also looks very good.
Interesting. She keeps the bishop alive for now, maintaining the pressure. So, yeah, I like the move. I like the choice she has made to stack the rooks on the c file, and now the knight is also under attack. This knight can't move because the rook on c8 will be captured with check. So, yeah, I like it.
Yeah, no, looks like a good move. Yeah, again, I think what black should do is take on b2. You lose the rook, but you can take here. And even though white's winning, it's still going to require work because it is only an exchange. Everything is on one side of the board. And you get rid of white's pawns on the queen side. So still some work to be done here.
Yeah. In the meantime, Andrea made a move. She took the pawn on c4. So
yep.
as we suggested, taking that pawn on c4 is a good idea. Preparing to move rook c8, but also to move e4 in case the knight on d4 moves. And now the question is, what is white going to play here? Because you don't really have many good moves here. And we actually see that white did play a move, knight de2 is on the board. Makes a lot of sense, but is pretty passive. And I don't see how this kind of setup can be any good for white.
Yeah, I like Andrea's position here. I mean, e4 now looks very natural, attacking the queen, opening up the bishop. So I think that move is going to be played in no time. Alexander's opponent played a move. He played the move. Wait, I think rook cb8, but I think after bishop takes b7, white is just winning. So
oh yeah, that's completely crushing.
Yeah. Wait, let's update Andrea's board. Right, so knight d2. Yeah, now e4 looks very natural, attacking the queen. I guess the queen should go to e3, and then something like rook a8 looks really nice. I mean, you're attacking the knight, you can always pick up this pawn later. All of a sudden, white's pieces are not really coordinated. The bishop on h5 is looking very odd, the knights are very loose, and black's got very easy play. So I really like Andrea's chances here.
Yeah, let's take a look. I believe the board of Andrea is stuck, so let's try to fix that.
Oh. Let's, in the meantime, try to figure out what has been going on in Alexandra's game. A move was played. I don't know which one. Oh, Alexandra has won the game. Very good stuff, and she moves to 2 out of 2. Great start to the tournament.
Great game played by Alexandra. Her opponent resigned respectfully, putting the king down. And yeah, Alexandra won very convincingly. That game was so smooth from start to end. She went to the end game with so much confidence, and she took her opponent down after playing a brilliant move. So she deserved to win this game, and yeah, she has a lot of time now to prepare and rest for the next round, which is actually starting in 3 hours from now.
Yeah, it's always nice to finish early. So, like I said, you get some time to eat, get some time to prepare, to rest before the next round. That's what you want with 2 rounds a day. And just to show everybody how the game ended, after bishop takes b7, black took with the knight. Now she took on c6, knight takes a5, and a check was played on c8, take, king h7, and b4, and black resign. And there we see Andrea standing up, seeing how Alexander did, and she's giving a bit of a nod, like, I guess, like, good job or something.
Right. And yeah, with that win, Alex on 2 out of 2, and she looks very good in shape right now. Seeing how she played knight takes b7 so confidently, so quickly, it really shows that, you know, she's in good form, and I'm really excited to see how she will perform in this tournament, because it doesn't have many rounds, actually. It's not a 9-round tournament, so...
Yeah, she did great in her last event, winning with 8.5 out of 9. But yeah, apparently there was a bit of a glitch when I just showed the move. So we left off after rook ac1. In this position, black played rook cb8, and now she captured the rook. Black recaptured with the knight. She took the knight on c6. Black captures this pawn. And here, a very professional approach, trading off the rooks. Again, when you're up in material, you want to trade down. And now just pushing up the pawn. And black resign as white simply going to push the pawn forward. So very nice technical win for Alexandra, and she moves to 2 out of 2.
Great win. In the meantime, we have in Andrea's game, she took the pawn on b4. Andrea took the pawn on b4, and it makes a lot of sense, but it feels like she should have played move e4. The move is screaming to be played, just to open up that bishop and start questioning what white can actually do there.
Yeah, well, the good thing for Andrea is that she can still play the move e4 on the next turn. She's definitely still in the driver's seat. Right now, the material is even, I believe. Black has 1, 2, 3 pawns for the knight. Again, 2 nice bishops, especially the bishop on g7 is going to be an absolute beast. And white's knights are very loose. They're also a little bit passive. And the bishop on h5 also a little bit out of the game. So I really like Andrea's chances here.
Yeah, taking pawns is not a bad idea. So especially since she's done a piece. She could really use some material back for it, and she actually has 3 pawns for the piece now, so that's also a good sign for her.
I see people waving to Dina in the chat. Was Dina waving to us or something? Or I guess I missed something.
I did not catch it, but I did
Oh.
see that. I remember that people were saying in the chat that Dina is somewhere on the screen in the back. So maybe we will see her again, but currently I don't see her on the camera.
Well, I guess maybe Dina's board is all the way in the back because I see a camera there. So that might be the camera of her board. Anyway, the time situation also is evening out in Andrea's game. She has 27 minutes while her opponent has 29. So it's almost even right now.
Yeah, so Andrea catching up on the clock, really good to see. And the position is very complex. So as the players are running lower on the clock, the position is also getting very, very tense by every single move. So I'm sensing that we're approaching sort of like, it's not time trouble just yet, but this is the moment where blunders can start to appear. Yeah, I really like the chances that Andrea has here, because she's the one putting pressure on the opponent, and the opponent is just sitting there and trying to hold on to the extra piece.
Yeah, I think the time situation is clearly reflecting also the position on the board. Because right now Andrea is playing faster. It's clear that her moves are easier and her opponent's taking more time. Again, like the position right now is difficult for him to play, whereas before we saw a different trend. Andrea perhaps taking a little bit more time. But now, yeah, the position again, it's really easy to play. E4 is going to be next. You move a rook to c8. And for white, I'm having trouble coming up with a good plan, and so is Antonio.
Absolutely. And with 28 minutes on the clock, I can see him start spending quite some time here to try to figure out what to do, because it's not easy. And yeah, I'm failing to see what he can try here, because the pawns are quite stuck, right? On G file, they can't really do much. The pawn D5 doesn't really do much, and of course the pawn A2 is just all alone. So being down on the pawns by this much can be quite devastating for him as well.
Yeah. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, yeah, I honestly don't know. I mean, I guess sooner or later he is gonna move the queen because e4 is gonna come with a tempo. I guess a move like king h1 makes sense, making sure that your king can never be checked on this diagonal. And Dre will play something like e4. But you see here, like a move like king h1 looks kind of natural, but the evil bar already, you know, drops down. Queen e3, rook ac8, another very natural move. Again, it just goes to show how easy Andrea's position is to play here.
Yeah, and that's why she has the practical chances here. And she just has to make sure that she doesn't stop putting pressure on the opponent, that she doesn't make a major mistake. But yeah, if she manages to get a really if she manages to get a full point out of this, she will have proven quite a nice point on her knight sacrifice earlier. Because even though that was not completely accurate, it has given her the practical chances, so it'll be really exciting to see.
Yeah, no, 95, I mean, yeah, the reputation was really difficult to find with that bishop takes f7 sacrifice. So it's worked out great for her, and now we see the move d6 by Antonio, making it very clear, wait, sorry, here, that he does not want to play passively. He wants to create active counterplay. I think this move makes a lot of sense, because now his knight can jump to d5.
I want to play e6 just to make sure that that knight is not coming to d5 and d5 is covered forever.
Yeah, no, I like the idea. So maybe, you know, we can also start with e4, attacking the queen, queen e3. And I really like your move e6, because if we take, this looks quite scary with the knight jumping to d5, attacking the queen. And if you move your queen, let's say here, knight e7 check, all looks very annoying. And you might just lose that pawn very quickly anyway. So I like e6.
Yeah, she has to make sure to not allow counterplay from the opponent, because that is exactly what white is looking for. And with the move d6, it's setting the tone of the game that white also wants to start getting active.
Yeah, so I think d6 was a nice move by Antonio. Someone's asking in the chat, what about g4? I think g4 also an interesting idea to try to break down the pawn structure. Yeah, because we don't. I mean, maybe we can go. Although f4 is going to hang this and take. There might be a check, which looks quite scary.
Ooh. Yeah, black needs to be careful as well with the weak king side still. This bishop on h5 feels like it's out of the game, but I can see it do some damage. It is still looking towards g6 and f7. And if the queen gets involved, it may get very tricky. So Andrea needs to stay cautious. But
Yeah.
this should be fine for black.
Yeah, so let's see what she's gonna do. I think d6 is a good start, but the move d6 definitely took her by surprise a little bit. But yeah, again, taking looks very risky, allowing the knight to d5. So yeah, I think she should start with the move e6. e6 here or e4 first.
Yep, and both players are now around 25 minutes. Andrea on 24, Antonio on 26. So things are getting more tense as we go lower on the clock here.
Yeah, the game is definitely heating up here. I mean, it can still easily go either way. Again, Andrea having 3 pawns for the piece, a very nice bishop pair, but you know, her opponent is up a minor piece for the moment. And also, both kings a little bit exposed, and yeah, as they're getting down to like 25-ish minutes, it's looking quite tense.
Yeah. So Andrea, she has to play either e6 or a4. We need to try to do some telepathy here. But I'm sure she will find them because it takes d6 is not a move you want to make here. It's clear that, you know, your opponent played d6 for a reason. So yeah.
Oh, and we have Alexandra in the chat saying that whichever mod wants a hoodie can have one. All right, that's nice. But yeah, indeed, as you pointed out, 95 looks risky.
Oh, the playing is freezing. Yeah, I was going to ask. It looks like Andrea has like multiple layers wearing while also wearing a hoodie. So I was a bit surprised to see because some people are wearing you know, like t-shirts, and I saw some shorts, but yeah. It looks somewhat cold.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to bring a hoodie because it might be really cold in the playing hall. So yeah, it's always a good idea to bring a hoodie. I mean, if it's not too cold, you can take the hoodie off. But if it is cold, you wanna make sure you stay warm.
Especially at chess tournaments, you don't know what the temperature is going to be inside, so you need to be prepared for kind of all the temperatures possible. I recently went to the UAE, which is super warm country. It's like 40 degrees every single day, but the playing hall was like super cold, so I had to make sure to bring long sleeves as well. Even though when you go outside, the long sleeves were just like making you sweat really, really quickly.
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, that sounds tough. Yeah, no, you definitely want to wear a hoodie inside, but outside, yeah, definitely take the hoodie off. Otherwise, you're gonna be yeah, melting, or you're gonna be in a sauna. Anyway, let's go e4. I think e4 here makes a lot of sense, attacking the queen, and then I guess we do want to follow with e6 because allowing the knight to d5 looks quite scary. So let's see if that is what Andrea is gonna go for. I'm a little bit surprised that apparently it is so cold there. I mean, I remember playing at the Charlotte Chess Center. I did not remember it being that cold over there.
Perhaps it's just in the playing hall.
We have a good question in the chat, Anamaya. Would you rather play when it's a bit too cold or too warm?
I'd rather play too cold because when it's too warm, it's really hard to do something about it. And I actually remember like back in the day, I was actually getting really disturbed by the temperature if it was too warm. So I'd rather have it too cold. It also feels like the better environment to be playing chess in than when it's too warm, because it feels like you stay alert in some way, you know?
Right. Yeah, and I'd also rather have it be a little bit too cold. I mean, you can always put on a hoodie than it being really hot. And Alexander was saying in the chat that Andrea was really sad yesterday. I had to talk her off rage quitting. I mean, that's how every chess player is after. I mean, a lot of chess players are like that after a loss. They're like, I'm just going to quit chess. I mean, I never want to play this game again. But, you know, at the end of the day, you still have to. There's still many more games to go. So you just have to shake it off and focus on the next game.
Yeah, just to rewind a few moves, because Andrea went for a voluntary knight sacrifice, which was not very precise, but it did give her really good practical chances. So after knight e5, she lost the knight, but it was with good reason. However, after in this position, white had the winning move bishop takes f7, which is completely insane and was also not found by her opponent, so it made a lot of sense. But yeah, it was a little dangerous for a second. But now after e takes d, she did not take actually instantly. She played f5 first, going for the attack and playing very aggressively. And yeah, this is the current position after queen takes b4. I believe the opponent. Oh yeah, opponent played d6. Getting a little bit lost over here. And e6
She did not
played. She played e6.
e6 right away. Yeah, she did not play e4 yet. This does give white an additional option to go queen to b7, attacking the bishop over here, whereas e4 would have shut out that option. But I think after queen b7, we can still defend the bishop with something like rook a8. On the computer, you know, maybe you take here. Maybe you have to defend with the other rook, which to me seems slightly counterintuitive because there's so much action on the king side.
Right. I guess the reason why you have to move the rook, I mean, of course, to make sure that the a7 pawn is covered, but also I guess there's, even though all the pawns are activated on the king side, it's hard to make progress, and this bishop is not doing much on h5. It's just there for decoration and only that.
Yeah. So let's see what the time situation is right now. Andrea down to 20 minutes, Antonio down to 25. I think we can easily see a time scramble here. I mean, not a lot of time for both players. The position is heating up. So it's really about who manages their clock better here and who is going to navigate the complications a little bit better here. So I'd say it really can go either way.
Yeah, very dynamic position. Very imbalanced position, so to say, with knight versus 3 pawns. So yeah, it can't really get more trickier than that. So I really like Andrea's approach to make matters complicated, and yeah, it makes the game super exciting.
Yeah, and Alex also made a great point earlier in the chat saying that, you know, Andrea needs to get a win sooner rather than later to try to get her, you know, mental game back, so to speak. Because yeah, if you get a loss, you want to try to bounce back as quickly as possible, get your confidence back, and that's going to help you in the other games as well. So let's see if she can get the win here. I mean, position very double-edged. I'm curious to see whether Antonio will go for the move queen to b7. I think it looks kind of tempting, to be honest.
It looks very tempting. It's hard to see what other move white can play here. Because yeah, none of the other pieces can really move forward. Which is quite depressing in a way, but yeah, the queen is the only one that can move forward, and that's why it would make a lot of sense to play queen b7. And then you can start considering to move the rook to c1 to get to the 7th rank, and these kind of ideas you'd have to consider. But for now, queen b7 makes a lot of sense, and it puts pressure on the opponent.
Yeah, Antonio's still in the tank, so what else can he be thinking of besides the move queen b7? I honestly have no idea. I mean, again, you can play a move like king h1, but it doesn't do a whole lot.
G4?
Or g4. Yeah, g4 also, by the way, is a legitimate idea. Yeah, with the idea to take to try to carve out the d5 square again. So yeah, g4 also makes a ton of sense.
But I guess practically you don't want to play g4 because that sort of locks your bishop up on h5.
Right. On the other hand, like, where else is the bishop going to go? I think it doesn't make a whole lot of sense for the bishop to go back anymore because it will always be hit with an e4 push. So you probably just sort of have to accept that this bishop will be stuck here for the foreseeable future. And he does play the move queen to b7, attacking the bishop on d7. So maybe now moving a rook to d8 makes sense.
Yeah, because especially if you move the bishop, then this pawn starts to move forward real fast, and that looks quite terrifying. And indeed, Andrea goes for the move rook f to d8.
Yep, defending the bishop on d7. All right, so let's see what Antonio is going to do here. I think g4 still makes sense to try to take, followed by knight d5. Yeah. Again, this queen on b7 is a little bit annoying. It's a little bit stuck here, but you can't quite trap it. It's not easy to push it away. I think Black's next move is going to be e4 though, but maybe Antonio will do something in the meantime.
Yeah, it's hard to see how White can actually make progress here, because the move I'm considering is bishop f3 to attack the rook on a8 and you know, complicate matters even more. But after bishop f3, the move e4 comes to mind, and I'm not sure if White has anything else going on there.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. So yeah, the question is though, like after g4 and we play e4, can White maybe sacrifice the knight, or would they have to move it? I mean, it looks kind of dangerous, to be honest. Like, let's have a look. So let's say g4, e4, can they take? Because if we take, yeah, the evil bar goes all the way up. It looks really scary. I don't know what the win is, but it looks like there should be something. Maybe take and like here, or like maybe queen e7,
Maybe
attacking
bishop
a lot of
g6,
stuff.
yeah.
Looks all really loose for Black all of a sudden. So let's hope he doesn't find some of these moves.
I guess it makes sense to play g4, because what else do you have? You don't really have other pawn moves.
No. So let's have a look at the time situation. Andrea, 20 minutes on the clock. Antonio, 20 minutes as well. They're now even. But, you know, 20 minutes is not a whole lot of time, but it's still quite a bit. I mean, you still have time for some calculations. That's still, you know, you can still take a few 5-minute things, but they're going to have to speed up a little bit now.
Yeah, time is ticking. And the position is getting more complicated by the minute. So, yeah, this may become a really exciting time scramble at some point, because the position is so complex, and I'm pretty sure the players will start spending quite some time even now, as it's not so easy to play here for both sides.
Yeah, no, definitely. I wonder if Andrea has some ideas to try to trap the queen. Like, let's say White goes g4. Is it ever an idea to, let's say, go e4 takes and then rook b8? Oh no, wait, the queen goes back to e4, I guess. And he has played the move g4. That's a good find by Antonio. Yeah, trying to loosen up Black's pawns on the king side.
Alex is mentioning in the chat that her opponent told her he had to go to the bathroom during the game. And that's why she smiled, because I believe the chat was pointing out, like, why is she smiling? And we were all confused. Okay, we don't know what happened, but I've never seen anyone do that, so that's adorable.
Well, to be fair, like I remember, like when I was a kid, I thought that whenever you would go to the bathroom, that the opponent should pause the clock, but that's not at all a thing. You know, your time just starts ticking. Yeah.
I should have said permission denied and see what happens. That would be cruel.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. No, that'd be pretty harsh.
Mm.
All right. Yeah, g4, a good move by Antonio. Let's see, maybe a rook a b8 here, attacking the queen, and if you take, although we're not trapping the queen can always get out either through f3 or a6, and then, you know, it doesn't make a big difference, but you have lost a pawn in the process. So yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. This is not an easy position to play with less than 20 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, g4 on the board makes it also quite difficult now for Andrea. What does she do about this move? Because since the rook has left the f file, the pawn on f5 is a little bit more loose. And you don't want to allow g takes f5, because after e takes f5, the knight jumps to d5, and things are looking very scary for Andrea. So yeah, what can she do here? Yeah, what can she do with that pawn on f5? Don't really want to push the pawn, but it may be a move that she has to consider here.
Yeah, yeah, it's not ideal because you loosen up the e4 square for white's knight, or maybe then you can reposition the bishop over there. And white really gets a blockade going, whereas we would love to go e4 to open up that bishop. So let's see. I mean, yeah, maybe a rook b8, hitting the queen. The queen moves, and then maybe you go back and forth. Because you can always, let's say, go e4 now. Maybe that's something she would have to do.
Yeah. Opening up the bishop is always a good idea, but it is looking very tricky. With the queen on b7, I would, yeah, I would not be so sure to play rook b8. It's a really difficult move to play.
Alex just asked in the chat, what is the time situation for both? Andrea just dropped below 18 minutes, while Antonio still has 20 minutes on his clock. So a small time advantage for Antonio, but nothing too dramatic. I think he's playing a good game. Yeah.
Absolutely. The game is super double-edged, and it really goes back and forth in the past few moves. So anything can still happen. Is he playing above his level? I would say not by much. Not like crazy good, because he did miss the opportunity to strike, which was very difficult. But I guess he is playing above his level a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I have to admit, he found some really good moves. I was really impressed by the move d6 here. I mean, a pawn sacrifice to try to open up the d5 square. And then I think also queen b7 is a good move here, followed by g4, another good find to try to loosen up the black pawn. So I think he's been playing a good game so far.
He's playing pretty good. But yeah, he definitely made some moves that were not as accurate. So yeah, both players have been having chances so far.
Yep, and apparently we saw Dina passing by in the back. Yeah, with the black hoodie.
Botezlive hoodie.
Yeah.
If you want to get your Botezlive hoodie, make sure to visit botezlive.shop, everyone. They seem very cozy. Cozy. So you definitely get yours.
Yeah, they got some nice merch going. All right, so let's see what Andrea is gonna do. Her clock has been ticking. She just dropped below 16 minutes. Again, nothing too dramatic, but I don't know. I honestly find it difficult to come up with a good move for black. I mean, maybe she does have to go for rook b8, sacrificing a pawn, but perhaps you can play e4 under slightly better circumstances.
Yeah. I have a feeling she will not play rook b8 just because she doesn't want to give up on that pawn on a7, and that would make a lot of sense. But what else could she be considering here? Perhaps e4 right away?
I mean, I'm sure she's looking at e4 here, but it feels like the lines aren't quite working out. After takes.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it feels like something bad is going to happen here, like take. And yeah, to me, something like queen e7 looks extremely dangerous for black. And she goes rook b. I think that's a good move. I think that's a very impressive move, giving up the pawn on a7, but she realizes that it is a necessity.
Look at her playing rook b8. That's impressive. It's not an easy move to make because, the queen is very annoying on the 7th rank, but after rook b8, the pawn a7 is hanging, and it's not clear that, you can't really trap the queen there. So making such a move is not easy at all, but she plays it.
Yeah, good move by Andrea. And now Antonio is thinking, let's see what he's going to do. Antonio has 19 minutes on the clock, so up like 4 minutes, give or take. I think he's going to take. It looks very natural to just take the pawn over here. And, I mean, it's clear that your queen is not going to get trapped, right? It feels like it should always come out. I mean, you can also go queen a6 or queen f3 right away. But again, then we can get in the e4 push under better circumstances.
Yeah, I think the pawn a7 will be captured, especially since you know that you will be able to retreat and your queen is not going to get trapped. Because after queen takes a7, let's say a move such as bishop c6, because you want to try to trap the queen somehow, the queen can always go to f7 since the bishop on h5 is covering that square. So you have to be careful here with black. Even after queen takes a7, it doesn't really seem like the queen can get lost in that side of the board, in that little corner.
Yeah, but he is paused to think. So let's see. I mean, he can also do something else. Someone like Queen A6 if he's worried about his queen getting trapped, or Queen F3. I think we would be happy to see those moves, as then, especially after Queen F3, E4 comes with a tempo. And the position is still extremely tricky, but then at least Andrea is getting a little bit more of momentum.
Yeah, question in the chat. Why is it beneficial to let A7 taken? I don't get it. It is very difficult to understand because at first sight, it looks like you're just losing the pawn on A7. What is the point? The point is that this queen on the 7th rank is really annoying and it is given white a lot of counterplay. And black needs to do something to try to get rid of it, to try to get rid of the queen so that it retreats, and then we can continue with our own plans of pushing the pawns in the center. Because now, a move earlier, the threat was G takes F5, and after E takes F5, the knight comes in. So it's really difficult for black to defend this, and white has a lot of options after that. So that's why Rook B8, giving up on the pawn to A7, and yeah, basically trying to get some counterplay because the pieces are more or less stuck over here, and you have to try to do something.
Exactly, yeah. And I think a good move by Andreas, sacrificing a pawn, but trying to get the queen away as quickly as possible. Someone was asking, like, why not A5 first? I mean, I understand you want to keep your pawn, but it just seems a little bit too slow, as Anamai pointed out, white can take. And then something like knight D5 looks very scary. And, you know, Antonio has paused to think here. Right now, he is down to 16.5 minutes. Time situation is evening out. And keep in mind, everybody, there's only a 10-second increment. So I feel like they're probably both going to get low on time. And yeah, really anything can happen in that situation.
Yeah, both players around 16 minutes on the clock. Things are getting even more tense than they already were. But now the question is, what is white going to play here now? Where's the queen going? I think the pawn has to be captured. Do you think in case white takes the pawn, rook 8 will be played, queen b7, do you think Andrea would want to go for repetition here? Or do you think maybe she has some other move here to play?
I think she will repeat the moves. I think that's kind of what she probably was intending by going rook a b8. And of course, it would be great for her to get a win here and bounce back immediately. It's definitely better to at least get a draw than another loss. So I think, you know, a draw would be fine here. Antonio's still in the tank, and the longer he's thinking, the more it tells me that maybe he will not capture the pawn on a7. In the meantime, Alex is confident that Andrea will swindle.
That seems also like, you know, it makes sense. And it's also in Andrea's nature, I think, to continue. I don't think she wants to settle for a draw. I don't think so. But it would be probably the better decision in this case because her position is not looking so great anymore. And white is putting a lot of pressure on that pawn on f5. And if she is not able to recover from this too well, then things may fall apart really quickly. So she has to be careful here. And sometimes you have to take the draw. Sometimes you have no choice, and it kind of makes you the mature chess player that sometimes you just have to go for the draw.
Yeah, no, 100%. In the meantime, you know, Antonio is still thinking right now. Andrea is up on time. He just dropped below 15 minutes. You know, again, that's still quite a bit of time, but he's gonna have to speed up. If he takes like 5-6 minutes for every move, he's gonna be out of time in no time. And again, with a 10-second increment, it's so easy to blunder and let things get completely out of control. So let's hope Andrea can keep up the momentum on the clock and get him into time pressure.
Yeah. For the most part of the game, Andrea was lower on the clock. She came back really well. She is showing good time management, but now the question is this going to be enough? Is this going to put enough pressure on her opponent now that her opponent is lower on the clock? We'll have to see. But things are looking very, very interesting for so far.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, so let's see what he's gonna do. He still, by the way, has not captured the pawn on a7. That pawn is still on the board. This is the life position we're having. I don't know. I'm starting to like him more and more as he keeps thinking. He's now down to 13 minutes. As a matter of fact, he has captured a pawn on a7, but he is now down 2 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the pawn's captured on a7. And is there any other move for Andrea other than rook a8? Does she have other opportunities?
I don't think so, because if we go e4, again, white's a little bit faster by taking on a 5. I mean, to be fair, maybe you can just recapture. Knight e5 is annoying, but maybe we can get away with capturing the pawn on d6. Doesn't look ideal, but again, we have 3 pawns for the knight. And in the time scramble, again, anything can happen here. The bishops are quite powerful. You have a lot of pawns. Perhaps this is a possibility as well.
Right. Yeah, I think that would suit Andrea's style more. I don't think she wants to settle for a draw. Andrea does not seem the type of person to be okay with the draw, and I think she wants to go for the win today. She's been playing very aggressive. She sacrificed a knight, and then to end it like this, it just doesn't feel satisfying. So I think she will continue.
Definitely. But yeah, one thing you can sometimes do is repeat once, see how your opponent is feeling. And if he repeats, then be like, okay, well, then I'll just go for the win. Because he's already shown that he's happy with a draw, which is sort of showing a sign of weakness, so to speak.
Right, and I guess if you play rook a8, queen b7, rook b8, and then retreat, that's, I think, sort of in Andrea's favor, because then you can start being aggressive yourself. And with the queen retreating, it just feels like black can get more confidence by playing e4 and start playing aggressively.
Right, now you would also, you get e4 with the tempo. So yeah, I think she either has to play rook to a8 or e4 right away. Both moves are fine. Keep a lot of chances for both sides in a position. But hopefully she plays one of those moves sooner rather than later, as now it's Antonio who is slightly ahead on the clock again. He's 13.5 against 13 minutes approximately.
Ooh, time is ticking, and we know that there's 10 seconds increment every single move, so the players are not required to write down their moves when they go under 5 minutes, so we are getting very close to that point now.
Yeah. Someone in the chat is asking, can we look at queen f3 and knight takes c4? Well, fortunately, in case white takes the knight, we can always recapture with the queen, so that white would have to trade off the queens to open up the f-file. So here black is still quite safe. But I guess white would have to play a move like queen e3 to continue to defend the knight on c3.
Yeah, so we do not have to worry about knight sacrifices against us.
I feel like she's getting ready to move. She's reaching for a piece. I feel like she's going to reach for the e-pawn. I think.
It looks like it.
f4.
Ah.
Okay. All right, so she wants to keep the position close, make sure that white cannot take, followed by knight at d5. But now, if black can get an e4, I think she's doing quite all right. But can white go bishop g6 first?
Yeah, I'm a bit concerned about that because of the light squares being very weak now. And this also opened up the path for the bishop to get out of h5 and sort of slide back to c2, for example.
Yeah, maybe bishop back to c2. And then if somehow the queen gets back, then you can get a nice battery going to go after the black king. Yeah, I feel like bishop g6 is findable for Antonio, and it's not an easy move to deal with. Again, if black, let's say you get in the move e4, I think you're absolutely fine. You know, as we see, the evil bar goes all the way down.
Exactly what you want with black, yeah.
But he's played bishop g6 quite quickly. Again, I feel like he's playing a good game.
Absolutely, and yeah, the bishop is back in the game now. And what can Andrea do next? Because e4 is not possible anymore. You don't want to play bishop c6 because that is asking for trouble with queen f7 check. What can black do here?
I don't know. She is bopping her head, so she sees something that I guess she feels confident about. I don't know. Let's see what she's gonna do.
Yeah, perhaps
she's reaching.
I think she will move this rook on b8 somewhere, either c8 or 8. Oh, she played bishop f8 instead.
Uh-huh. So she's going after the pawn on d6. Okay, the pawn is not easy to protect, but now this bishop is going away from the black king on g8, which seems a little risky. And to be fair, white can still defend the pawn with knight e4, as bishop c6 would run into checkmate with knight here. So I don't know, this is looking dangerous for Andrea.
Yeah, knight e4 is also a really logical move because it defends the pawn on d6 as well. So not only is it defending the pawn, but also preparing to move knight f6. So allowing this move would be disastrous. So after knight e4, she would have to cover that f6 square for sure.
And I think actually a good way to do so is with the move king g7, as then all of a sudden this bishop would be quite trapped. So knight e4, she's setting a nice trap here. Knight e4 would actually be a big mistake, because after king g7, I think the bishop is in trouble. I mean, if you move it, you hang the knight. So let's see what Antonio should do instead. It's not easy to defend this pawn, because queen c7 runs into rook c8. So this is still far from over. And let's have a look at the time situation. They're both down to 11 minutes and a half.
Right, I guess maybe white should start with a move such as a3 first. Just get the queen away, so that knight e4 can be played without losing material.
That's a nice move, yeah, because after a3, if we would, let's say, give a check and then take knight e4, creates a fork. So yeah, I like your move a3. Not sure what black should do about it. Maybe move the queen here, but then you're no longer attacking this pawn.
And I guess it also invites bishop d3 at some point. And white could be coming back in the game. So not an easy position at all. There's so much going on.
Yeah, I think she really has to try to get him low on time, and then, you know, she can swindle him. But for now, like 11 minutes is still a decent chunk of time. So I'm not expecting any blunders just yet, but you know, if they get down to like their last minute, I think really anything can happen. So let's see what he's gonna do right now. But yeah, I like your move a3. Looks really strong.
Yeah, let's see if Antonia will play this move, but not an easy move to play, I would say. It's kind of counterintuitive. You don't really want to kind of, it's not really wasting time, but I think the attention will be elsewhere. Whether that's on the bishop or the knight to be more active. But yeah, maybe a3 will be played just for the sake of attacking the queen, because attacking moves are always very appealing.
Yeah. Antonio just dropped below 10 minutes. You know, again, still a decent chunk of time, but it's a little bit more nerve-wracking now that you only have 3 digits on your clock. So let's see what he's gonna do. I mean, he must realize that he's in a good position. But yeah, maybe he's getting a little bit nervous. You know, I think it happens at any level when you feel like you're in a good position. It's easy to get too excited, too nervous, and that's when things go wrong. So let's hope for Andrea that could happen here.
Especially when you get lower on the clock, the pressure is really on then, and he is now dropping to 9 minutes on the clock. So I'm getting very excited for the time travel. I'm here for it, because I don't expect the game to finish in like the next 10 moves or something, unless something disastrous happens. But for now, things seems you know, not too bad for either side to end so quickly.
Yeah, again, he's taking his time. He's taking his time. He is now below 9 minutes, 8:45, and ticking on the clock. Again, like he has been playing good moves, but he has not stepped up his pace. Because if I look at his last couple of moves, let me have a quick look. Give me just a second. He spent like 6 minutes for queen takes a4, queen takes a7, sorry. And right now he's again in the tank for like another 5-6 minutes. So if he keeps playing like this, he's gonna be out of time in like 2 to 3 moves.
Yeah, I guess he needs to try to keep control over the position. So a move that I would want to play is bishop e4, just to stop any sort of rook a8, but that does block the square for the knight to go to e4 and drops the pawn on d6. Instead, he plays the move bishop b1, retreating all the way. Does this drop the d6 pawn already?
It does, yeah. We can take the pawn. there's no tactic for white as far as I can see. I mean, it is a little bit tricky. I mean, black's pieces are a little bit loose, but I think for now you can get away with capturing this pawn. But let's have a look. Let's say we take, and white goes 94, attacking the pawn. The computer does not approve of that one. Maybe we can go like here, attacking the queen, and now the c7 square is no longer available. So maybe we can go for some sort of repetition.
Again, back
Which,
to square
again,
one.
is not quite what we want, but it's better than a loss.
Yeah, and black needs to be really careful because this knight is coming into f6, and you can't just allow that to happen. So there's a lot of threats in the position, and yeah, you need to make sure that you cover all of those. So
People are saying in the chat that's not happening. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I think she is gonna take the pawn. I mean, that was the whole idea of bishop f8. So you probably do a blunder check here, like, hey, am I losing if I take the pawn? And if the answer is no, you just take it and see what happens.
Yeah, I have a feeling she will spend quite some time on this. And question in chat, after bishop takes d6, knight e4. I was also thinking of bishop c5 check, but that allows knight f6 very soon, because this bishop is also hanging on d7. So the bishop is hanging, knight f6 is a threat, so the position is simply falling apart here.
Yeah, no, here there's just too many threats. The bishop is hanging, knight f6 is coming in, as you mentioned. So I think she will take the pawn on d6. And then, yeah, especially if she sees it's not losing. Yeah, it is kind of scary. I mean, yeah, something like 94. I mean, the bishop is hanging, the knight can jump into f6. Yeah, does she see rook a8 and rook b8? And does she sort of accept the fact that then the game will be a draw is a big question.
Yeah, I don't see I mean, I can see this happen, but at the same time, I don't think Andrea will be fine with this. So she will keep playing, but it's hard to see how she can continue the game without losing if she doesn't go for this idea.
Right, yeah. Because again, if you don't take the pawn, then which other move are you going to play, right? I don't see it. I mean, you could play rook a8 here, but that's only going to help white because the queen would actually love to swing back. You cannot move the bishop at all. That allows checkmate on one. You cannot push the pawn. So I think you do settle on capturing the pawn, even though it looks a little scary.
Yeah, we have to get rid of that pawn. And I think Andrea is going to take some time to calculate to make sure that she's not blundering something in this very tricky position. A lot of threats available for white. And yeah, Andrea needs to make sure that she does not blunder something here, because it's very easy to make a mistake here.
Yeah, time situation is evening out, by the way. Both players are around 8 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. So let's see, is Andrea going to capture the pawn here or do something else? I mean, I think she should take, because I don't see a good alternative.
She seems laser focused on the pawn, so yeah, let's hope that she's not going to spend too much time on this, because there's still a lot of moves to be played here. I think the game can still go on for quite some time, and with not so much time on the clock, a lot can go wrong. So let's hope she makes the moves fast.
Yeah. Now you want to manage your time here. You want to manage your time correctly here. Keep some time on the clock, because, like I said, still many difficult moves ahead. Yeah, it's kind of scary to take the pawn on d6, right? Because then your bishop on d6 is loose, your bishop on d7 is loose. Both pieces can't really move, so it looks scary. I totally get why she's taking her time here. But I mean, what else is a move to consider, right? I mean, I honestly don't know.
Yeah, hard to say, because knight e4 is going to happen on the next move. Now it's actually a threat. So you don't take the pawn, knight e4 is coming anyway. And if you try to stop it, you can move we can move the bishop, because as mentioned by you, there's checkmate on the board. So we can play bishop c6. This knight move is going to happen regardless. So might as well get this pawn off the board and yeah, find the defense after that.
Yeah, Andrea now dropping down to 6 minutes and 40 seconds. She needs to make a move sooner rather than later. Otherwise, yeah, it's just getting... I mean, the position itself is already difficult to handle, but if you're also down on time, it's going to be super difficult to deal with. So she's reaching for a piece. I think she is going to take the pawn. And
Oh.
she played queen a5 instead, offering the trade of queens.
Oh. It makes sense because getting the queens off the board will make her position a bit more comfortable, that she's not getting attacked by this queen. But she only has 2 pawns left now for the piece. And we know that when you're up material, you want to trade queens, you want to trade pieces. And since Andrea is down material, you would not want to trade queens here.
Yeah, it's really all about, and we by the way have a queen trade, it's really all about whether she can get the pawns rolling in the center. If she can go bishop c6, take here, and especially if she can get an e4, I think she's doing absolutely fine. But Antonio now can create a bit of a blockade in the center with something like knight e4, bishop here, and maybe knight c3. That being said, like as it is of, let's say, rook b4, maybe placing the rook here so that you later pick up the pawn over here. Antonio should be better, but I'd say still anything can happen. I mean, the position is very double-edged, like having the bishop pair, some pawns, and he has played the move knight e4, so now I do expect bishop c6.
Ooh, it's looking very tricky still for Andrea, but I really like what you pointed out, that black has still a lot of activity going on. The bishop on f8 is not really doing much other than staring at the pawn on d6. So if Andrea can get that pawn off the board, I can definitely see her getting the counterplay in. But for now, with the bishop out of the game pretty much, and this knight on e4 dominating the position pretty much, black needs to work hard here to try to find some counterplay.
Yeah, but fortunately for her, I think bishop c6 looks quite natural, right? Activating the bishop, putting some pressure on the knight, putting some pressure on the pawn. Yeah, I mean, you could consider maybe something like this, but white's just going to move the rook and then move the knight here with a tempo. The question is just, though, like after bishop c6, knight c3, I think this plan of rook b4 and rook d4 is not as intuitive.
Yeah, I guess you just have to find a way to make use of the pawns in the center. Since they can't move forward, you need to start making use of the strong squares that you have in possession. So the square d5, the square d4 come to mind. So you would really like to put a rook there, for example, but it's not so easy to think of such moves to maneuver the rook all the way there.
And she has played bishop to b5, attacking the knight on e2. All right, so now I expect Antonio to play something like rook to e1, unpinning the knight so that next he can move the knight to c3. And yet the time situation is that Antonio has like 7 minutes to Andrea's 5. So small lead for Antonio, but nothing too traumatic.
And soon Andrea does not have the right to moves anymore because she is on 5 minutes, and under 5 minutes you can stop writing the moves down. So yeah, we may see a massive time scramble very soon.
Yeah, and as one of the mods is pointing out in the chat, after this round there will be another round at 4 p.m. Eastern. So that will be in approximately 3 hours. So yeah, lots of chess today. Yeah, this game is not over yet, so let's see what Antonio is going to do. He played rook f2. Also makes sense. Also pinning the knight. All right, so again, I think sooner or later this bishop has to go to c6, as knight c3 is going to come very, very soon.
Yeah, and yeah, Andrea just put the bishop on b5, so maybe she wants to be more active with that bishop instead of making a retreating move, which feels counterintuitive.
Yeah. All right, so she is... Okay, she played bishop a4. Attacking... Okay, makes sense. Attacking the rook. Okay, I mean, look at this. The rook is under attack. You cannot keep defending the pawn on d6, because if you move the rook up, let's say the d2, you hang your bishop on b1. So maybe you have to play a rook e1. That would give black the opportunity to take the pawn on d6. But I don't know, like let's say you take, let's say white takes, take, knight c3, attacking the bishop, attacking this. I don't know. I don't know how this plays out. Like bishop back, white takes here. Still feels like white is better. But some tough moves for Antonio to find.
Not easy at all. He plays with rook c1, actually.
Oh, okay. I think now we should be able to take. And hey, look at the evil bar go. We're now white's still a little bit better, but barely. I mean, black's getting 3 pawns for the piece here.
Yeah, the pawns on the e-file are a bit of a pity that they're doubled, because imagine if this pawn on e6 was on d5, that would be a completely different story. But for now, this pawn is on e6, and the knight is blocking the pawns very well. But by capturing the pawn on d6, Andrea might come back into the game.
Yeah, and I think she's absolutely like fully back into the game after she takes on d6, and it looks quite natural to me, right? I mean, that's why she played bishop f8. You want to get rid of the pawn, and that's probably also why she played bishop a4, kicking the rook away from the d file. And she has captured the pawn. Yeah, no, I think, again, this game can go either way. I mean, right now, Antonio having a slight lead on the clock, 6 minutes to 4. But this position can get out of hand with the bishop pair and all the pawns in the center.
Yeah, the bishop is back to life now. Will Antonio take that bishop? It is very tempting, because getting rid of the pair of bishops is always a good idea. And that may make matters even more interesting, because that would potentially allow the pawns to move forward. But instead, Antonio plays the other knight to c3, attacking the bishop on a4. But it does block the rook on c1.
Yeah, and it's allowing Andrea to keep her bishop pair on the board. She can actually do so with a tricky move like bishop a3, attacking the rook. The rook has to move, let's say here, and now you can save this bishop. And again, I mean, black has 3 pawns. The pawns for a moment are kind of blocked in the middle, but if they start rolling, I think black's doing pretty well. So I like Andrea's chances here a lot. Again, this can really go either way. Is she gonna find bishop a3? Would be a great find if she sees it.
And she actually does. She plays the move bishop a3. It is on the board. And yeah, the bishops are working so well together. We have the dancing knights, but these are the dancing bishops.
Yeah, no, great find by Andrea. Again, I think this game can go either way. I mean, the rook's under attack. Probably it's going to go to e1, then you save your bishop. White is going to have to be careful. If you move this knight, there's always going to be bishop to c5. So I think maybe practically it's already becoming slightly easier to play for black. I feel like it's very easy for white to blunder here. Like, you can easily blunder a pin or a skewer here.
A lot of tricks available for Andrea in this position. You'd have to set them up first, but yeah, with the king and rook on the same diagonal, you have to be really careful on the diagonals when there's 2 bishops on your opponent's side. But yeah, he plays the move rook cf1. It feels very passive, but there's not really much else he could have done.
And bishop c6 by Andrea, good move, saving the bishop and placing it on the most active square. Again, I mean, it's looking tough for white. You have an extra piece. The pawns are fairly blocked, but I don't see a good way for white to improve the position. And what Andrea will probably try to do is put pressure on the knight on e4, try to push it away, so that then she can push her e-pawn up. Or, I mean, hey, getting a bishop to c5 would be great as well. So, looking really tricky now for Antonio.
If only Andrea had this one pawn on, one extra pawn on the queen side, that would make things so much easier for her. But now there's only one pawn on the queen side for both players, and it's impossible to make a passed pawn there. So the tension, the focus is in the center, and we'll have to see if Andrea can find a way to trick her opponent.
Yeah, no, I think yeah, she has great chance to win now. I would definitely pick black's position here over white's. The time also approximately getting even. White getting down to 4 minutes. Andrea 3 minutes and 40 seconds on her clock. And the thing is, for Antonio, the last moves he saved his pieces, but right now he's got a free move, so to speak, right? Like, there's nothing under attack, but those moves might sometimes be the most difficult, right? Like, let's say your opponent attacks a rook, you move the rook, or he takes a knight, you move the knight, or a check, you move the king. But here, I don't see an easy plan, and that's also why Antonio is taking his time.
Yeah, and as the clock is running low, remember, guys, there's only 10 seconds increment every single move, which starts to feel like a blitz game at some point. So both players are getting lower on the clock, and it's going to matter who has the best nurse of steel in the time scramble.
Absolutely. We have a move by Antonio. He played bishop to c2. All right, makes sense. Trying to bring the bishop back into the game via the b3 square. So now let's see what Andrea is going to do. I feel like maybe move like bishop e4, putting pressure on the knight, or maybe rook d4. Sorry, rook d4, putting pressure on this knight also makes sense. Again, they're getting lower and lower on time. 3 minutes and 20 seconds apiece. But I like Andrea's position now.
Yeah, after bishop c2, it feels so inviting to play rook b2 now. But you do have to be careful that bishop b3 may be played. Attacking the pawn on e6, it's definitely easy to defend this, but this is the idea behind bishop c2. And let's see what Andrea decides to do now, as she is down to 2 minutes and 45 seconds.
Yeah, and as someone asked in the chat, can they now stop writing down moves? Yes, they can. They're below 5 minutes. They no longer have to. And I think at some point you shouldn't write down moves anymore, because it's going to take a little bit of time. It's going to be distracting. So just put your score sheet away and fully focus on the game. Because as you pointed out, it's basically a blitz game at this point.
Yeah, let's show those blitz powers of Andrea. She has had so much practice for many years. So let's see what she is capable of. She plays the move king f7, bringing the king into the action. It makes a lot of sense, and I really like it.
Yeah, king f7, good move, making sure that this pawn is always protected on e6. And again, it's difficult for Antonio to come up with a move. It's also very easy for him to blunder something here. So let's see what he will do. And Andrea down to 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Antonio, 2 minutes and 50 seconds on his clock.
Ooh, but I feel like it's harder for Antonio to play here because all the pieces are blocked. It's really difficult to see what the next move is and what the best move is to play here, because you don't really have active moves.
Mm-hmm. And he's played the move bishop to b3, activating the bishop, putting pressure on the pawn on e6. So let's see what Andrea will do here. She's currently thinking, I should play king e7. I think a nice move, making sure that this never comes with a check. And now I think she can start looking at ideas like rook d4 to, again, try to dislodge the knight from the e4 square.
I really like Andrea's chances now. She completely turned the game around after being in a very tough position. Both players now on 2 minutes on the clock. Andrea on 2 minutes and 19 seconds. Opponent on 2 minutes and 39. Things are really going down to the wire here. The final seconds will decide what is going to happen in this game.
Yeah, and we have the move rook to e2. Makes a lot of sense, eyeing that pawn on e5. Bishop e4 by Andrea also makes sense, putting pressure on the knight. 2 minutes for Andrea, 2:30 for Antonio. Yeah, again, it can really go either way, but I like Andrea's chance. It feels like she has the easier moves. Maybe rook d4 next. We have rook c1 by Antonio. Let's see what she's going to do.
Meanwhile, we have a raid from Lila Koritsa. Thank you so much, Lila, for the raid. You guys are joining just at the right time, as we have a really exciting time scramble currently in Andrea's game. Alex won her game already quite some time ago. So you guys are just here right on time for the most exciting part of the game.
Yeah, and we have someone named Antonio in the chat saying, I'm here, I'm not playing her. I suspected that as a different Antonio. In the meantime, we have the move rook bc8 by Andrea on the board. Looking, yeah, again, I think Andrea's got good practical chances here. Rook cc2. That being said, this blockade is tough to break down. For the moment, white is very much hanging in there. So let's see what she will do.
Yeah, not easy to break through. You need pawns to break through here, and you can't really move them. So yeah, what do? You can activate this rook. Rook d3 is a move that comes to mind, but where is the breakthrough? How do you make progress here with black?
Yeah, very difficult to see. I mean, maybe you move this bishop first, increasing the pressure on the knight on c3, and then you go rook d3 on the next turn. Again, I like her position, but difficult to see what you're gonna do. And she's reaching for a piece. She's down to 1 minute and 17 seconds. Rook d4. looks like a nice move, hitting the knight. All right, let's see what Antonio is going to do now. Who, by the way, has a minute lead on the clock. Andrea has fallen behind a little bit.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock for Andrea. Rook d4, very active, but not really threatening anything. Which is difficult because all of white's pieces are defended. If the rook was on c1, bishop takes e4 would have been the threat, but rook on c2 is defended by 2 pieces, so that makes it really difficult for black to create threats here.
Yeah, so fortunately for Antonio, I mean, it's going to be difficult to move this knight as you're going to hang the knight on e4, but he can still move the knight on e4 as the knight on c3 for the moment is protected and only attacked once. He is now also getting down on time. He has 1 minute and 36 seconds on his clock. Andrea 1:17. So yeah, we're getting down to time scramble. Let's see what he's going to play.
Yeah, both players now on 1 minute on the clock. This is exciting, and it's really interesting to see how many games are actually still ongoing. All of these games are basically around the same time. So all those games have like 1 minute on the clock, basically. So it's very exciting to see that so many games are still going on.
And he plays king f2, bring the king closer to the center, but it looks a little loose. Maybe now Andrea can play a move like, let's say, bishop e7, increasing the pressure on the knights. And again, I feel like it's becoming so easy for white to blunder something. But let's see what she's going to do.
Do you think there is moves possible such as h5 to simply start pushing the pawns on the king side?
Yeah, that's also definitely possible. She played rook d8. Yeah, h5, I mean, maybe sacrificing a pawn, and then g4 comes in. You know, the white king doesn't have that much room. But I really like her move as well. Again, passing the move to Antonio. And it's really difficult for white to make a move here that doesn't blunder anything.
Yeah, everything seems stuck. So, yeah, you don't really want to play king f3, but you also don't want to move back with the king. So, not easy to play here with white.
He played knight d2. Wait, she can sacrifice the exchange here if she wants to.
She can simply take that.
Yeah, take. You sacrifice the exchange. But after rook c2, this might look problematic. But you have bishop d4 check. And here you have so many pawns for the exchange that this has to be winning for black. Oh, but she took on c3 first.
Oh, she made the wrong move. This is a classic move order situation. But it was difficult to play rook takes d2 with so little time on the clock. And the problem is that her bishop is hanging on c6.
But bishop e5, good move. Knight c4. But now wait, isn't there a4? That's just crushing. And I think... Oh, she played e4 instead. Also fine move.
Ooh,
this
but
is
maybe
looking
there
very
was a
scary
missed
for white.
opportunity.
Yeah. No, a4 would have won there. But e4 also still looking good. With e3 to follow.
Still maintaining the pressure. She missed the opportunity to win the piece with a4, but she is still in the driver's seat as she has those pawns rolling down the board. The e pawn going fast. Rook c2 on the board. e3 check. And yeah, what does white do?
I don't know. Because she still has that option to go a4 and just trapping the bishop. So if white moves the king, let's say here, a4 is just crushing for black. You get your piece back. You have these dominant pawns in the middle. And Antonio down to 36 seconds. I mean, is he going to give up the knight? I mean, it feels like he does, but this should also just be winning for black.
Yeah, this should be a clear win. Well, you still have to be careful because rook takes e3 and the pawn on e6 is hanged, but he takes with the king instead.
Okay, taking with the king. All right, so a4, there's still bishop c4. She must be winning here, but okay, she takes the pawn on g4, looks fine. Yeah, this should be a win, but it's not over. It's not over yet. Rook c5, good move by him, attacking the bishop.
Bishop has to move now, and you have to make sure to not blunder something here, as the king on e7 is quite exposed. The rooks are very active, and his bishop is looking right at that pawn on e6.
Yeah, so she played rook d3 check. Okay, expect the king to go back to f2. King e2 runs the rook takes b3. So king f2 is the only move. All right, now maybe another check. There's no... Yeah, he goes back to f2.
The king is also running out of squares, actually.
Right, but there's actually no mate. Like if you go here, let's say you go to g1, you give a check, but the king kind of keeps running around, which is a little bit annoying. You're like, where's the win? Where's the win? But it seems like there's no win.
There's no immediate win. So Andrea has to stay patient and make sure that she makes active moves while keeping an eye on her pawns that are a little loose.
Yeah. So she goes rook d1 check. Now, one thing she has to be careful of is that this rook is stepping into this discovery. She can, if she wants to, repeat the position, like to gain some time on the clock. And she goes bishop d7 finally. But this does hang the pawn on a5, which Antonio takes.
Yes, Andrea has to be careful here because there are a lot of tricks arising on the board here as her rook on d1 is loose, and it's hard to see what she can do next as white is very well defended.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's reaching for the rook on f4, I think. For the rook on d1.
She played rook d4.
Rook d4, okay. Maybe now Antonio can, let's say, move rook to the 7 rank. She's definitely still better, but not easy to finish off.
Rook a7 on the board.
Yeah, I think now you probably move up your king. Yeah, getting out of the pin. And that's what she does. All right, let's see. I mean, you can bring a second rook down to the 7 rank, attacking the bishop, which is a little bit annoying to deal with in time pressure.
Yeah, white is getting very active while Andrea does not have a lot of threats left anymore. The king is super safe on h2, weirdly enough.
Yeah. So the bishop is under attack. Maybe you move it to b5. She goes to e8, but rook e7. Wait, attacking both e6 and e8. And he plays it.
Oh no, because you don't have bishop f7 nor bishop d7. The pawn on e6 is falling. Oh no, Andrea.
I don't see it. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what the move is here. This is looking really tough because if white takes here, bishop g6, but it feels like maybe take and maybe check.
Oh
You lose the
no.
bishop.
Oh no, the king is getting really stuck now after rook a5. It's on the board. The king has to move to g4, and I fear for Andrea a lot here. The bishop is dropping, the king is stuck. Oh no, her position is completely falling apart.
Yeah, I think this one is just gone. I mean, she's down a bishop here. The king is in trouble. Very tough turnaround here. I mean, she had a dominant position, played a great game, but it seems like in time pressure things went off the rails, and it seems like Antonio's turning things around.
Yeah, Andrea had such a good chance a couple of moves back, trapping the bishop, and now this bishop is still on the board and caused so much damage. She will definitely be very upset about this.
Yeah. Antonio played rook a6. Yeah, the problem is you've got one check, but that's all there is to it, because the bishop always covers the d1 square.
Yeah, you really need to have like a pawn on g3 to make something happen, or put the rooks on the second rank, which she's trying, but I am very concerned that there's checkmate soon, as her pieces are simply stuck.
Yeah, and bishop e6, that one hurts. Yeah. A very tough loss for Andrea. She should have won this game, but losing is tough here. Yeah. Oh, this is a heartbreak for Andrea.
This is definitely a tilter. I mean, she was already tilted from yesterday's game, but today's game is another one of those where she had to win this game. She was completely winning. She was attacking and she was playing so aggressively. It was going so well, but in time trouble, things fell through. And all she can hope for now is some stalemate somewhere.
Now, let's see. Is there a way to make this stalemate happen? I don't. Yeah, I mean, you've got this pawn over here. I don't see how
not looking
we can do
that
it.
easy.
Yeah, I don't see it. Because king h5, she's hoping for some sort of stalemate, but it's just not there.
Yeah, can try g4 as the rook is captured now. Plays g4, rook g6. g3 is on the board, rook takes g3. Her king still has h4. Yeah, this is over.
Yeah, there's just never a stalemate. It's just really annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, super tough loss. Super tough loss. I mean, she had a dominant position up 2 pawns. But yeah, it was a little bit annoying that the win wasn't quite there. He hung in there, and then all of a sudden he created some counter chance, and things went wrong in time pressure.
And she played so well. If she just had a few more minutes at this point where she was able to win the piece, would have changed everything.
Right.
She tries to get the stalemate, but it has been captured with the pawn. And soon resignation will follow.
Yeah, I think she's just yeah, and there we have the
There we
resignation.
go.
So
There
very
she
tough
shook
loss for
hands.
Andrea.
This is heartbreaking. This is devastating. Like, this is not the way you want to lose, especially because she was winning several times. She had this one move that she had to play. She had to move a4 to make sure that she could win the piece. But she was not able to find the right move, and things fell apart. This is heartbreaking. And this comes with chess. Chess is so unforgiving. You don't find the right move and everything just falls apart.
Yeah, no, chess is a tough game. Yeah, you can play for 3-4 hours, play a great game, and then if things go wrong in time pressure, you're left empty-handed. So very tough loss for Andrea. Again, she was playing a great game. But yeah, right around here, she allowed both rooks to get to the 7 rank, and things went wrong. I'd say, yeah, somewhere around here, like e3 was fine, but something like a4. I think had she found a move like that, the game would have been over.
Yeah, just winning the piece and being up so many pawns, and especially losing this game while being up having those 2 pawns. She had so much counterplay going for her, but she did not manage to find this one move.
Yeah. Yeah, so tough loss here for Andrea. However, there is still another game in a little less than 2 hours, in like an hour and 45 minutes. So yeah, we're gonna be covering that as well.
It may help a lot to have like another game very soon, because if she didn't have a game now in 2 hours, then she would have, like, let's say the rest of the day thinking about this game, and now she can just move on. Basically, it's easier to move on when you have another game lined up very soon. So hopefully she can recover in that game and win very nicely. But this game did not go her way, unfortunately, and while she had such a good attack going on.
Yeah, she just has to, shake it off right now, focus on the next game. Hopefully, Alexandra can cheer her up a little bit. But yeah, all of these are the challenges that come with chess tournaments. I mean, there's gonna be ups, there's gonna be downs. So let's hope for her she comes back stronger. Alexandra is saying in the chat, let's see if I can convince Andrea to not quit. I'm sure she'll come back stronger.
She will. And this is part of the game, right? The wins are not as satisfying. They're not satisfying enough to counter the bad losses. Because losses are either bad or really bad, and they're most of the times really bad. And there's no way that a game that you won can be as satisfying to counter this.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, losses hurt more than wins are satisfying. Alexandra is saying in the chat that she's not sure that she will convince her not to quit, but she'll try. Yeah. In the meantime, we are going on a break. I hope all of you guys enjoyed the show so far, but stick around. We're going to be watching some fun YouTube videos, but we will be back for round number 3. So, Anamai, do you still have any last words before we take everyone to a break?
Well, it was a very exciting round 2. Unfortunately, did not go in Andrea's way, but Alex, we had a really fun time watching Alex's game because she played such an amazing game. It's been a while since she finished her game, but we're looking forward to round 3. We will be back for round 3, which is starting in 1 hour and 45 minutes from now. So I hope that the sisters get enough rest before the round starts, and we will be back with you. We will be back with you after a break. And as Benjamin said, we'll be watching some YouTube videos. So stick around, and the next round will be in 1 hour and 45 minutes.
One quick note, because Alexander is actually asking when the next round is. It's going to be in an hour and 45 minutes. So yeah, stick around, everyone. But we will be back very soon. Yeah.
Sorry. Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Ooh. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
off.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade article from... Fight.
Mouse slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad.
Question, trap question. Who are strong in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my, please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but and then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until, and then you just gave up and it was so sad. So funny. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I.
Okay, Maya!
Maya, guys, that's it. Please, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me like a little thing.
Oh god, no one's saying. I let them go! No! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door!
Alright.
Go back!
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
First round underway. Dina and Andrea.
You look ugly.
No, Anastasia!
I'm in incredible pain.
I don't know if I'll ever get my tongue back.
I'm tearing up. This is fine.
I can't hold on anymore.
This is Danny Wrench. He's an international master and Chess.com's co-CEO. You've been at the heart of many dramas, from the start of online chess exploding to being personally sued by Hans Niemann.
Andrea, you're scaring me. How you're looking at me.
Oh, that's just how I smile during intros. And today we're going to dive into all of that, asking him increasingly spicy questions with increasingly spicy sauce.
All right.
Let's go.
Danny, how are you feeling? How's your spice tolerance?
I'm incredibly nervous right now. I watched some clips of Hot Ones coming in, and I see a lot of people crying as they make their way through, so I'm hoping to hold it together.
Well, you can't be worse than Andrea. She only recently started handling pepper on her eggs.
Yeah.
Handling is an overstatement. I don't touch spice at all.
Let's start with the first sauce. We're
Okay.
gonna do the sauce, and then we're gonna ask you the questions, and we'll all do it together.
So sauces go
Together.
first.
Sauces
Okay,
go first.
we're doing our own sauce.
Yes, but
Okay.
come on, guys.
Yeah,
Let's be
You know,
real.
you know,
about
I mean, I will.
Okay,
Oh,
that's pretty, okay.
Danny's for real.
I have
All right.
different standards.
Honestly, that
Alex
was an
goes first.
accident, so I appreciate the compliment.
I am just
Andrea.
dabbling. No. I will
Andrea.
fill up, and I will. There are a lot of kids in this tournament hall. I'm not trying to traumatize any children today any more than I already have. So I need to be.
Okay, but don't just put a
modern.
dot.
You know how I am. You know what it's like. You know the life I
Andrea,
live.
that's
And I'm lactose intolerant.
Andrea, this is not
That's
acceptable.
come on.
I'm sorry, but I might have to pour your sauce because this
Okay.
No. Okay, don't. We're here to bully Danny.
I'm not
me.
gonna be upset. Your
I
sister will
am
just
a
have to make
side
up for it.
character. This is the target.
I don't think I've ever been more nervous to shoot content, and I've done a lie detector video.
That's
so
true.
This is absolutely crazy.
All right, are we ready? I sauced it up. Andrea put like one drop.
I
like a
took
baby.
as much as I can handle.
This one's very mild. I honestly kind of enjoy this one.
Mm-hmm.
I might put it on willingly. All right, so Danny, do you think
All right.
chess players are smarter than the general population on average?
I think probably there's a lot of chess players who think they're smarter than the general population on average. I don't think that that's true. I think chess players think that they're smarter at a lot of things besides chess than they probably should. But no, I think that chess is one of those things that's a lot more hard work than IQ than people think.
Okay. All right, sauce number 2.
Okay.
Easy question.
I hope I handled that well. Now I'm getting nervous. Okay.
Don't worry, your next question will not be as easy.
Angry goat pepper. There should be a magnet face on that. Angry goats.
Wow, this is delicious.
This is legitimately good.
This is legitimately good.
So,
Okay.
question number 2. Who do you think is the biggest diva in chess?
There's a lot of divas. I think they're all divas.
I mean, we're divas too.
At this point, I would actually argue if we don't give it to Anish Giri that we're not doing the chess world a service. I feel like he's worked hard enough to earn the diva status.
Why Anish?
I mean, just look at him on social media,
Can you give us some
in
quotes?
my DMs. Anish is incredibly high maintenance. That's what I will say. Anish wants to be appreciated for all the things that he wants to do anyway.
As he
and
should
so
be.
he's constantly negotiating about everything, and just thank God we don't have to work with him or pay him to tweet, because he tends to like to do that. So that's what I'll say. And yes, there's probably more behind the scenes I could say, but I think Anish Giri gets the diva.
Okay, that was
Yeah.
a surprise.
He is the most vocal on Twitter out of the chess community.
I think
so
Anish
it's
is
a
gonna
fair
like
answer.
that. He's gonna like that.
All right, okay, number 3.
Oh my gosh.
I'm already feeling the burpees.
I don't know what I'm doing. Why am I still pouring? That was more than
I
enough.
think you're
like
enjoying
that
this a
you're
little
taking
too
it
much.
seriously.
Okay.
Andrea, it's your turn.
I'm taking this seriously, all right?
Andrea, you can't just eat the same chicken.
I don't like wasting food. I come from a Romanian household. I don't know about you.
No. 2 drops at least.
This is getting
Andrea,
harder.
2 drops.
And it has
Andrea,
passion fruit in it. That's a crime.
are we ready?
Okay, ready. Cheers it up. Here we go.
Cheers.
I've been to a bone there. No, it's not good.
This one felt a little sweet, which I didn't like the sweetness.
I agree.
This one felt less spicy than the first one.
Not bad. Good call on the passion fruit being out of place, Andrea.
Ugh. I don't like any of that.
So,
Okay.
Danny, who do you think has a higher raw IQ, Karu or Magnus?
If I speak, I am in big trouble.
Is there a a secret third answer? Andrea Botez has a higher IQ. I want you to get in trouble on that question. I think Andrea Botez has the highest IQ. Let's see. They both have a higher IQ than me. Can I say that?
Who do you think has a higher EQ?
Me for dealing with both of them. Can I say that?
Both of them, Danny. You gotta answer one.
Most people don't get offended about EQ. They get offended about IQ.
Okay. Well, I already said Andrea Botez has higher IQ, so she gets in trouble. And I'll go with Hikaru.
I mean, I guess being a streamer, you have to be more sociable. So that was the argument.
Yeah. I'm gonna get in trouble no matter what. So. Barbacoa, hot sauce. I'm sorry. I'm like as if I'm looking at it as if I have a choice.
So Danny,
Not too bad.
how much power does Magnus have over chess.com?
I would say Magnus has a lot less power than people would think. I think that every top player is kind of an ambassador for the game. I think the creators have power.
Yep.
Top players have power, right? I think it would be ridiculous for chess.com not to listen to the top ambassadors in the game, but Magnus doesn't make business decisions at chess.com, nor does Hikaru, nor do they make cheating decisions, nor do they make any of the decisions people think that
So what's been
they
the
make.
biggest influence Magnus has had on a chess.com decision?
Well, we didn't do much to change the branding, but we did work with him to try to bring what the tour was, the Chess24 tour, over to chess.com. And we obviously, had a lot of discussion about that. But again, not just with Magnus, with other top players too. So, but other than working on the events there, I would say that Magnus and I disagree about more things than people would think. So I actually don't think that
Who
it's
usually gets the better of those arguments?
usually Magnus. No, when it comes to things that we're gonna do or not do together. But yeah, I think Magnus doesn't really want to have as much involvement with the business. He trusts us. He likes what we're doing. But yeah, I would say less than you would think.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair. How are we feeling about the spice so far? You can handle it, right?
Yeah.
I'm okay for now.
I think it's starting to linger more as you go.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
You
feeling
know?
the lingering. The tongue
The
is burning.
after effects last
Yeah.
longer for sure. All right, John, halfway there.
Diablo. Okay, that just sounds crazy.
Diablo. Andrea, you haven't even cried yet, so I feel like you're not putting enough sauce. As your big sister.
Okay, I will put. I'm getting the tummy. I have acid reflux, and I'm 22 years old. Let me round up.
Please just take another chicken wing. Stop eating around the bone. This is strong.
The sauce has more power on less chicken. I don't see why you're
a little
mad.
bit more sauce. Come on.
Andrea.
Disgusting.
Pathetic.
It's different. It's different.
Oh God.
It gets worse.
Okay, I felt that one.
Are you there yet, Andrea?
Oh
I
man,
haven't swallowed it
Yeah,
yet.
it's starting to hit.
Oh God.
the
That was
follow-up
not the one
flavor.
to- oh God.
It's not even that it's getting hotter. It's getting.
don't wanna touch the
I'm
milk,
not
I don't wanna
enjoying
touch
that.
the
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first one that has me worried about this.
Okay,
I was
good.
so nervous to start, and then I've been in this relaxed mode, and now I'm
Oh
back
my God.
to.
I've never felt worse pain than this.
So I
Back
get
to
this
nervous.
I get weird happy chemicals when I eat spicy food.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm starting to feel
I think I'm
just
hyperventilating.
Okay,
What
let's
a beautiful
go.
day. The birds are singing. My sister's tearing up. What more could you ask for?
I don't want to
Okay,
touch the milk.
I've suddenly looked at that milk for
Okay.
the first time.
I'm gonna have to touch
I'm
the
gonna start
milk.
with water, but yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. And we're only halfway there, so they're gonna get more.
I don't think I can go anymore.
Okay.
All right, Danny. Do you think female players have an easier time breaking into chess content from the start?
Not even close. I don't think that's true at all. I think female content creators, this is probably not exclusive to chess, have a harder time from a toxicity standpoint, from a judgment and unfair comparison standpoint. I think that's like a ridiculous statement to make. Yeah.
I think they have an easier time standing out from the beginning in terms of just if you're any other chess player, it's going to help if you look different than the norm.
Yeah.
But I think after that, it's better.
Because I think even if you stand out, it immediately is a standout and then immediate in the comparison lane,
Yep.
in all kinds of like unfair ways. And I think we've seen it. I think we're trying to do everything we can, like social media and everything, to platform women creators in chess. I mean, for all the right reasons. But I actually don't always know that it helps some of the toxicity, unfortunately.
Andrea, you're heavy breathing.
I haven't heard a word that
keep-
has been said. I can't pay attention to this
FYI,
conversation.
I'm also struggling with this, so. Okay, but no, I don't think that that's true. And I stand by that decision.
Okay, sauce number 6.
I have zoned out for the last 30 seconds.
This is
I was
actually
trying to
getting.
listen to Danny and all I hear is Andrea.
I'm trying to do the thing where I just like black out for the next
Does that
5
happen?
minutes.
Because I'm feeling more and more
Oh,
just
God, what did I
confused
do there?
where I am.
All right, Andrea. Here,
I'm
I'll
feeling
pour it
like
for you.
lightheaded
Do you want me
from
to pour
this
it for
sauce.
you?
No, you tricked me on that one. I'm.
You can't put less than that one. You need at
Ugh.
least 2 drops. Come on.
If you feed me more sauce, I'm gonna start asking my own questions.
You can do it. I'm watching.
And I'm gonna ask you them too. No. After what you did to me, I do not. I'm not taking your doses anymore. Ugh! I'm done with this.
This is actually becoming a problem.
I haven't even had my.
I can't even pay attention to questions anymore. Ew. As a father of girls, do you think chess should have women's titles?
As the father of girls, aren't I supposed to ask the girls in the room what their opinion is of that?
We can answer after.
I mean, I honestly think like it has nothing to do with being the father of girls. I think like it's a question where we should have perspective and empathy. I have talked to many women on both sides of that discussion for a reason, because there are a lot of different perspectives. So when it comes to my family and how I view it, because of what you asked, I have 2 boys and 2 girls. My girls are actually more into chess than the boys. We'll see if that lasts.
Everyone's struggling.
But chess.com's goal is whatever creates the most inviting, most inclusive, and most supportive like environment for women, that's our job. After that, I don't think it's unfair for me to say like, what do women chess players think? And I think that that's what I would say whether I had girls or not.
So do you lean towards yes, you support them, or no?
I've answered this question a lot in interviews, and I think that we need more girl heroes. And I think in any other sport, like people compete for things when they see someone they want to be like, right? And I think chess did a really poor job, regardless of talking about whether it was inclusive enough for women like a few decades ago. It's done a poor job building up women heroes. So in my opinion, whatever creates more motivation for women to stick with chess in the long term is the right answer. And like, I don't want to say any names of people who have said this argument, but one of the arguments I've heard for women's titles is that if there's opportunities for women to be presented as successful, that's actually super critical for inspiring girls, regardless of the framing. And I think I would say maybe right now we're still in an environment where that's the most important thing. But long term, I actually do think this is for women to solve.
Fair. Andrea, what do you think?
I'm not a title player, so I have no thoughts.
Okay, as a woman with a female title,
Has the WFM title like done good for you, do you think?
I think it's embarrassing.
Oh, okay.
I used to like it before. Actually, I don't even know if I thought about it much as a kid. The reason I was for women titles is because I've asked a lot of young girls what they're looking forward to in chess, and so many of them use female titles as a reason while they're still playing. So it's like, okay, that's a great thing.
Yeah.
On my end, I wish that I'd never gotten a female title and just gone for a regular title. It's the argument I heard before where we don't have female PhDs, we just have PhDs. So why do we have female titles? It makes it feel like we shouldn't lower the bar. I like female-only tournaments because I think it's a cool environment for women and it still helps build female heroes. But just for me, in my case, I wish that had not been the option growing up.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's not better, I'm only speaking from my own experience.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But again, I'm always torn because I ask the young girls and for them it helps them. So I don't know, it's hard.
Yeah, I think we're on path for conversations in the next 10 to 15 years of talking about women being the best, some of the best chess players in the world, not best women chess players. I actually do believe that. So I would say it's a good conversation to be having, but I
it might be
already
too early.
believe we're on a trajectory where it's starting to change. Not just because I'm a big Botezlive fan or Vaishali fan. Go Vaishali at the candidates, but I really do think that we're seeing that.
What percentage of professional chess players think women are inherently worse at chess?
I mean, I think we both know the answer is unfortunately not zero. Unfortunately.
Definitely not zero. I'm just curious how high you think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't believe
above
that
5%, below 5%.
Oh my god. So over 5%.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I think my answer is after you tell me.
Okay. I think, unfortunately, it's not 0. I am curious about your answer. I think back to the question we were talking about earlier, I mean, I would argue there's a lot more evidence that the only thing inferior that women have had has been opportunity. We're having a micro conversation about women in chess and how people feel when we have macro issues of generationally inherited decades of women not being encouraged to pursue math, science, technology, and chess. Just like, oh, this isn't a thing for women, right?
Yeah.
Anybody who's judging it through the lens now and says like women are inferior to chess is just either being a bigot or they don't have enough information. And frankly, like there's a lot of evidence you talked about PhD and poker. There's no reason to believe that with opportunity that women aren't gonna have the same potential for chess careers. And
while this is true, and I'm talking like competitive players, like people who make their living from chess.
You're talking like grandmasters and up.
Yeah, or maybe even I am and up, because some people make a living by chess. What percentage of them do you
It's
think
probably,
are inherent?
I would hope it's less than 10%.
Okay. I think it's anywhere from 1/3 to 50% based on my experiences.
Really?
Do you think your experience is a smaller sample pool?
I mean, I've been around grandmasters for a really long time, and I tend to like to ask people these things. I would say it's from the top players, especially in countries like Russia and Eastern Europe, where this is something way more commonly accepted. And I truly think if you would ask them and they didn't have a camera and they were being honest, at least 1/3 of them would be like, yeah, women are inherently worse.
It's an unfortunate experience, and you would know more than me, sadly.
I mean, I've seen coaches of female teams be like, oh, it's so hard that I have to coach them. I'm like, yeah, coaching is hard. They're like, no, because they're women. And just things like this happen all the time. But I also think top players have more biasy because they just see less female players.
Right.
And chess is their only priority. At least it's not the majority.
It makes sense, but on a first hand, you'd also probably experience more people who are sexist because you're directly a female. I feel like they're more likely.
I also have a lot of friends who are super supportive though. Like Robert Hess. Oh, bless his heart. He always cheers me up on this issue.
We talk about it from a commentary perspective. I mean, Robert and I are super conscious of the fact that, like, you know, women have lack representation in commentary, and then in the commentary role, like being sensitive to how people are positioned, what questions they're asked. And I mean, like, you know, Tanya Sachdev is a badass chess player, better than me, right? And like, we are doing the best we can to try to make sure that everybody has like equal voice, equal representation, and we're not sort of putting roles in. But also, I think like with time and with more opportunity, you know, we want all talent to have the role that is best for that person's personality, right? Yeah. And so I'm going to Robert Hess because you mentioned commentary, but I think that that's maybe a big part of helping to fix the problem too.
Yeah, and I've even asked people who have changed their mind, and they're like, I used to, but then I kept getting beat by women.
Yeah.
So that might change.
Yeah.
So I'm optimistic.
Agreed.
Okay, my mouth is burning.
Yeah.
I'm not putting any more sauce. I'm having heartburn.
At some point, does there become a strategy of how quickly we move on? That kind of looks like Ginger GM. Shout out to Simon Williams. I'm not saying you look like a goat, Simon. I'm saying it's Ginger GM with the beard. Okay, that might get me, I don't know, in trouble.
This is the amount of sauce I have on. Yours looks okay. No, Danny, you're good. Andrea, I don't want to hear it from you. All right, cheers.
I mean, I'll dip it if you want it, but I'm not excited. All right.
Oh, that was a really mushy part of the wing.
It has a little bit of like vinegar in it, and I'm like kicking a little bit. Okay.
What percentage of cheaters do you think chess.com catches?
I wonder how long it would take for us to get to the cheating questions.
You know there would be one.
Well, I think to speak statistics, I'd have to say like chess.com catches every cheater, because by definition, once we know they're cheating, we close them.
Right, but there must be some that haven't.
I wasn't totally planning on avoiding the answer. I'm saying, but it is, from our perspective, it's not a matter of if, but when. So I'm being honest, it's not an unfair way to say, like, we do eventually catch all the cheaters. There are the conversations of, are we too conservative? Do we believe there are people who've cheated on the site and gotten away with it?
Yeah.
Right? I think sometimes people ask how many cheaters we close, and we actually publish a report on this. We publish an article every month. You may not have noticed, that says like how many title players we close for cheating, how many total players we close for cheating. I think last month we averaged closing 2,000 accounts a day.
Oh wow.
Damn, that's insane.
So the answer, unfortunately, has to be that we do act with a level of certainty that we're prepared to stand up against any scrutiny, including
So
court.
I think you're saying that from the ones you catch, you
Mhm.
feel very certain they're cheating. But
Yeah.
what about someone who cheats like once or twice?
It is hard. It is hard to catch people who cheat sparingly. I'll say this. We closed a top 100 Grandmaster after only 11 games.
Wow.
That should speak to how good we've gotten, because we never built our algorithm initially to catch the world's best players. We actually built it to stop the world's best chess players from playing cheaters. We were trying to protect them.
Yeah.
And then over time, as we kind of built our own monster and there was money, this is harder to talk, like we had more reason to have to catch GMs. So integrating and improving the algorithm and the systems that got us to the point we are now. When we closed that guy for 11 games and he admitted,
Yeah.
there's a lot of names in the Hans Niemann report that people looked at and figured out through their own deduction, I will neither confirm nor deny, to show. So I think sometimes I throw back and go like, hey guys, I understand it's frustrating, but also we do have a pretty good track record of willing to do it, and we don't have any reason to protect anybody, right? And so it does take time, and sometimes you have to act that direction where at least when people know we're not hurting innocent people, then we do have to respect that it takes time.
Fair.
Is that fair?
And should
Okay.
high-level players be treated differently at getting banned for cheating versus you think of beginner?
Title players?
Because maybe you could argue that they put more
Yeah, in my
years into the
opinion,
game.
yes. And we've been criticized for that, right? I mean, obviously everyone knows there's been some scandals recently. I think we've been criticized at times for people who feel we're too lenient for title players. I've leaned, these are people's livelihoods and reputations, and in my opinion, even if they make mistakes, they deserve an opportunity to acknowledge the mistake and have a second chance.
Right.
But at the same time, we've now gone, or look at other sports, like when someone gets busted for performance-enhancing drugs in the Olympics, like they don't ask permission, they just say, hey, you're banned.
Yeah.
Right? And maybe there's something to the fact that at some point we do need to have a little more capital punishment style. So we're figuring this out in real time. We have been more lenient and operated with a minimum second chance policy, but I would also say this, anybody who admits actually gets a second chance, not just title players.
Okay.
The difference is title players have more opportunity, so they can take money from other title players, which is where it gets tough.
Yeah.
And there's a reason we're under fire about this, because it's a tough topic, but I probably already said too much.
That was a good answer. Okay, guys, I'm sorry to say this, but we're probably gonna do the worst sauce now.
But this
the
is number
one-
7.
This is the bomb. This is the one that's usually the worst.
It's the one that people talk about.
Let's not cop out on it,
Okay.
because our audience deserves us to suffer.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Our audience
And if
deserves
you're
us
enjoying
to
this
suffer.
video, thank you, chess.com. Click their link in the comments so that we can continue torturing Danny in the
If
future.
you enjoy this video, hit subscribe.
Yeah. Andrea, this is the only one I ask you not to cop out on. This is the only one.
I don't
Come on,
think
we
I've
need a
ever
real
been this
reaction.
silent in my entire life.
We need a real
I
reaction.
feel like that should speak
Thank you,
measures.
Danny.
Oh my God.
thank you.
What is
I
wrong
will
with
do
me?
what I can handle.
Okay, but
What I can handle.
Oh
What
my
I can
gosh.
handle. I will
shouldn't
put
do
more
that.
than
Like,
I did on the last one.
I'll make
okay.
less
I was gonna say
fatty.
that looks legitimately
I
dangerous.
will do
what I did.
legitimately
Like, if
as
we
much
tear
as
up,
I
they'll know
can
we
without
actually
throwing up.
Okay.
Yeah, do as much as you
I'll
realistically
do one dollop.
You
A
got
big
it,
one.
Andrea. You got it.
Come on, sister. I believe in you, buddy.
It's taken its time. It's defying gravity, which is
The good news
it's
is it doesn't
simply
get worse
not
than
coming
this.
out.
Yes, it won't get.
The more?
No,
More?
that's
a
good.
little more, a little
no,
more.
that's
Little
bigger
more?
than the last one. That's
A little
big.
more, a
No,
little more.
no. I took more for the last ones, and I had to zone out for half the conversation.
Okay.
I would like to listen.
You want to cheers our wing? Before
Yes.
we go?
I will bite the whole part.
All right, guys. I have never taken this much hot sauce. I might tear up, even
you
though
want,
I
I
have a
can
high
ask-
spice tolerance, but I don't want to chicken out. So here you go.
Trying to get sauce on Andrea.
Okay.
I should have known.
Okay. Oh dear Lord.
I can't eat it. I wasn't able to bite the chicken.
That was all the sauce.
Okay.
I wasn't. Oh god. Oh god.
Oh my God.
I was. Oh god.
I feel like we're on a roller coaster, and I don't even know what part of the roller coaster we're on yet.
Oh god. I wasn't able to bite the chicken. I just ate the sauce.
Hold the milk for a second. Just experience. Have the
I can't. Ow. Oh god. Ah! Not my no. The chicken fell and it stained my nice jeans. That was so bad.
Oh yeah.
Oh
I
my
took
God.
A lot of sauce. I don't know so much sauce.
I actually feel like I messed up and took way too much.
Yeah, me too.
I I guess this is.
I'm tearing up. This is fine.
Oh god. I feel like I'm in space.
I get the hiccups when it gets really hot. Holy shit.
I don't know if I'll ever get my tongue back.
Okay, I can't hold on anymore.
Water's just gonna make it worse,
Oh, yeah, this is very unpleasant. I once accidentally tear gassed myself. That was a lot worse. Well, but this is not pleasant either. But the tear gassing trained me for this.
I feel defeated
I don't
in every
even
way.
the first one crying. This is unpleasant.
I just want this to be over already.
Me too. I'm in incredible pain. That is incredibly hard.
So this is made from some of the hottest peppers known to man. And it says 1 drop at a time, and I'm pretty sure I just put like a sprinkle.
I don't want to do this anymore, and I'm not even getting asked the questions.
I'm not kidding.
No,
My hands are buzzing.
I know, Danny.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, sorry about that, everyone. I'm with you there.
You did this to us. Next question. What is the craziest thing you've had to do to placate a grandmaster?
Besides.
Don't touch your eyes.
Yeah.
My eyes.
I mean, besides letting an admitted cheater who sued me personally for $100 million back on the website.
That's pretty up there.
I think it's the hot sauce talking.
My eyelids are tweaking.
I legitimately don't want to do this anymore.
All right, guys, we could do a little less sauce for this one. We just gotta finish through.
I'm feeling things I've never felt before.
Cheers, guys.
Just do it.
Whew. By comparison, this one's better. I'm gonna wash it down with some extra chicken. If you could press a button and Fide would be instantly deleted, do you think the chest rolled would be better off?
Okay.
We're really torturing him more ways than one.
I can't stop my eyelids from tweaking.
I think one thing FIDE actually is really critical for is the rating system and the titles, because we need that. So could we do it? Yes. Do we have any intention to? No.
What is the highest achievement chess.com ever plans to get? If it's not replacing FIDE and owning the chess world. Or maybe it is owning the chess world in another way.
No one owns chess and no one should own the chess world. Like,
I
really.
agree.
And I think that that's important. But I think we get asked this question a lot, so I'm not going to dance around the elephant in the room. We do, because FIDE has done some dysfunctional things, but we've also been criticized, right? But I think FIDE should be aware that chess.com's job is to like serve and grow the community. If FIDE is not also serving and growing the community, then they should be aware that people can and could do it better.
Okay.
So, you know, they need to deal with that.
Good answer.
That's what I'm gonna say.
I liked that.
All right, guys. Last one.
My eyelid is tweaking and my lips are hovering and my fingers are tingling and I'm also feeling other things that I won't share.
Well, congratulations, guys. You now have to try X pepper. This is over 91% pepper X. I don't know what that means. I don't want to know what it means. Let's just get her done.
I'm not gonna pretend that I'm not gonna do as much as I did for the bomb. I'm not gonna wimp out,
We
but
went so hard on on the worst one that I don't feel guilty about anything.
Yeah.
I've never cried on camera before, but
there's time for everything.
It doesn't make me cry, I just can't feel a bone in my body.
I don't cry, I get
That's
the hiccups
fair.
and my ears get incredibly hot.
Yeah.
Danny getting the hiccups was very funny, I have to say.
I'm sorry, Danny.
Big duel.
Andrea.
That's how I take the. When I took the highest sauce, I took a half of this.
I'm looking at you knowing the pain I'm in.
I don't feel good about that.
You
a little bit more. You need a little bit more because like, we truly put ourselves through it.
I am literally physically tweaking. Is that not enough for you?
We're tweaking worse.
Okay.
I don't believe that.
I was crying. What do you mean you don't believe that? It made me physically cry.
Tweaking is worse.
And it's not because Danny's answers made me emotional. I
No,
know. Okay, let's do
the
it.
speech about women in chess was really good.
It was.
Oh, I don't like that one.
Oh, sour.
Mm-hmm. I don't like how sour it is.
like the flavor.
Honestly, they're just so much better than the
I don't
bomb.
like. No, it's not. What are you talking about? That was worse.
Speaking of Andrea, you ready to hit him with the hardest question? Maybe one of the most controversial.
Okay. Are you ready, Danny, for your final question of hot sauce?
Do it.
I will ask it before I chug milk. Why did chess.com let Hans back into the site?
That is a great question, and one that everyone is going to get the answer to.
That's amazing. That's
You're
huge.
in the middle of filming a documentary. You're gonna
When
get
is it
my
coming
version.
out?
You're gonna get Hans's version. You're gonna get Magnus's version. I am legally under
But
NDA
continue.
to not talk about it.
Is there anything you can answer?
I can say what the public knows,
Okay.
which is that Hans cares more about being back on chess.com and cared more about being back on chess.com than anything else he went through. And despite being sued and personally named, we did that in order to move on.
Was it hard for you to allow him back on after he listed you as one of the people he personally was suing?
Yes and no, but I can't talk more about it.
And what about people who are criticizing, saying chess.com should have apologized if they banned him and then let him back? Do you feel like chess.com owed him any apology?
No, I don't think we did. But I do also feel for Hans, and I'm also say this, I'm glad he's back. That's what I'll say.
Wow, that's very wholesome.
Well, I think that's a good note to end on.
Yeah. Thank you so much for tuning in. Comment if you want us to do this with more chess players. Who would you recommend that we invite on the show next?
Oh, you gotta get Magnus. And you gotta get Hikaru. You gotta get Levy. You should probably get Hans.
All right, Danny's just living in
Go
a
for it.
dream state.
Guys,
Go
please
for it.
like and subscribe so that this is popular enough that we can rope other chess players into doing this. On that note, we'll see you hopefully on another episode.
Cheers.
Okay, what's the move? Okay, knight to f6. E6. D5. Very professional opening. Who plays the Catalan? This isn't Pia, is it?
Don't actually know.
No? Okay, okay.
I don't know.
I don't know. The opening is very professional. You said bishop g2, right? Bishop to e7.
Otherwise, he's tricking me into a line where I take, and then my bishop is already misplaced. Let's keep it as a cattle.
Castles.
Now if he takes, I think I should have stuff like knight e5. I want to take on
D
d5
takes
after he
c4.
pushes c6. Oof, he did it. Damn it. Okay. Okay, let's see.
C5. Yeah. Queen to c7.
I'm gonna try to bring his rook here. And I'm guessing this is not very annoying. Okay, let's play like this. Takes.
C takes d4.
Rook here, then I guess I have to bring out my bishop, and then the rook can come to d1.
Knight to c6.
Can I play here? Probably not. I think I have to take and play against the doubled pawns.
B takes C6.
And then queen takes, maybe? Feels a little greedy, but let's go. I'd like to castle at some point in my life. I'm guessing
Bishop to
he pushed here,
B7.
and then he's going to play bishop.
B
there,
as in boy.
So I can't castle. Oh, he didn't. Well, in that case, I'll castle.
Rook A C8.
I'm not even streaming,
Queen
but
A5.
I'm reading Hikaru's chat and it's distracting me.
Do you want? Knight to D5. Queen to B6. Queen B5.
Today was just another day of live streaming. Until my chat started spamming that Magnus Carlsen is challenging. That's right, the greatest of all time. Here's how it went.
Magnus, can you challenge Alexandra Botez? She's streaming.
That's actually a good question.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually.
Magnus is gonna challenge you? Alright, I guess today we're gonna beat the world champion. Come back from my vacation just to take on such a weak opponent. There we go. Alright, easy win. Oh, okay, I thought maybe he was pre-moving, but I guess he's not. These odds might be too hard for him. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This looks fantastic. Huh. Alright, maybe we should think a little bit. You know what? I don't need a...
Yeah,
Dirty
that's
flags
nice.
incoming.
That's
I guess he's like okay at endgames, so this... You didn't even send an invite, you just started the match? Is that not okay? Alright, I have an idea.
Oh, what am I doing?
My idea may have been bad. Chat, you're making me nervous. Please stop telling me that he's good at chess. Can I play this? Or does he take my horsey? I don't want to get into tactics here. Okay, yeah, that was probably not the best idea, but let's just play faster. Okay, he has 19 seconds.
Vlad's hair is hot. Why is he getting the nice comment?
Because he has better hair and is more handsome.
Oh, he's coming in for the tickle. I don't like this. What are we gonna do about that? Well, we're not gonna panic.
Rook G1. Rook G1 is insane.
Alright, alright, alright. Resign respectfully.
Oh, resign. Wow.
Resign respectfully. That was a warm-up. That was a warm-up.
Come on, Alex.
Okay, hang on.
Take my time.
Man, Magnus must really be bored. He's playing chess with me and he stayed with the chess bras, which is the bigger red flag. Okay, what if we just copy him? Yeah, he's not gonna see that coming. Who's the real Magnus? I don't know. Could be either of us, honestly. Alright, this seems okay. Alright. Okay. Oh, yeah, that's annoying. Can I play this? Probably not a good move, but we're gonna try. Can I come in? Yeah, what's the worst that could happen? Oh God! Why did I do that?
What are you doing? Is that what they call a Botez gambit?
Oh, whoa. Was that real?
Was that real?
She definitely did that for the memes.
Okay, that was really embarrassing. I'm so sorry, I just came back from vacation. Oh, I gave myself 30 seconds.
Alex, are you drunk?
That seems more fair. He's asking if you're drunk. It is 3 p.m. on a Monday, so the answer is yes. Aha, I got it. Okay, sorry. Actually...
Oh, wow. I had no control over the primos.
Who's laughing now? Alright. I beat Mittens down a night. I could beat Magnus. No, that's a free pawn. Let's just get out of the way.
This is your chance.
I'm just...
Glory. Oh,
Yeah.
she's... Ooh, I'm not sure I like this move.
You know what? Okay. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna give him that pawn. It's just a pawn. What is he threatening? I have to ask myself, because I'm trying not to blunder. Can I play this? Yes, I can. We're gonna trade, and it's gonna be okay. Would you like to trade queens? No. He knows not to trade queens. Let's go here. And here. Okay. Alright. How's he doing on time? Not so good. Uh-oh. Why is he checking me? I gotta take it. He takes there. That's fine. Oh. Okay. You have 3 minutes. Yes, I know, but it's very nerve-wracking. I am a little afraid and offended that he asked if I was drunk. Okay, let's just be safe. Let's go here. Oh no, I just lost my knight.
Oh, you're a meanie. You're a meanie.
Okay, this is still, still touch and go.
I love how you're not pre-moving here. Just
No.
It would be such a boss move.
She's tricky.
Alright, that was... Alright. Okay. The next one. You can't win in 9 seconds. 9 seconds is a lot of time. He saw my TikTok about the square. Well, that's how he knew the trick.
She taught me the rule of the square, I saw her video on TikTok. No, but I seriously didn't know what the rule of squaring. Like, I understood the concept, but I didn't actually understand that you have to make a square. Oh, now I was making a circle, maybe. But you have to make a square.
We're gonna get back to the games in a second, but if you want to support the channel, we made our own custom chess hoodies and chess sets. Look, even Magnus has one, and hey, he's beating GMs while he wears it.
Alright, let's mix up our openings. Okay, this is cool.
Oh, bishop f5, eh?
Uh-huh. Let's not let him push. I just need to be a little bit slower and a whole lot better. Let's play here. I don't like the checkerooskies. He's trying to come in. Magnus learned the rule from the square from Botezlive. Well, yeah. What can I say? Endgame prodigy over here. Okay, this is good. Why is he attacking things?
I learned the rule of the square from David's forehead. That's actually quite good.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's very
I'll allow that roast.
That's very good.
Sure. Trade. Hee hee. Oh god. Oh god. Yeah, no, that's a problem. I got excited, traded off pieces. All right. He has 20 seconds. All right, we're gonna go for this line. Sure. Let's at least do something to his pawns. We could recover. We can totally recover this. I got so much compensation. It's crazy. Okay, let's push him away. Maybe take here, even though you shouldn't trade when you're down, but I did want to hold the line. Hold the line. Okay, we're gonna go here. Here. And yeah, that's okay. He has 11 seconds. Time to flag him.
Just hoping for a miracle now. I think trading is probably good for me because the position becomes a little bit easier to pre-move.
What are my better... Do I try to play here? Okay, yeah, let's just be complicated. Oh, no, he's gonna... Oh, he has moves. Okay, gotta shoot the bishop first. Let's just keep it... Oh, God, I didn't see that. 8 seconds. Okay, well... I could draw this. Probably not. Yeah, I don't... That was better. That was better. Okay, this one is mine. This one is mine. Okay.
Oh, we got the same-ish, eh? Oh, she probably knows this line.
We're gonna play this line. See, now we're playing theory. I don't know who's gonna know it better. Could be anyone, really.
David's not drinking gin, he's drinking his own tears. Oh, like some of these. Okay, I'm gonna tip my hat to some of these ones.
Yes, we're gonna take. This seems better. This seems like, you know, good things could happen. I'm lured into a false sense of security because there's less pieces on the board.
So I am gaining some advantage now, but time is somewhat running out.
That is disturbing. And I cannot protect it.
NASA finally reached.
Ah, she has Bishop D1. That's nasty.
You didn't see that. He probably saw it. It was probably the best move.
G4. Okay, I gotta go for
speed.
Take.
Yeah.
Why is he giving me all these pawns? Oh, this is my game. El Magneto is about to crumble.
Oh, she's playing far too well.
Stop taking my pawns, though. Jeez.
Wow. This is gonna be clipped all over the internet.
Okay. Settle down. Settle down.
I jinxed it.
Settle down. This.
Come on, Alex.
Are you not rooting for me?
Nah. You got too much hair. I can't root for anyone with so much hair. Come on, Alexandra.
Okay, we're gonna play this. And we're gonna play here, and I'm gonna get a pawn too. That seems fair. Not asking for much. Okay, we're trading. This is fine. He has 14 seconds. Just Don't blunder. Alright. Can I go here? No, because he gives checks. Can I go here? Yes, that's what we're gonna do. And now we're gonna go here. Okay. Alright. I need to avoid getting adopted. I would honestly just be ashamed to the family name, so...
Did Kaya teach David how to hide his belly on camera?
Oh, wow.
That's just... Guys.
No, because I lose my pawn. Okay, that is annoying. I'm gonna lose my pawn regardless. Okay, well, if I lose my pawn regardless, why not live a little? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. That doesn't work. Oh man, he's gonna try to mate me. Shoo! Off with him. I just need to not lose that quickly. Yes, 7 seconds. Are there any last tricks? 7 seconds! That's a free piece. Okay. Yeesh. Four seconds! This is not enough time, is it? Well, prove it. I think he's going to, but he has... Run, little guy, run!
That was not even close.
Alex.
That was not even close.
Come on, Alex. You can take him. Take him down. Take him down. He's getting too high and
I'm
mighty
not
now.
gonna get adopted, though.
She's streaming.
I'm not getting adopted. Each game, I'm getting better. Okay. Alright. Oh no, he probably has some tricky line here. Well, what if I play this confusing move? He probably doesn't expect it, and he's probably looking it up right now, actually. You know what? I'm just gonna get out of there. Defend. Oh no, please don't push. That looks... Of course he pushes. That looks absolutely terrifying.
Oh.
David, when are you expecting your baby? I mean, I can't even hidden my belly. I was told that black is slimming.
No.
Guys.
This is... Alex, you cannot play like this. This is not gonna...
Oh yeah, god damn it. Oh. Okay. He said, no, Alex, you cannot play like this. That's... No, I understand. It's not that bad. All right, we're going on a journey. I have 10 times... Okay, I'm gonna play the English. We're gonna try a different opening. Oh, that's not good. Uh-huh. I do have more time, but if I think, he is gonna think on my time, okay? Oh, he's coming in with Chekaruskis. I don't like that. Can I just move out of the way? Oh, wait, no, I need to defend that. Okay. This is not the grob. Okay, we're gonna take. How bad is that? It's not great, so let's move over. Okay, this is better. Okay, he can't go here because I check. And can I play here? Yes. Okay, this is better. Chat, distract him, ask him about sports. He's muted his stream, how did he do that? Okay, can I play here? Can I give him this pawn? Oh, that's a free queen. Oh yeah, no, I was gonna play here, and then if he goes there... I think it's my best option. He doesn't know he's muted. Okay. Let's try this. Okay. He is threatening stuff. Does that help me with anything? What if I push here? Well, then he just goes up. Okay, well that looks, you know, like at least I'm trying. Okay. Don't love trading queens, but I don't think I have a choice. Can I play here? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Yeah, I see why that was not the best move. But it's... Okay, he has 9 seconds. 9 seconds. This is better. Huh! Attack. Alright, and we go right back. And he is trying to mate. Keeps doing that. It's very annoying. Okay, he has 6 seconds. Alright. Okay, this might be it. Well, I feel like 6 seconds is... Okay, we go here. Haha! He's thinking! He's thinking! Can I just... Yes, I have 56 seconds. That's all I need, baby. All I have is all I need. Go, go, go! Please don't mate me. I'm not ready. Not like this. Ah! Oh my god. Alright, what are we gonna do? Oh, breathe. Go! Yes! 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 Okay, my face turned red. We take those. Winner, winner, chicken dinner, baby.
This is Hikaru Nakamura. He is the 6th highest rated chess player in the world, as well as a top 3 chess streamer on Twitch. However, he is certainly not top of the charts when it comes to niceness. Here's his reaction to not winning Chess Streamer of the Year.
And people will get mad at me for saying this, but like if you look at like Levy, you look at Botez or people of that sort, they're never going to win anything when it comes to chess. That's just a reality.
But he's wrong. How could he forget that I was the Canadian national champion for girls 8 and under? Well, I did also win 5 other national titles and represented Canada in the Olympiad 3 times. So today, I'm gonna wash the dirt off of my good name by showing one of my favorite games from my competitive career. I was a wee little 16-year-old competing in the World Chess Olympiad in Istanbul, Turkey. I was on the Canadian women's team, and we were in a match against England. I was the last player on the team still going, and the current score was 2-1 for England. The final result depended on me, and I had to win to tie the match. I was playing white against a higher rated women's international master named Sabrina Chavanes. Here I was on move 31. She was trying to attack my king, but couldn't really get through. However, I did have this really awkward pawn structure, and the position was so close that it seemed impossible to make any kind of winning plan. That being said, Coach Yuri's favorite phrase was, "You don't win, you don't play." And I was not ready to get benched again. So I decided to come up with a rather unorthodox plan. I figured if I lost or if I drew, that would mean the same for my team. So I might as well go for it and try to open up the position. I played rook takes c6. The rook! She had to take back, b takes c6, queen takes c6, and here I was attacking the knight and the rook at the same time. There was no way for her to save both, because if she played a move like rook c8, then I would play queen b7, still attacking them both, and she'd have no way to defend. So instead, she played rook b8, which would at least win an extra pawn at the end of all of these trades. So here, I had sacrificed my rook for a knight and a pawn, or 4 points worth. That being said, her rook didn't have a lot of activity. I didn't see how I was going to get out of g6, and the queen, while it was attacking my king, also didn't have any concrete plan. That being said, the rook on b3 was a little mischievous. It was threatening b2, it was threatening d3, so I had to bring my queen back to take care of both of those problems. She played rook b4, which put pressure on a4, and also was looking towards f4 for maybe a potential future sacrifice. But I wasn't worried about it just yet because I could take with the e-pawn. So I played rook c1 to try to activate my pieces, get on the open file, and hope for some kind of future attack. Here she came up with a brilliant counterplay idea, and she played d4. What she was trying to do here is pry open my king side pawns, or the pawns that were protecting my king. I couldn't let her take on e3 and play king e3, or you know what, actually I think I could have done that, but e takes d4 did the same thing, rook takes d4, and now I was actually starting to worry about rook takes f4. So I played king e3. And I know that kings usually get a bad rep, but even though my king was out in the open, there was no way for her to attack him directly. She did, however, find a very sneaky move. She played rook takes f4. And the problem with g takes f4 here is that after queen takes h4, her king is a lot safer than mine. Her rook and queen are now both free and ready to be active. And now, even though the position might have equal material, her material is of a higher quality. So, you know, let's say that I would have tried to protect myself. A move like rook f1, she could have continued with rook g3, rook f3, queen h2, just continuing to put pressure on my pawns. And if I were to trade off, what would happen is that ultimately black would start collecting all of my pawns. So there was no way I was going to take the rook. That being said, she wasn't threatening anything right away. I did think that if there was some way to protect my bishop, I would at least threaten to take the rook on f4, and you know, I wasn't super comfortable with all of her heavy pieces being so close to my king. So I played queen c8, she had to move king h7, and I played queen d8, which was not only defending my bishop on h4, but it was also preparing for rook c8 to try and threaten checkmate on h8. She just kept collecting my pieces. Rook takes a4. At this point, I really had no other choice than to play rook c8 and to try to go for checkmate. The interesting thing is that the position here should have been drawn. She had one move that could save her. Try to see if you can find it. The move was rook g5. It was the only way to make space for her king. If I would check her on h8, she would just go to g6, then I would give her another check on e8, and she would go back to h7, and it would be a perpetual, meaning that Team England would beat my lovely Canadians. Also, I couldn't actually take the rook here. If I would take queen takes g5 check, my king would go back, queen d2, she's ready to collect all of my pawns, I would try to run away, and I would get into this very unfortunate position where there's no way for me to defend on g3 and g2. If I try to keep the king in checks, she'd be able to run away. King h5, and then I have no more checks here because of g6. However, that's a really hard line for us non-Hikars to see. So lucky for me, she went for a different variation that gave me great winning chances. She played queen d4, offering an exchange of queens when I'm already up material, even if not for long. I took, she took, and I took back with my king. The problem was that my bishop was on the side, meaning that after rook g4 check, I play king c5, g5 traps my bishop, and I had to end up giving the material back. We ended up trading off into an equal material position. However, my king was more active in supporting my pieces as well as being centralized. Hers wasn't, and this makes all of the difference in a lot of endgames. I was attacking f5, so she pushed f4. I played rook f8, and it's always best to attack a passed pawn from behind. Instead of trying to protect it, she played rook d2, attacking my pawn on d3. Here I was happy to make the trade though, because afterwards I would be holding the a4 square from her passed pawn while my passed pawn was closer to promoting. I played king f6 to move out of the way because my entire plan here was help my pawn on e5 promote on e8. She played a4, sacrificing her pawn, thinking that this would give her the best chances to hold the position. I took, she played rook f3, and I played king e7. I didn't play king e6 because I wanted that square for my pawn to be able to advance.
Hey, Anamaya, hey, Vila.
Here she played king g6, which is exactly what you're trying to do. You're trying to activate your king in the endgame, and she was hoping she could somehow put pressure on e5 with both of her two pieces. I continued pushing. She played rook e3 to start preparing the attack on e6, and I played rook a5 to make sure that her king couldn't go to f5 and attack my pawn. Here she pushed h5, which was a pretty big mistake because after rook g5, king h6, I've now successfully pushed her king away from helping defend against the promoting pawn. She could have gone for a trickier line, but again, we were... Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually... Alright, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2... Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice.
Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
My collar!
Pet dog!
I broke my computer screen. I broke my computer. This is my computer now. Okay, we're gonna work on this. We're gonna work on this. I'm gonna work on this. I don't have anger issues.
Distraction? There's no distractions going on here. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, I got this. I got this.
I don't know. We're not putting them. You're using my One Piece books. You're not reading them anyway. You're not reading them anyway. You're never gonna read them.
Andrea took my One Piece books and she put them under her DJs. Andrea, use your own
Don't
books.
even read them. You have 40 books and you don't read. You don't read.
But can we talk about something? Why is it this photo? Why does everybody have a fantastic photo and this is a screenshot from a random PCL stream when they used to make us wear the little golf shirts that don't even make sense? I'm not even looking at the camera. What is this? What photo do you want? Oh, well, I would love the same photo I have on Instagram and Twitter. Wait, did we change? We did it! Yeah! Hell yeah! Hey! Who made me 37, you asshole? Whoa! What are you doing? You came.
So again, for the context, try to read Jen Shahade. Shahadi article from. Fight.
Mouse slip.
Okay.
I slipped.
Okay.
Didn't mean to ruin the
Scared
moment.
the shit of me.
Yeah, my bad. Question, trap question. Who are strong in this position? Bishops or knights?
Well, you said it was a trick question, so even though it's an open, typically bishops are stronger in open positions. But Dina said it's a trick question, so the answer is knight.
The trap in the trick question was that there was no trap.
Wow! Who does this? What type of cruel game is this? You see me when I'm down and you continue beating me.
Looks like 339,000 now in the pot.
I'm calling it right now. This is a queen.
No queens.
I will literally tip you $20,000 if you put a queen in. 20 grand.
Even Magic can't do that. And Botez again. Are you kidding me?
Top 100 female poker earners.
That's it. Did you crack it just now?
I really need help.
With what?
I'm running late and I've been trying for 10 minutes to put on my shoes and I have used every muscle.
Ask Vila.
No, he doesn't. I need you to pull my please. I'm so
Not
late.
during this game.
No, I need
I'm not during this game.
All you have to do is pull.
Vila's right there.
Vila doesn't have the muscle it
Yes,
takes.
he does.
Please, I can't put on my
Andrea,
shoes.
Vila can help you put on your shoes.
No, you don't understand.
Andrea.
You know what?
This is why we... Andrea, I blundered! Get out of here! Andrea! No respect for my rating grind.
You know what I think about when I think about you?
I don't want to know.
I think about the time I got you to buy at 2 a.m. in the morning. Anna, there is some bread in the apartment. It's a little moldy, but you can just cut off the mold. My grandma used to tell me that mold is good for your stomach.
That's what Grandpa would do.
And then, you know, the funniest thing was, oh, by the way, Anna, I'm not sure why, I've had a little bit of stomach issues.
Sorry. It's okay.
Pizda mercy.
Sorry.
Stop.
So, how's it going, Andrea?
Did you hit your goal today? Okay, I think I tuned in at some point and you were listening to some weird song and then you lost this guy who was farming you and you're like, well, what does he have on me? Well, actually, he has a better title and he's beat me a few times and he has a higher rating, but and then you tried like coming up with something to like boost yourself up and you're like, until, and then you just gave up and it was so sad. But it was funny not because I'm laughing at your pain, but because I understand your pain. Because I've been in those shoes and I know how it is to tilt. And you know what? We don't give up. You know us, Botez, we might not win, but we don't give up. So there'll be another day. I don't think that helped.
Defend me like that, but I.
Ah! Okay, Maya!
Maya! Guys, that's it. Chris, that's it.
Okay, Maya!
Oh my god.
Andrea!
Bro, he's actually upset at me like a little thing.
Oh god, no one's saying. Ah! I let the go! No! No, they did it on their own! He opened the door! Alright, go back.
I really admire Mexican people and Mexico in general. Hello, photo chess.
Sorry.
I'm done.
I'm sorry.
I'm done.
First round underway, Dina Andrea.
You look ugly.
No, Anastasia! The British Authority have all of our equipment! So cute! Ow! Ow! It hit me! Aw, she's so sweet!
Oh, let's go!
You're such a good chicken! She's such a nice chicken. She's a really nice chicken.
Back to the. Ow! That hurts! What? 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 What?
I quit the fucking world championship for this! Oh my god!
Sorry. Oh my god. We're moving away the things that might actually. All right, you guys keep the water in your mouths, please. 1, 2. Ready? Oh, that felt kind of good.
Okay, it's at 20. I told you, bro.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can I put it up to... Okay.
I want more. Oh, that's kind of nice. Oh, it woke me up.
Take it off! Take it off!
No!
I'm turning this
My
film.
collar!
Alright, this is
my collar!
Pet dog!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2024 Carolinas Classic. We just had round 2, and we're going to round 3. We do not have the pairings just yet, but we will be awaiting for the pairings. And yeah, we're so excited. I'm super excited for round 3. I'm Women's National Master Anna Kazarian, and I'm joined by Grandmaster Benjamin Bog once again. Benjamin, welcome back.
Yeah, it's great to be here again, Anna-Maya. Alexandra so far has had a great start. She's on 2 out of 2. Andrea, unfortunately, not yet so far, but I'm sure she'll find her footing later in the tournament. But it's great to be back for round number 3.
Absolutely. We had round 2 earlier today, and that went really well for Alexandra. She had a crushing game, won very convincingly. Andrea, on the other hand, she also had a really good game, but she was not able to convert, and in time trouble, she slipped and was not able to recover from that anymore. Her opponent played super well and won the game. Her opponent won the game eventually, but yeah, we're looking forward to round 3. Let's see if Andrea recovers from such a tough loss. And yeah, the pairings should be up soon as the games start in about 10 minutes from now. But we have no pairings, and I believe this is pretty classic in those double round tournaments where the pairings are known very shortly before the game.
Yeah, welcome to America. That's how it often goes in those tournaments. Yeah, 12 minutes until the start of the round, but we have no idea yet who Alexander and Andrea are going to be playing. I do expect, however, that Alexander will play with the with the black pieces, because she's played with the white pieces this morning, and I do expect Andrea to play with the white pieces since she played with the black pieces this morning. But we don't know yet against whom.
Yeah, exactly. And we hope that you guys enjoyed the break, where there were a lot of fun clips to be seen. The YouTube content was great, and the starting soon screen is a classic of Botezlive. Always super fun to see. Always super fun to see. There has been so many starting soon screens over the years. I'm pretty sure I've seen all of them, but they're always amazing to see. So yeah,
they always put up a fun show. And yeah, actually, I saw someone asking in the chat, how did Dina do? I just checked the results. Dina did win her game this morning, so she's on 1.5 out of 2.
Right, I believe she drew the first game against a Loretta's. Sure, it's good to see that she also bounced back after that game. So yeah, I'm curious to see who the Botez sisters will face now. But so far, no pairings, and yeah, let's see what happens. What will happen today? Benjamin, shall we take a quick look at the games that happened earlier today? We don't have them in the classroom right now, so we'd have to copy them for a moment. But let's remind the viewers what happened earlier today. Those that missed it, because perhaps the time zones could cause difficulties to join the show at the time when the games are going on. So let's try to remind the viewers, how the games went earlier today.
Yeah, we can do a quick recap as to what happened today. I saw someone, by the way, asking a good question in the chat, asking like, so there's no preparation for the games. I mean, yeah, that's sometimes how it goes. Like, you see who you play a couple minutes before the round. Maybe you do a very quick check. It's honestly, of course, it's nice if you want to go in depth and really prepare something deep, but even just checking quickly what they play and making a decision as to which opening you want to go into, which opening you want to avoid, can still be nice, but that is really the extent to their preparation. And as we speak, Anamaye, we have the game here of Alexandra that she won this morning. So take us through the game.
All right, I'm just loading it in real quick, Benjamin. But let's talk about Alexandra's game first. So in her game, she was playing with the white pieces. Let me flip the board real quick because here, over here. Okay, she started with d4, d5, c4, c6, the Slav variation, and she went for the Slav exchange, which is very solid. White has a slight advantage out of the opening, and oftentimes this is considered sort of boring approach to the Slav, because when people play the Slav, they oftentimes want to make it sharp and exciting rather than going for Queen's Gambit type of positions with e6. But taking on d5 is changing the pace of the game already, and it's playing it very safe for white. And after bishop f4, knight f6, knight c3, knight c6. Classic way of developing. And yeah.
By the way, we do have the pairings for round number 3.
Oh.
Alexandra with the black pieces is playing against Arna Warakar, and Andrea Botez is playing with the white pieces against Musa Shah. So those are the pairings we have. Yeah, and I wonder, like, is that the player Andrea lost to in round number 1? The one Alexandra is playing right now?
Oh, I'd have to check this. Let's check this out real quick, because that would be very interesting to see. I don't see it in standings.
Yeah, I don't see like standings or previous results, but then might be the
Yeah, you're right. I can see it. Yeah, in the standings it says that Andrea lost to number 10 in the current, well, in the standings of the previous round. So yeah, same opponent, but different color. So this time Arna is playing the white pieces against Alexandra.
Yeah, so Alexandra has the opportunity to take revenge for her sister. I'm sure she's going to be motivated. And some people were wondering, what are the black boxes underneath us for? Well, those will be for the live cameras. So we'll have both Alexandra and Andrea on the live camera. So you guys can not only see the games, you can also see both of them. But yeah, Anamaya. Yeah, the games are going to get started very soon. So yeah, keep taking us through the game.
Yeah, we still have some time. I'm not expecting the games to start 4 p.m. Eastern time sharp, because it takes some time to set up the live boards and change names and all of that stuff, and also the cameras, of course. So I don't expect it to start very soon, but maybe a couple minutes after the starting time. So anyway, the Slav will happen in the game of Alexandra, and after e3, a6. Yeah, a6 is a really good move. Preparing moves such as b5 at some point. Knight a5 comes to mind to try to control that c4 square. But white simply goes for developing moves. After knight f3, e6, queen b3 was played. And I think this was the first critical moment of the game where black made a mistake. Benjamin, what happened here?
Yeah, he played rook to a7, which is a little bit passive. And I like what Alexandra did. She played nice and solid chess, traded off the bishops, played a4, a5. I mean, white was always a little bit better. She traded off the knight for the bishop. Black very solid, though, in this endgame. And I thought this might turn out to be a long game, right? We're in an endgame. But right around here, black made a big mistake with the move knight to e8. And Alexandra saw her opportunity to strike.
Yes, Benjamin, in this position, the only move to take the lead in the game is the brilliant move knight takes b7. The point of this move is that you're simply destroying the queen side altogether. Those pawns on the queen side were, of course, in the way, and after knight takes b7, rook takes b7, bishop takes a6, and white is grabbing the material back. And after knight d6, black is trying to hold on to, perhaps after bishop takes b7, knight takes b7, have 2 knights for the rook. Usually 2 minor pieces for the rook are much better. have the minor pieces with. But with those 2 pawns on the queen side, it is very difficult to stop those pawns. Alex went for rook c1, rook b8, but after takes, and all of these trades that happened afterwards, this position is lost, and out of b4. Black resigned, and Alex won very convincingly.
Yeah, great game by Alex. She moves up to 2 out of 2. And I just saw Alexandra just put up the camera and wave to us. And I see her on her phone. So I wonder if she's going to say something in the chat or what exactly she is doing before the round. But yeah, she plays against the opponent that beat Andrea in the very first round. Do you think that's going to give her extra motivation to avenge Andrea?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I know that the Botez sisters are I don't know how to say it exactly, but I think they're the type of the personalities they have, they love to take revenge.
Yeah, they're
What did you say?
Definitely competitive.
Yes,
they're competitive.
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Very competitive. So I am sure that she will try to take revenge for her sister. Absolutely.
Yeah, and some people were saying in the chat that Andrea, who's playing, is playing Musa, and apparently Musa is someone that had been in some of their videos. So I guess she might be familiar with him as well. And yeah, let's hope for Andrea that she can get on the scoreboard and that she can get her first win, because that's definitely going to give her some more confidence for the next rounds to come.
Yeah, absolutely. Alexandra's already sitting down at the board. No camera from Andrea yet, but I'm sure she will join very soon. Let's talk about Andrea's game, because Andrea's game earlier today, a lot happened there, and it was very chaotic, very messy. And ultimately, it ended in quite a devastating fashion for Andrea. So yeah, let's go through that game.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess the round is going to start very soon. We about to see Alexander's opponent sitting down. Again, the player that beat Andrea in the first round. So again, I wonder if she has any tough feelings. She's like, oh, you beat my sister. Like, I want to take revenge. But yeah, devastating loss for Andrea. I mean, she was in the driver's seat, but things really went off the rails in the time scramble.
Yeah. I guess we can scroll through the game real quick to show you guys what happened exactly, because the opening stage went pretty well for Andrea. She had a really good setup. Opponent went for this move c4, which was not the greatest, allowing Andrea to put pressure on that pawn on d4 with knight h5 attacking the bishop. And after chasing the bishop away, knight e1 was a really strong move played by it was not the greatest move to play according to the computer, but practically I feel like it made matters difficult, as Andrea had to find the difficult move knight f4 here, but she played knight f6 instead, which was also fine, but wasting a bit of time. And she still managed to capture the bishop, but after c takes c4, e takes c4, knight c6, the opponent was getting his pieces into the game with knight f3, and yeah, a lot was, I mean, it was difficult for Black to find the right plan here, because you want to play, the bishop can go a lot of ways. You can go to this side of the board, but also this side. It's hard to find the right approach in this, and Andrea went for b6 instead of moving the bishop to f5. Bishop d7 was played, and it all made sense, but with f4, things started to get really spicy.
Yeah, this is where the game was starting to heat up. It's about 4 p.m. Eastern in Charlotte. So I wonder if they're going to start on time or if they will be a little bit late. But yeah.
I think it's more likely that they'll say, oh, we see the handshake.
Yes, and we are, as a matter of fact, off. And in Alexander's game, it seems to me that White opened up with e4 and Black responded with right, sorry, let me go back.
e6, the French.
e6, the French defense. That's an opening you play as well, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So that's in my playground, my territory.
Or e6.
But I believe knight c3 was played right away.
e5 and knight f3. So the two knights attack, if you will, against the French. Anamaya, what is the theory here? Does Black, go knight f6? Do they take or d4? How does Black usually continue here?
So this setup, you're more likely to see like the Caro-Kann with c6. In this case, it's oftentimes that you play knight f6. D4 also makes a lot of sense. Playing c5 also makes sense. A lot of moves make sense. You just want to gain more space. Since your opponent didn't play the move d4, which is oftentimes, it's the main move to play here against the French. But since the opponent didn't play d4, you can play d4 yourself. You can play knight f6 here. There's many options, but I would say after knight f6, let's say e5, knight d7, the position can change really quickly where d4 will be played anyway. The knight jumps to e2. A lot of moves can be played here. There's a lot of different setups, so I'm curious to see what the opponent will go for as yeah, you can have different setups, and it may transpose to other type of positions rather than the French defense.
Yeah, I like the move knight f6 that you pointed out, because after e5 and knight f d7, after d4, you're going to challenge the d4 pawn with the move c5, and white never has the c3 move available to strengthen the pawn on d4. So I feel like that approach makes a lot of sense for Alexandra. So let's see if that's what she's going to go for. In the meantime, I don't see Andrea sitting down yet. And by the way, as we speak, we have knight f6 on the board. So do you think Andrea's late for the round?
I know from when we were in Formentera that the girls had like a lot of tech issues going on. They were like always had to try to fix their cameras. I think it was also in Reykjavik, the cameras would turn off very regularly out of nowhere. So I think she's there, but yeah, there you go. There are some camera issues, and yeah, I saw it like in person how the tech issues were like stacking up as the tournament was progressing.
And we are off in that game as well. 1d4 by Andrea. So let's reset this board. Second. So 1d4 by her. Let's see what her opponent is. Oh, let's see what her opponent's going to do.
Knight f6 is on the board.
Knight f6. So is she going to go for London or perhaps a Jobava London? That's what I'm here. Yeah, and we have knight
c3. Yep.
All right, I guess he's going to go d5 to stop white from going e4, because that's, of course, the whole idea behind the move knight to c3. And that's what he plays. And we have bishop to f4. Now, there's many ways black can play here. For example, there's the move c5, challenging white center right away. You can also move out your bishop to, let's say, f5, or maybe g4. Play a move like e6. I guess the two moves you want to avoid are both knight c6 and knight at d7. Because let's say you would develop this knight, it's going to run into knight b5, and you actually have a very tough time defending this pawn over here.
Right. Yeah. I recently tried to jump off a London myself. Because I was playing at 2600 GM and I thought, you know what? If I lose, I might as well try something new. So I went for this opening very I thought let's try it out, and it was pretty fun, but it was really difficult. If you don't really know what you're doing, it's quite difficult to come up with the right plans, because my opponent stopped me from playing knight b5 pretty much. I believe my opponent went for something like a6, and kind of my whole plan fell through.
Yeah. All right. All right. So e5 was played in Alexandra's game. Knight of d7, d4. As far as I can judge from the camera, and I think c5 was played, and now bishop to g5, creating a very direct attack on the queen on d8. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. She can block with bishop b7. She can also go for something like queen to b6, attacking b2, putting more pressure on d4. Alexandra's opponent has still played quite quickly so far. So I wonder if this is still some sort of preparation.
Yeah, seems like it. This line is tricky, because if he played with bishop e7 after the dark squared bishop trade, then the square d6 becomes very weak. So the knight can jump to d6, and that looks quite terrifying. There's a way around it. One of them is, of course, you can try to castle, but you do have to be careful that the knight doesn't jump to c7 to pick up the rook. So, yeah, queen b6 is a move to consider for sure. But after queen b6, you also could face the move knight a4, which can be annoying, attacking the pawn on c5 as well as the queen on b6. So, yeah, These positions are quite tricky, and this is why I prefer not to go for this move that she played earlier, knight f6. You just want to try to take control of the center quickly, because knight f6, and yeah, it's a different type of position than what we're used to as French players.
Yeah. She did play queen to b6, and Arna played d takes c5 pretty much instantly. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do. She can take on b2, she can take on c5 in 3 ways, with the bishop, the knight, or the queen. Now, I'm curious to see what's going to happen if you take with the bishop, because you also put pressure on f2. I'm sure that Arna has something in mind here, but I don't know what. I wonder if, like, how does something like knight a4 play out, right? You take the queen and the bishop, you let black take here, but then there's king e2. And the queen is under attack, and you cannot continue to defend the bishop on f2. However, what you can do is you can give a check here, give up the bishop, but you get the knight. But again, given the fact that white is playing so quickly, it tells me that maybe this is some sort of preparation.
Yeah, absolutely. If we go back a couple of moves, because there's also queen takes b2 possible, and I remember from my own games where I have faced this in blitz way too many times, and I've also taken on b2 way too many times, and realized that, oh, after knight b5, I'm running into quite a lot of issues. Not just that knight c7 is, okay, it's a checkmate threat, but also a fork indirectly. But my queen is also getting trapped here, and it's very unpleasant to play this position. You can try to go back with queen b4, c3, and queen a5, but the issues remain. Black is in a lot of trouble and is barely defending the threats with the queen on a5. This is not looking good. Actually, I think you even have like queen a4 or something, since knight c7 is a checkmate threat.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, I think, yeah, queen a4 here is crushing. So taking on b2 looks way too risky, and that is why Alexander plays bishop takes c5. And now we see the move queen to d2 by Arna. So she's sacrificing the pawn on b2, but I don't know if you're in good shape to take it, because if you take, there might be rook b1 attacking the queen. The queen moves here, and then knight b5 perhaps, attacking the queen, trying to jump into the c7 square. You can take here, creating a counterattack, but I guess white gives a check. And after king f8, you don't take the rook just yet. You first save your own rook with a move like this, and then you're going to win this on the next turn. So taking on b2 is probably too risky, but then if you don't take, you do have to be careful of this move knight a4 potentially.
Yeah, a very tricky line, and this is why opponent seems to be well prepared, and she seems to know what she's doing. So Alex needs to be very careful here, and yeah, not go for too much risk. I'm trying to figure out what the moves are played, because we do not have the live relay of the moves currently.
Yeah, I think this is the position we have in Alexander's board. On Andrea's board, there have been a couple more moves. So after e6, Andrea played e3, bishop to d6 was played, and I like what she's doing here. She plays the move knight to f3. So she's not moving her bishop on f4. She's allowing black to take and double her pawns. But in case black would do that, white gets firm control over the e5 square. I mean, this bishop on c8 is always going to be a little bit blocked in, whereas white can nicely develop the bishop to d3, put a knight on e5, and try to start attacking on the king side. So I like the opening so far for Andrea.
The chat is dying to know for the prediction if Andrea's game was a Jobava London. I believe it was, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. So the Jobava London is always marked by the knight on c3, whereas normally if you play a London, you put the knight on d2. So let me show you guys real quick. Again, the fact that the knight on c3 makes this a Jobava London. If, let's say, she had played something like here, and then later on develops a knight to d2, this would be a standard London. But again, yeah, so we have a Jobava London on the board. Oh, wait, no, wait, this is what happened. All right, so take. These moves are on the board.
Yes. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so this position, white has those double pawns, and this pawn on d4 is I wouldn't say abandoned, but not protected anymore by the pawn that went to the side. And usually you may think like, okay, this pawn structure is not great. You should have all the pawns connected as much as you can. But in this situation, white has control over the square e5. The knight loves to go there. And white has a lot of space. So as soon as bishop will go to d3, for example, and as soon as black will go short castle, there will be an attack on the king side, and it's not easy for black to survive here. You have to know what you're doing here, and it can go wrong really quickly.
Yeah, something went wrong with Andrea's board. I don't know exactly what, but yeah, the position we have right here is this one, knight c3, d5, bishop f4, e6, e3. So yeah, her opponent's still thinking right now, but yeah, once again, I do like her position. I think it's one she's quite comfortable and familiar with. That being said, I think her opponent just played a good move. He played pawn to b6. Now you might be wondering, what is the idea? But we were talking earlier how the bishop on c8 is kind of passive, and white's bishop on f1 is kind of active if you put it on d3. So black wants to go bishop to a6 to trade off their passive bishop for white's active light square bishop.
Yeah, so you have to yeah, it's not, you want to keep that bishop, the light squared bishop alive of white. That's the one piece that's like super strong, especially if black kingside castles. But with the move b6, black wants to trade off those bishops, and I don't really see how Andrea can avoid this trade.
Yeah, and I also don't see a way to avoid the trade. Yeah, I mean, you can go g3 and bishop g2, but then you cannot talk about a bad bishop on a6 because it's also stopping white from going queenside castle. So I think what Andrea should do is just accept the fact that black will trade off those bishops, play a move like, I don't know, bishop d3, black's going to go bishop a6, and then just castle, and if black takes, at least your queen gets on a slightly more active square, and now, you know, it is an idea to potentially go f5 to try to trade off your doubled pawn for the e6 pawn.
Right, because you can keep the pawn on f4, but it's not really doing much there. It supports the square e5 for the knight, but if you are able to play f5, that's even better because e6 pawn is quite a target, and if you get to take on e6, f takes e6, then the e6 pawn will be extremely weak, and that's a pawn you would like to attack.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's see what she's going to do. Yeah, unfortunately, there's no good way to keep the light square bishops on the board. I think if she could, she's looking at a nice advantage. Yeah, so let's see what she's going to do. In the meantime, in Alexandra's game, we were talking earlier how taking on b2 is probably too risky. Now, another move that comes to mind is the move knight at c6, just developing the knight. And I guess the big question, again, is what happens after the move knight a4? Attacking the queen and the bishop, but I think we might have the move bishop takes f2 check. And in case white takes, we give a check on b4, checking the king and the knight. White can save the knight with knight c3, but now we take on b2, forking the rook and the knight, and black's in a great position. So however, these calculations are not that easy. So let's see if she will go for it.
Yeah, would be amazing if she spots all this, but indeed it is quite difficult. Knight c6 is a very typical move, of course, attacking the pawn on e5, and it's very common that the knight goes to c6, but indeed the move knight a4 is quite annoying. But I guess if you see the knight a4 as a move, it's really hard to see how you can try to prevent this. You'd have to think of moves such as bishop b4, which is wasting time. And any other move doesn't seem helpful at all. So I think she will spot the move knight c6 and hopefully understand that knight a4 is not a big deal.
Yeah, and some people are asking in the chat, did Andrea play this girl yesterday? Yes, this was Andrea's first round opponent. So again, now Alexandra has the chance to take revenge for her. Yeah, I guess a move you can play to stop knight a4 is queen to a5. At least you would improve your queen a little bit, or I guess bishop e4, as you pointed out, also makes sense. Yeah, because I think knight c6 is the move you want to play, but it is not that easy to make it work, so to speak. So let's see if she will. We have a move in the meantime, and I think she did play knight c6.
Did, yes.
Nice move by Alex. And one thing that must be very comforting for her is the fact that her opponent is now taking her time, because it's always so annoying if your opponent is blitzing out every single move. But when they stop to think, it's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a good sign. And knight a4 is a really tempting move. If not knight a4, what else can white do here?
I don't know. But in the meantime, we have a move on Andrea's board. She played the move knight e5. Nice move, putting the knight in the middle of the board where you want it. And now, in case black plays bishop a6, you can go bishop takes a6 in one go. Whereas if you play bishop d3 first, then you kind of lose the tempo. So I think a clever idea. However, black can do the same thing. Black can, let's say, go castles first, wait for you to play bishop d3, and only then go bishop a6, so that you lose a move in case of a trade.
Right. I'd love to see short castle and Andrea just go all in, just like she did in the previous game. She would just go g4, g5, and just push all the pawns on the king side. Because that's it's a really good strategy, especially against low-rated players. You really want to put them under pressure, because it's really hard to defend against such an attack.
Someone is pointing out in the chat that Hammer actually hates the Jobava London. Like, to be fair, I think from a strategic standpoint, the knight on c3 is often slightly misplaced, because you cannot put a pawn on c3 to strengthen your knight on d4. The advantage of it with all his heart.
Ooh, that's a really strong feeling.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, we have a move by Arna. She played knight a4, attacking the queen and the bishop. So now the moment of truth. Does Alexandra see the move bishop takes f2? If she does, she will have a great position. And I think it's pretty findable. Takes. Again, in case the queen takes, you give a check on b4. Again, forking the king and the knight. And if white blocks, you take here, and black is winning, as there's no way to deal with the threat on the rook and the knight.
Yeah. So I think since she played move knight c6, she has this move in mind, surely, because otherwise, if you don't play the move bishop takes f2, you'd have to play very passively. And just as I say it, Benjamin, she retreats the queen to c7. Ouch.
Yeah, now white can trade the bishop, the knight for the bishop, and I think that's what she's going to do. However, I think Alexander still has a fine position here, given the fact that the pawn on e5 is a little bit vulnerable, and given the fact that black's pieces are quite active. The knight can jump to e4, which will be annoying, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. I think if white is able to somehow consolidate, they might have an advantage, but I think that's difficult to do. And in the meantime, we have a move by Andrea's opponent. I think a move we're quite happy to see. It seems like he's played pawn to a6, but again, now how are you ever going to trade up the light square bishops?
Yeah, that is a strange move. I wonder if the opponent was afraid of the move knight b5. Didn't like playing bishop a6 after all. So yeah, it's quite surprising. You usually don't want to play a6 in d4 positions whatsoever. You very rarely play the move a6, especially after b6. You don't want to touch the other pawns anymore. You want to focus on c5, because any of those pawn moves that are extra are just too weakening. And now this bishop is definitely the worst piece in a position.
Yeah, now I guess with the move a6, he wants to take the sting out of a potential bishop e5 check, but you can also castle first, then bishop e5 will be quite harmless. So I don't think a6 is terrible or anything, but just a little bit unnecessary. So again, let's see what Andrea's going to do. Bishop d3 still makes sense. I mean, g4 is a move, but I feel like it's probably a little bit too much, but it can definitely be considered.
Right, so let's see how Andrea will handle this position, but for now, it's looking good for her because opponent is not playing the right moves at this stage already.
Yeah. So let's see what she's gonna do. Alexander's opponent also thinking, I think you do want to trade off the knight for the bishop, otherwise, your knight at a4 is a little bit off, right? Like, let's say you delay it with a move like queenside castles. Something black can consider is a move like bishop e4, attacking the queen, provoke white to play c3, because now the knight can never go back. And maybe now you move the bishop back to, I don't know, let's say e7. And you can try to trap this knight later on.
Yeah, so taking that bishop is very important. It's the better bishop of black as well, so taking that off the board is very beneficial. But the knights can get really tricky of black. The knights in the French are quite annoying to deal with, especially with that weak pawn on e5 that can be targeted by the knights very easily. So maybe this is why her opponent is spending some time here. So yeah, that makes sense. In the chat, we have a question. What are our favorite openings? Benjamin, what is your favorite opening?
I like playing the Sicilian as black, and with white, I like to go 1d4. And I guess against 1d4, I like to play the Nimzo. What are your favorite openings, Anamaya?
Okay. I love playing the French with black. It's an opening I've played for years now, and I still enjoyed it a lot. I get out prepped a lot these days, so I need to work on that, but it's still one of my favorite openings. And with white, I like playing e4. And I like to switch around, but let's say 99% of the times I play e4.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, in the meantime, Alexander's opponent, Arna, still in the tank, but like we said before, I think you really just want to trade off the knight for the bishop. Andrea also in the tank, so what are moves that she could be considering? I mean, someone like g4 makes sense, bishop to d3 as well. Do you see anything else that makes sense?
I guess maybe she's trying to defend the pawn on e5 since it's under attack, so knight takes e5 is a threat, I guess. But yeah, not so sure. You see, as soon as you deviate and get out of someone's prep, they start to spend time, and this is the moment that maybe inaccurate moves starts to appear on the board, because everything up until now made sense. Everything was pretty much preparation, and now comes the real task. How do you not really punish, but basically Alex did not make use of the situation where she could have taken on f2. She played a less accurate move going back with the queen, and now it's on the opponent to try to make use of this, try to equalize the position. So maybe this is the moment that she thinks, okay, since queen c7 is played, what is going on here? Can I take that bishop and be fine with that weak pawn on e5? Or maybe there's something else.
Yeah, and I saw a bit of a head bob there by Andrea, so I wonder if she saw a move she was happy about. I mean, I wonder if she will go for that g4 push or just go for something more solid, like bishop to d3. In many ways you can play this position. So I understand that Andrea's thing. I'm just a little surprised that Alexander's opponent is taking her time and has not played knight c5 yet.
Yeah, I'm not so sure either. It's a very logical move, especially after having played knight a4 already. It's the one task the knight has now to capture the bishop. But yeah, perhaps she's thinking about some other move. We'll have to see.
And I just wanted to point out, like, I wonder if she was still, you were saying earlier how she was playing quickly. I wonder if she was still familiar with the move bishop takes f2. Maybe this was all planned. Maybe this was some sort of sacrifice, like let's say black takes, and maybe she wanted to recapture and meet a check with, let's say, a move like c3. You know, you give up the knight, but maybe after, I don't know how though, because e5 is also weak, but maybe after like bishop d3, you have some sort of compensation with the two bishops and this half open f line. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to make it work after knight c5. But she might be out of book after queen c7.
Yeah, most likely. So yeah, it's very common that, you know, as soon as you're out of prep, you take the time, make sure that you're not missing anything. I guess also knowing that your opponent did not play the most accurate move, it makes you feel like there must be something. There must be something better than probably just taking the bishop. So it makes sense to spend some time, I guess. In any case, the players have a lot of time on the clock. The players start with 100 minutes. And every single move they receive 10-second increment. And it's so important to have good time management because you don't get extra time after move 40. 100 minutes is all you have, and you have to make the best out of it with that.
Yeah, it's 100 minutes for the entire game and only a 10-second increment. So, like we said, it's very important that you manage your time correctly. In the meantime, Andrea has played a move. She's played her queen to f3. Makes a lot of sense. And I think she's aiming for queenside castles. And perhaps then again, she wants to push the pawns on the king side, like g4, g5. Just to, and I guess that's the whole point of the Job of London. Not to play something that's as boring as the London, but to have something that's a little bit more aggressive.
Right. So with Queen f3, Andrea is setting the tone of the game. We're going for aggressive play here, and we'd love to see it. We'd love to see it because Andrea's games have been very exciting. But now we want to see her win as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that'd be great for her to really get into the tournament. So let's see what her opponent's going to do. I mean, he can go for a c5 push. He can also go for castles, but I'm sure that especially when he castles, she's going to push that g-pawn up the board with g4, g5. Again, I'm a little surprised to see Alexandra's opponent taking her time here. I think knight takes c5 is practically forced.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not sure.
We, by the way, had some good questions in the chat asking if these games affect their FIDE and USCF ratings. I think so. Yeah, I think this is FIDE rated, and it's also USCF rated. And someone was asking earlier, Anamaya, we were talking about our favorite openings, but we did not mention the Dutch defense. What are your thoughts on the Dutch defense?
Yeah, I for some reason never played it. I already don't play d4 myself as much, so I've never faced it. But yeah, playing it myself is quite a commitment. I'm not so familiar with those structures, and it's very aggressive and sharp at times. So yeah, maybe one day I'll try it out, but I don't have much experience with it. How about you, Benjamin?
Yeah, I'll be surprised if I ever see myself playing the Dutch. Yeah, I don't know why we got this opening. I really don't like it. I mean, it just looks like you weaken your position for move one. But I guess if you really want to go aggressive for move one and try to go for the win, then it makes sense. But yeah, let's have a look at the time situation right now. Okay, so it looks like Alexandra's opponent has just traded on c5, and Alexandra has recaptured. Time is approximately even over there. And in Andrea's game, time approximately even as well.
Yeah. Knight takes c5 on the board, and those knights can be really scary, so white needs to be careful. But for now, the only task for white is to defend that pawn on e5, and it's pretty easy to do. You always have bishop f4 if needed. I guess queen e3 is also a move that can be played, attacking the knight on c5 at the same time. But in the meantime, also, black can try to aim for moves such as b6 to try to trade off that bishop. This bishop is not the greatest. Yeah, you have many ideas here with black. Another idea could be to focus on pushing f6 at some point. You have to time that well, but first, white needs to defend that pawn on e5.
Yep, and in the meantime, we have a move on Andrea's board. Her opponent played bishop to b7. Makes a lot of sense, putting the bishop on a slightly better square. All right, so let's see what she's going to do. I think she's going to go for queenside castles, and potentially she's probably going to go for something like g4, g5, I guess.
Yeah. Do you think Andrea should maybe wait until her opponent castles kingside before she pushes the g-pawn?
I think so. I think she probably will go queenside castles first, because then you keep all of your options open. You can still go g4, g5, or you can go for pawn to f5, now that that bishop is no longer controlling the f5 square.
Right, and I guess black is trying to activate the bishop by playing c5 and opening up, somehow getting the pawn from d4 away there and opening up this diagonal. Do you think the move c5 is something Andrea should be concerned about?
I don't think concerned, but it has to be something that's on her radar. Like she has to consider how to deal with that one. Taking on c5 looks a little bit risky, as black can recapture and then prepare the d4 push to open up the diagonal for his light square bishop, but perhaps just keeping the pawns, as they are, not touching them, is the way to go. So just ignore G. So let's say she goes queenside castles. Black plays C5. Maybe play a move like F5. Try to chip away Black's pawn structure.
Yeah, I really like the move F5. But I guess it depends if whether she wants to attack the pawn on E6 or focus on attacking by means of pushing the G pawn and kicking the knight from F6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the meantime, Alexander's opponent is still thinking. E5 is currently under attack. And as you pointed out, if you go queen E3 to defend it, then something like knight E4 can be annoying, reinforcing the threat. There is bishop F4, I guess, to defend. But now maybe something like a check can be a little bit annoying for white. So I'm very curious to see how Alexander is going to try to create some counterplay here.
Yeah. And, I mean, Black is doing just fine. Usually in the French, things can get really cramped up, but with the knight on e4 so active and bishop being able to develop to d7 really easily, you don't have to go too crazy with Black, I feel like, especially because you have rook c8, you can target the pawn on c2. There's a lot of play here possible for Black. Usually it's not that bright looking for Black.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's why I think Alexander should try to create counterplay quickly, because I feel like if white is able to consolidate, well, let's say pawn c3, bishop d3, and castles, then white's got a lot of trumps. White has the bishop pair and more space, whereas black, has less space and this bishop on c8, which is a little bit passive.
Yes, and Arna has made a move. She played bishop f4 directly. So she did not play queen e3. She went back with the bishop, which makes a lot of sense, but I guess it sort of defeats the purpose of the bishop being on g5. Perhaps moves such as f6 come to mind now because the pawn on e5 is pinned.
Yeah. Or perhaps something like knight e4 first, attacking the
First
queen.
to attack the queen. Yeah, get it out of
Right,
there first.
Yeah. Yeah, and then see where the queen is gonna go. Because right now, I mean, f6 can be met with pawn takes, as the bishop is still protected.
For now. Yeah.
Right, but indeed, as you pointed out, if the queen goes to another square, then f6 definitely becomes a consideration. Because now, in case white takes, that's gonna hang the bishop. So I really like the idea that you pointed out. And if the queen goes here, I guess for the moment it doesn't work, because knight b4 can be met with a check, which is quite annoying. But maybe castles and then set up the idea of knight b4. Or again, I think f6, your move, is looking really good.
Right. So yeah, f6 is also always a move you need to keep in mind. It's a very typical move of black. In this situation, you don't really want to play it because e5 is such a big weakness. So you'd rather capture the pawn for free on e5. But if only it was that easy. White has enough pieces to defend that pawn. So then the next move comes to mind is to play f6 whenever possible. So let's see if Alexandra will play the move knight to e4. That feels like the most appealing move in this position.
Yeah, it looks quite natural. So I think she will go for this one. And I think white will respond with the move queen to e3, keeping the bishop on f4 defended, not allowing any tricks. I mean, maybe black can consider something like knight b4, as the pawn on c2 can be a little awkward to defend. It does allow this check on b5, but now perhaps you're happy to go for a move like bishop d7. And after trade, now at least you got rid of that passive light square bishop. And as a matter of fact, you can even consider to recapture with the king, as actually protecting the pawn on c2 is quite difficult.
Yeah, and you need the queen to defend the knight over there in case white plays a defensive move such as rook c1. So then knight takes c2 is still a threat. So yeah, it's actually crazy that the king can just capture casually on d7 and black is more than fine here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think she will go for the move knight e4. It just looks too tempting, creating a threat on the queen. White doesn't really have a whole lot of squares to go to. And I'm kind of curious, like, what should white do after the move knight to b4? I mean, again, this pawn is very difficult to protect. Maybe you go for something like bishop d3. Let black take, but you recapture. And now you go down a pawn, but you have quite a lead in development. Rook c1 is coming next. And for black, it's not that easy to get their pieces into the game.
Yeah, knight on e4 is very well positioned. And as we say this, she does play the move knight to e4 So this is looking really good already for Alexandra.
Yep. Good move by Alexandra. I do expect Arna to go queen e3, and then it's a big question how Alexandra is going to continue. But you can also consider to go queen c1, making sure that the pawn on c2 remains better defended. But yeah, it's a little bit more passive. Maybe now something like queen b6 can be annoying to deal with. And, you know, against bishop e3, maybe d4. I mean, I don't know if this works, but just to point out, like, this is a consideration.
Mm-hmm. If your opponent has to play moves such as queen c1, you already know that you're doing pretty well. So
yeah,
I don't expect her to play these kind of passive moves, but yeah, if she plays it, then Alexandra must be happy as well.
Yeah, I think Arna was kind of reaching for a piece already, judging from the body language. So, I mean, I guess something like queen e3 makes more sense. It's a little bit more active. In the meantime, Andrea has played a move. She played bishop to d3. So now let's see what her opponent's going to do. Maybe now pawn to c5.
Yeah, seems more likely, especially because after c5 you would like to defend the pawn, let's say by knight e2, but then our bishop on d3 is trapped, so we can't really defend the pawn with knight e2.
Well, fortunately, there is a little tactic, because now we could meet c4 with bishop takes c4.
Ah, nice pin.
Indeed, the bishop is hanging. And actually, I like this idea to go knight e2, because let's say black takes. White's got really nice control in the center, controlling the e5 square, controlling the d4 square. And if black does not take and plays a move like queen c7, preparing c4, we're just in time to go c3, strengthening the center. And now c4 can be met with bishop c2. So I actually really like this move. And I think if she's in time to go, you know, knight e2 and c3, she's got a really nice advantage with the knight on e5 and the light square bishop, which is much more active than the light square bishop on b7. So again, I'm kind of surprised that black did not trade it off earlier with bishop a6.
Yeah, I guess there were some minor concerns from black's perspective, which is why a6 was played, because otherwise a6 does not make much sense. There must have been something that black was not happy with, which is why they went for a6. But it is a waste of time. The bishop on b7 is not great and does not have much prospects whatsoever.
Yeah, no, here I think if you're playing with black, you'd rather move the pawn back to a7, because then, yeah, you can go bishop a6 and trade off the bishops. On the other hand, though, as we pointed out, in case black goes c5 now, there's not an annoying bishop e5 check. So let's see what he's going to do. But again, I think Andrea has a very nice advantage. And Alexander can also be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening.
Yeah, it's good to see that the Botez sisters are doing really well in terms of opening preparation. It's really good to see. They take it very seriously, and yeah, things can go really wrong in the opening if you're not prepared or if you get out prepared. But they seem to be handling the opening stages really well, which is really good to see.
Yeah, I'd say that is the biggest difference between just casual online chess and serious over-the-board chess is the opening preparation, right? When you play online, you just sit down, you play, and it's all fine. But over the board, you want to make sure that you know what you're doing in the opening. And I think that that's the case at any level, you know, whether you're, you know, like a GM or whether you're, you know, low rated. So yeah, the opening is definitely important. And it seems like they have, they're well prepared going into these games.
And by the way, Arna actually played the move Queen C1, Benjamin. She played this passive move. And it makes sense because she wants to keep protecting the bishop on f4. And she also realized that the pawn on c2 needs protection because knight b4 is really appealing to play with black. But if you have to play moves such as queen c1, there must be something wrong with the position because, yeah, you shouldn't have to play such so passively.
Yeah, it looks quite passive. So I'm curious to see what Alexandra is going to do. Again, something like queen b6 looks quite tempting because f2 is a little awkward to protect. Or perhaps something like just bishop to d7, continuing her development. Another move, by the way, that just crossed my mind. How about this move g5? This is probably too much, but the idea is that in case white takes, we take, and in case white takes, I want to give a check over here. And it's not so easy to deal with this, because bishop e3 is going to be met with d4, and you lose your bishop. And in case of queen e3, we can take here. And in case of bishop e2, there might be the move knight at d4. So probably objectively, it's not working, but the refutation might not be that easy to spot here.
Yeah, I really like g5. I guess the refutation would be that you just allow, let's say, I would like to go back to g3 and ask black, okay, if you're going to take, maybe the queen can capture the pawn at some point, something like this. But I guess maybe g4 becomes an issue.
Right, yeah, I think here g4, yeah, attacking the knight. And if the knight moves, now we can always trade here and then take an e5. So yeah, apparently there seems to be something wrong with the move g5. I mean, when you're playing a serious game. Oh wait, you just you take with the bishop and you can recapture with the queen.
Oh right.
Yeah, no, of course
we completely forgot about the queen.
Yeah. Yeah, I was only looking at knight. I was only looking at knight takes, but I forgot that. Yeah, I can also do this. Okay, well, we found the refutation. G5 is not a good move. And the question is, well, what do we do instead? Again, maybe this move, maybe because if you, let's say, go bishop d7 and allow white to develop, I feel like white should be a little bit better.
Yeah. Yeah, allowing bishop d3 like that, then you have to retreat the knight to c5. It's not per se a waste of time because the knight on e4 did its job, but at the same time, you would like to be more active with black here. So I really like your move queen b6 instead, to put pressure on that pawn on f2 and try to push the pawn forward with d4.
Yeah, so I like Alexander's position, but it's a tricky one in the sense that if she does not act quickly here and she allows Arna to consolidate, I feel like white could get the advantage. So she probably has to do something quickly. So let's again have a look at this move queen b6, right? Threatening the pawn on f2. Queen e3 is not an option because you hang the pawn on b2 and black's doing very well. So the critical move is bishop to e3, I guess. Now here, I guess maybe d4. The bishop moves, or wait, maybe white, can white do this? Take on d4 and then c3. And if you win the knight, then you go up a pawn with a good position.
Yeah, looks like it. I don't see a counter check here with black to try to trick white somehow, but yeah, looks like it's losing material.
Yeah, I guess bishop e3 could be problematic then. You know, if you're in a peaceful mood, what you could do is go queen back and attack the pawn. And we might, yeah. I don't think this is gonna happen, but just pointing out that it could happen.
Right. Yeah, let's see what Alexander decides to do. It's not an easy position. A lot of options, and I feel like g5 may be too tempting. It's very tempting, and I can definitely see it being played on the board.
Right. Yeah, it is definitely something to consider, because even if in case white takes, you can take this pawn over here. So it might not be that bad. I mean, black definitely has some play here.
Yeah. Yeah, it does look scary with bishop b5 check in the air. Lack of development on black's end. You don't really want to go short castle. You can't physically long castle, so not so easy.
Yeah. So let's see what Alexandra is gonna do. She's now in the tank, which makes a lot of sense. She probably realizes, hey, if I don't do something quickly, white's gonna develop the bishop. White has the bishop pair, more space, and the position will be strategically dangerous for her. So that's why, again, I think she wants to do something fast. But yeah, it's not that easy to figure out what that could be.
Yeah. Yeah, other moves, I feel like short castle is just not appealing at all. It doesn't really change much. You want to be more aggressive here. How about the move knight b4? It's one of those moves that you try to make progress, attacking upon c2. But I'm guessing that c3 is just ending things right there.
Right, yeah, I think just c3 and the knight has to go back. In the meantime, c5 has been played in Andrea's game, and she played the move knight e2. Very good move. Again, c4 seemingly traps the bishop on d3. but she spotted that she can go bishop takes c4, and in case black takes, now you take on b7. So great find by Andrea. I mean, really nice positional find, so to speak, because now, again, you get the setup you want. You get the knight at e2. Next up, you're going to place the pawn on c3. And this looks like a dream Jobava London for white. I mean, you have a nice knight on e5, an active bishop on d3, whereas this bishop on b7 remains very passive.
And c takes d4 has actually been played, and Andrea captures back with the knight.
Yeah. So this is what we talked about earlier, right? At first glance, you might think black is doing pretty well here, because black's got 2 pawns in the center and white's got none. But look at the knights on e4 and d5. They're dominant. They're controlling a lot of squares, and black cannot easily push them away. And again, the bishop on b7 is kind of stuck staring at its own pawn over here. So I think Andrea is a lot better here.
Yeah, it looks very misleading that these pawns in the center, oftentimes they say if you control the center with your pawns, you must have a better position, but it's actually the knights that control the center very well, and doesn't really allow black to do much, especially as you pointed out, this bishop on b7 looks very sad. And yeah, I don't really see what black can do in the next few moves to try to get that bishop back to life or try to improve the situation, because white is simply dominating here.
Someone was wondering, by the way, in the chat, was I was drinking a matcha. You know, they always keep me energized. No, it was not that, as someone else is putting in the chat. In the meantime, Musa is reaching for a piece. He develops the knight to d7. But yeah, great observation that you made earlier. Now, I think if black magically is able to go e5, then black is doing great, but you can't. So let's see what Andrea is going to do here. She can go for queenside castles or kingside castles. I think both look very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think long castle is just more appealing just because you have the potential to push the g-pawn and not worry so much about your king. But yeah, even with short castle, you should be fine. You just have to be a bit more careful to not allow things that easily. But yeah, I would totally go for a long castle here.
Yeah, I like queenside castles as well. As you point out, you can still go g4, g5. You can maybe move the other rook to e1, maybe prepare f5 at the right moment. Yeah, this looks like a really nice position for Andrea, and it's a kind of unfortunate that she's on 0 points out of 2 games, but I think she's been playing decent chess, and yeah, she just needs a little bit more luck to get some points.
Yeah, she has been struggling with the clock, which has mostly been the reason why she has lost her games. If you look at the time management currently, Andrea on 1 hour and 16 minutes, her opponent on 1 hour and 19 minutes, so not too bad so far. But in the end, it is going to matter a lot. So she has to make sure that she has enough time at the end of the game. And Alexandra is currently spending quite some time on her move. She's down to 1 hour and 13 minutes, and her opponent is on 1 hour and 21 minutes. So both the sisters are lower on the clock, but that doesn't say much. They have a pretty good position, so not much to worry about just yet.
Yeah. No, definitely. I think especially Andrea can be quite satisfied about the outcome of the opening. Alexandra doing pretty, yeah, has a fine position as well. Someone is asking in the chat, is it true that professional chess players burn 6,000 plus calories during classical chess games? Yeah, I read that in an article, but I feel like it's a bit of a stretch. I mean, they definitely burn calories, but I don't think 6,000. Well, what do you think, Anna-Maya? How many calories do we burn during a classical game?
Ooh, I'm not sure. I think it's definitely a lot. I noticed that during chess tournaments, I'm eating a lot more and I'm not gaining weight because I'm spending a lot of calories during the games. But yeah, I want to know how much. I think it, I don't want to like throw out numbers, but 2,000 calories would make sense.
Yeah, no, it's hard to say. Yeah. All right. In the meantime, Alexandra's still thinking. Let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, something like kingside castles makes a lot of sense. White's probably gonna go bishop d3. And, you know, maybe at some point you want to go for a pawn break, something like f6, or try to break up white's pawn structure. You know, this could be an idea. It looks perhaps a little risky, but maybe something like castles. And in case white goes here, maybe we can go for the move f6. So that in case you take, this might look problematic, but we have to move e5. A nice in-between move. Hitting the bishop, and in case white would try to be clever here, attacking the rook. Fortunately, we can take the bishop with a rook, and we're winning.
Yeah. So let's see what Alex decides to play here. But yeah, this would be great to see, of course.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We have to move knight takes d7 by Andrea. Okay, I think that is a bit of a pity because I really like the knight on e5, and she's trading it off for the knight on d7, which is somewhat more passive. That being said, I think she should still have a nice advantage in this position right here.
Yeah, the knight on e5 is very strong, and you would love the knight to be captured so that you can capture back with the pawn. So it's indeed a pity to kind of lose your strong knight, because the opponent's piece was not strong at all. But maybe she didn't like this knight jumping to c5 and then control the e4 square somehow. Maybe she was not really in the mood for that. But
Yeah.
also maybe she wants to play move f5 at some point. And then, of course, with the knight on e5 being attacked, not really going to happen.
Yeah. However, you don't want to go f5 too quickly, as then black is going to go e5, kick the knight away, and all of a sudden black is doing very fine in the center. So you want to prepare with moves like maybe queenside castles first, move a rook to e1, and then I do really like the idea of f5 to try to give black a weakness on the e6 square. In the meantime, Musa is thinking maybe he's considering to recapture with the knight.
Yeah, possibly. You would like to keep the knight on the king side to defend everything, because it feels like if you take with the knight, then all of a sudden queen h5 comes in and queen gets very active, and it looks quite annoying to deal with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think you probably just take with the queen and go from there. But it's clear that white again should have the advantage, given the fact that Andrea's bishop is more active and that you have nice control in the center.
Yeah. So knight takes d7 may not be the most accurate move, but it's still maintaining the advantage. And yeah, it's hard to see what black can do, right? This bishop on b7 remains a bad piece, and white has so much space in the position. So yeah, I really like white's position.
Yeah, so let's see what he's going to do. I mean, I do expect him to recapture with the queen. Alexandra has moved, but she played the move queen to b6, threatening the pawn on f2. And now I do expect Arna to play bishop to e3. Again, queen e3 is not a move. You hang the pawn on b2. So I think, I mean, you could make a case for bishop to g3 as well.
Yeah, I guess, but it feels like you're not supposed to make that move at all. It's hard to try to refute this move, but I guess you just want to take it off the board. But you're not in a rush because this bishop is not going anywhere. So, yeah. I guess you don't have to worry about bishop d3. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and in the meantime, Musa has recaptured on the queen with the queen on d7. So let's see what Andrea's going to do. I think, again, queenside castles makes a lot of sense. I honestly like it a little bit more than kingside castles, going for an aggressive game. And I think that might also be the type of move she's looking for, judging from the fact that she started with a Jobava London. She probably wants to attack in this game.
Do you think black may be going for the option to go long castle here now that the queen is on d7?
Maybe, but I feel like black's queenside is a little bit soft with the pawns on b6 and a6. So I feel like he's probably still gonna go for kingside castles, but you know, maybe he'll get scared. If Andrea goes, maybe he's just waiting. If Andrea goes kingside castles, he'll go kingside castles as well. If she goes queenside castles, he's gonna go queenside castles as well.
Yeah, and I guess keeping the king in the center is not a good idea, because as soon as the rook lands on e1, you can easily play f5, and then the king will feel very uncomfortable staying in the center of the board.
For sure. Yeah. So I think it's only a matter of time until both sides are going to castle. Yeah, again, I like queenside castles here for Andrea. So let's see what she... oh, she goes kingside castles. Also completely fine. Still keeping a nice advantage. And I think now for sure you have to go kingside castles as well with black. Like queenside castles, she looks way too dangerous with these weaknesses over here.
Yeah, and Andrea can still consider going for g4 if black castles kingside, but you may want to time that properly, because if you push the pawns on the king side too much, your own king can get weakened as well. And there's no guarantee that the attack will succeed or that this king will not will be surviving the game. So yeah, perhaps she will just go for positional play rather than attacking here with rook f e1 and perhaps going for f5 to target that weakness on e6.
We have more moves in Alexander's game. After the move queen b6 attacking f2, Arna played bishop e3 attacking the queen. Queen to c7 was played, and now bishop to f4. So both sides, at least for now, are showing that they are okay with a draw, and it's honestly difficult to see how either side can get out of this move repetition.
Yeah, and I don't think Alex wants to go for this repetition. She had a really convincing win earlier today, and she did not have such a long game, so I'm pretty sure she has all the energy to continue here, and she would love to take revenge, of course, after her opponent has beaten Andrea in round 1. So yeah, then the question is, what do you do instead of queen b6? Well, you could still play queen b6, but then after bishop e3, you'd have to heavily consider the move d4 instead to keep the game going.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we showed that line earlier with castles followed by f6, but if you don't see that line, it's easy to become a little concerned here, because white's going to develop the bishop to d3. And again, if you don't see how to quick counterplay, you are stuck with less space, and with white having the bishop pair. So I'm sure she wants to keep the game going, but it's yeah, if she doesn't see how, then I would understand if she just takes the draw.
Yeah, and at the same time, Alexander's camera died, so I hope it returns back soon. But I don't think the game has already been decided, so yeah, we hope to have the cam feed back shortly. But yeah, we have an update in Andrea's game. Musa went for short castles as well. So very logical move, especially that Andrea has kingside castled, and I expect Andrea now to go for moves such as rook f e1, controlling the square e5 and preparing to move f5.
Yeah, no, I like rook f1 as well. Rooks belong on open and half open files, so rook f1, very logical. Bring the rook into the game, and then if black is not careful, I like your idea of going f5, putting pressure on the pawn on e6, and in case white takes, now black has an isolated pawn on d5. So perhaps what black should do, I think there's two things you can do. You can either go g6, stopping white from going f5, or go for a move like rook f e8. So that now f5 can be met with e5, and as we see, all of a sudden black is much better. So yeah, rook f1 looks very logical here.
Instead, she played the move rook a to d1, which also makes sense, but I hope she's not considering moves such as c4 at some point, because if there's anything that you do not want to allow is allowing this pawn to move. You don't want to have that pawn move whatsoever.
Exactly, because the bishop on b7 for the moment is just dead. It's not doing anything. It's just stuck staring at its own pawn. But I feel like this rook belongs on d1. The other one belongs on e1. So I feel like all of this is fine. It would just be a bit of a pity if, let's say, she moves this rook to d1, because you want the f rook on e1 and the a rook on d1.
Exactly. So rook to d1 has been played, and now the question is, what is black going to play here? I guess maybe one move that Andrea was being cautious about is move knight e4, so that after bishop takes, pawn takes, the rook is on this on the d file, protecting the knight and potentially preparing a discovery attack like this.
Yeah, no, definitely. She's taking this she's making 94 less appealing. So I think it makes a lot of sense. And you know, it's not easy here for Musa to come up with an active plan. And that's also kind of what I can tell by the body language. He looks a little bored, maybe, if you will. He's sitting there kind of like, okay, well, what am I supposed to do now? Which is quite understandable. Like we talked about this before. If you're, especially if you're a kid, you want to attack, you want to play actively. You don't want to sit there and just be passive. So great opening strategy so far by Andrea.
Indeed, and especially with Black's position now, the bishop on b7 is just a really sad piece, and the knight doesn't have prospects either. So, yeah, this is kind of a nightmare to play as a kid most of the times. There are definitely kids that are more positionally wired, but it's pretty rare. It doesn't happen so much. Most of the kids are very tactically sharp, sharply wired. So. That's why opting for these positional kind of games is really clever against kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think she has a nice advantage here. In the meantime, I don't see any moves yet in Alexander's game. So yeah, let's see. What do you think, Anamai? I don't think she's gonna go for the draw. Do you think she will?
I don't think so. I think she wants to play on. I think both sisters are very competitive and they don't settle for draws. They want to fight until the very end and only take a draw when they actually feel like, okay, there's not much to fight for anymore. So let's settle for a draw. But in this situation, we just got out of the opening. The game is just getting started, and this is not the stage of the game that you want to accept such a draw. And yeah, I'm pretty sure she wants to win. And I think she feels also pretty confident about it. But yeah, we'll have to see what she decides to do, because the opponent is repeating moves. And if your opponent is doing that, then you have to prove that there's something better in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In the meantime, we have the move G6 by Musa in Andrea's game. But yeah, I would be surprised if Alexandra goes for the repetition. She also outrates her opponent by 350 points. Her feeder rating is quite low, by the way. Her USCF is like 1870 or so. So she's definitely underrated. But yeah, I mean, you don't want to take a draw against someone that is that much low rated. You just want to keep the game going and try to win.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still waiting for Alexandra's move. If we go back, this is the current position in the game. It's Black to move. And the question is Alexandra going to play Queen b6 again? She can still find an improvement after that, but she may consider playing some other move in this current position.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm curious to see what she's gonna do. I feel like she's doing pretty fine here. Let's have a look. We have no moves. Oh, we have the move c3 by Andrea, strengthening the knight on d4. That's a nice thing for Andrea. She can go for these slow improving moves. c3, strengthening the knight, rook e1. Maybe at some point you want to try to push these pawns on the king side, but it's not that easy to see how, because h4 can always be met with h5, and it's not clear how you continue from there.
Yeah, exactly. So I like c3 a lot, strengthening the knight on d4. And yeah, as we mentioned before, it's hard to see what Black can do here. The move g6 is logical in the sense that it stops f5 temporarily. But I can see a world where f5 will be played anyway. And then if it's possible to play f5, then g6 is also one of those moves that you'd rather not have played, because when you push those pawns in front of your king and they get attacked, the king can become even more vulnerable than before.
Yep. Now, one thing Musa can try to do is trade off the light square bishop. So a move he can be looking at is the move a5 to try to go bishop a6. We've been talking a lot about how this bishop is very passive, whereas White's bishop is quite active. Fortunately for Andrea, what she can do is play a move like rook e1 and meet bishop a6 with bishop to b1, keeping this bishop on this active diagonal, eyeing the king, whereas this bishop, yes, it is more active than it was on b7, but still it's kind of doing nothing over here.
Yeah. Let's focus on Alexandra's game first because we do not have Andrea's game synced on stream for now, as we're currently working on a fix of Alexandra's camera. So yeah, we talked a lot about Alexandra's game, but we do not have a new move just yet. Perhaps she's trying to fix the camera. That's also possible that she's that is the reason that she's not making a move. But she's currently down 20 minutes on the clock, which is actually quite a big time difference. And this may play in her decision to accept this sort of indirect draw offer.
Yeah, she's still in the tank, but yeah, the longer she thinks, the more likely, I guess you could say, it is that she goes for the draw. Because otherwise, if you continue down with time on the clock. Andrea's opponent has moved, by the way, and he has played the move Rook F2 D8. So again, I think now she should just play a move like Rook F1 and continue playing these simple moves quickly.
Yes. Not much that her opponent can do, and moving the rook from F8 is, it's one piece less that is defending the king. So yeah, I just feel really bad for the dark squares around black's king. There's no dark square bishop on the board whatsoever, so it shouldn't be that much of a big deal, but I'm scared for black that this queen will become super active. Let's say the queen gets to h6. I can see a lot of threats appear just from that, from the queen going to h6 already.
Yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen. Andrea's board is updated. I mean, right now this is the position we have. Her rook is still in f1. I think, yeah, she shouldn't overthink it too much. Just, move the rook to e1, pass the ball back to your opponent, so to speak, and let him figure it out what he's gonna do, because he doesn't really have any active plans. He's gonna make some of these moves quickly, like rook d8, maybe rook c8, but then it's gonna be difficult for black to continue.
Yeah, and as long as his bishop is on b7 stuck, there's not much that black has going for themselves. I guess black is trying to make knight e4 work somehow, but yeah, now it's white's turn, and I guess you can already work out moves such as queen h3 become very appealing so that you prepare to move f3 in case knight e4 happens. So that way e4 becomes covered and you don't have to worry about this knight any longer.
Yeah. All right, so let's see what both the sisters are gonna do. Yeah, what you can also consider in Andrea's game is starting with the move g4 and then maybe h4 later. Because if you start with h4, black can go h5 and black's king side becomes very solid. In the meantime, we have a move in Andrea's game, and it's the move we expected. Rook fe1, slowly improving the position.
Yeah, very logical move. You can also plant the rook on e5 because you're not going to be attacked there anytime soon. It's going to take some time, and yeah, it's hard to see how black can proceed here. One of the more active moves I see in this position is queen a4, attacking the pawn on a2, but it's not really a concern for white because the more that the queen or the other pieces of black will focus on the queen side, the easier it will become for white to attack on the king side. And I already sense that things will become very vulnerable over there.
Yeah, queen a4 definitely is a little bit annoying, but yeah, I think we can still go something like a3 or bishop to b1. A5. Oh, he goes b5. Wow. I did not expect that one, and I think it's a positional mistake. Because again, let's talk again about the bishops. On the board, we have light squared bishops. Black's light square bishop is completely blocked in by its pawns, and now he commits yet another pawn to the light squares. Now, for the moment, these pawns are protected, but they can become weak later on. I mean, white can always attack them, and black cannot attack any of these white pawns. So maybe Andrea can play a move like a3, making sure that black can never go b4. And yeah, I think b5 is just voluntarily creating a weakness for himself.
Yeah, and this is inviting b4 so much just to make sure that all of these pawns that are blocking this bishop are not going to move ever in the game. And yeah, by playing b4, you also create this nice outpost on c5 for the knight to maneuver to. So indeed a positional mistake, a very crucial one. And let's see if Andrea will take advantage of that.
Yeah. In the meantime, Alexandra has moved. She played the move bishop to d7. A logical move developing her bishop. So now I expect Arna to continue with a move like bishop to d3, developing her bishop. And yeah, it's now clear to see what Alexandra is going to do from there. Because now in case of queen b6, there is kingside castles. But I'm sure she has something in mind in case of this move.
Yeah, she basically said, I'm not here to make a draw today. I want to win this game. But it did come at the cost of her time. She's down to 55 minutes on the clock, whereas her opponent is on 1 hour and 18 minutes. And just as I mentioned the time, her opponent already made a move. Bishop e2 is on the board. Yeah, very normal developing move. Nothing wrong with it. But it would have been interesting to see bishop d3. I think that would have been more sort of active.
Right. Yep. So let's see what Alexandra is going to do now. Now, again, like queen b6 can be met with kingside castles. She still has the idea to, let's say, go kingside castles followed by f6. And I think the main reason why Arna played bishop e2 is that in case of bishop d3, there could be knight b4 attacking the bishop, whereas now knight b4 can always be met with c3, and you don't leave the bishop hanging over here. So yeah, again, I feel like Alexandra should try to create counterplay somehow. Again, maybe with something like castles, maybe f6, and in case white takes e5. But it becomes a little bit double-edged. You know, you get the center with black, but white has the two bishops, and these pawns can also become vulnerable.
Yeah, you have to be careful over there. So playing f6 comes with consequences, especially the bishop on f4 is defended already. So you have to time it well, and yeah, you can take it easy because white is currently not really threatening much in the position in the current position in the game. So yeah, let's see how they will proceed. Just as I talk about that, we see another move. h6 is on the board.
Perhaps with this move, she's aiming to go g5. Let's put on the board, let's say castles g5 attacking the bishop, because the bishop cannot continue to defend the pawn on e5. Like, let's say you go here, we can trade, and then take over here. And black's doing pretty well. Maybe you can go to, let's say, e3. And in case of takes, maybe there's something like bishop d4, attacking the knight. The computer does not agree. I guess maybe just f6 and defend. Because my idea is that in case black takes here with a check, wait, I guess in case a pawn takes, the knight is hanging in the rook, but we might just have to move e5 with a nice position for black.
Yeah, that gets very tricky. But I guess this is why Alex went for the move h6 to get that g5 on the board. But this basically means if we go back to that position, that Alex is not going to play f6 anymore. Either it's h6 or f6. You cannot play both moves because that leaves us with this very weak square g6, and that's a very big gap over there that you do not want to give to your opponent to put a piece on. So yeah, that's why it's always difficult to try to decide if you play h6 or not, because the main move is to play f6, but I'm guessing that Alex was not really looking forward to allowing e takes f6 and then with e5 having to face complications. So h6 makes a lot of sense in this case because the pawn on e5 is a major weakness. So she wants to attack the pieces that are defending it.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see what Arna is going to do. If she's just going to go castles, allow g5, or play a move like either h4, stopping g5 altogether, or play a move like h3, because now g5 can be met with bishop to h2. However, the drawback of these moves is that now black can consider something like maybe queenside castles, followed by a potential, let's say, rook g8 and h5 and g4. But it's a little bit slow, and castling queenside also has its drawbacks since the king is slightly vulnerable over here. White can try to open up with moves like c4 down the road.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. So let's see if that may actually happen in the game. But I will have to see what Arna decides to play, as she has not made a move yet. And yeah, it's obvious that what Alexandra's plan is, so she will definitely try to deal with the situation properly. Meanwhile, we see that Andrea played the move Queen h3, the move that I suggested earlier, where you want to play the move f3 in case your opponent goes knight e4. So yeah, this could get very interesting, as Andrea is basically preparing a kingside attack already with the move Queen h3.
Yeah, I like Queen h3 because the queen can also go to h6, and with the queen in h6, there might be some ideas like let's make a couple moves. Let's say black goes here. Maybe you put the queen in h6, and if black is not careful, you might have ideas of f5, because now you cannot take the g pawn, as that's going to hang the knight, and actually taking the pawn also leads to disaster after knight takes. So I guess that's her idea, and even, I mean, here the queen is not easy to push away. I mean, knight g4, there's like queen g5, and the knight is all of a sudden in trouble. So perhaps black should consider not allowing white to get the queen there in the first place, with a move like king g7. But now maybe something like g4 is a consideration, preparing f5 or g5. And as you pointed out, knight e4 can always be met with f2, f3.
Yeah, a tough situation for black. A lot of issues in the position, and the dark squares are, I think, what is going to decide the result of this game, because they are so extremely weak. And this bishop on b7 is also a very sad piece. On one hand, you may think that, you know, you put your pawns on the square where of the opponent's bishop, which is light squares, to make it not a very strong piece at all. But it does give opportunities to sacrifice anyway, especially with f5 around the corner.
Yeah, and Musa has played the move rook to e8. So I wonder what his idea is in case Andrea goes for the move queen to h6. I guess, you know, he's taking this thing out of a potential f5 push. Now he can always meet that with pawn to e5. But yeah, perhaps in case of queen h6, maybe he wants to play something like queen e7. And then queen f8 quickly to kick the white queen away.
It is strange that Musa went for rook d8 first and then went back to e8, which basically is admitting to wasting time, and that rook d8 was not really, well, it was all right there, but now you're basically saying, okay, the rook was not well placed on d8, so instead I'd rather have it on e8. But I guess it's hard to find a better move for black, because black is just stuck. Black cannot move pieces forward. The only forward move there is in a position is knight e4, and that one can also be kicked out very quickly. So it's not looking great at all for black here, and hard to see how black can continue in the next few moves. So looking good for Andrea.
Yeah, and Anamaya, I think some people in the chat were asking about this earlier. Like, do you think any of their opponents might be a little starstruck knowing that they are on stream in front of thousands of viewers? Or do you think that's not going to be a factor at all?
I've always wondered this as well. I think there's definitely some part in that, because it's inevitable. There's a camera pointing at you, and people also always ask me, does it bother you? Does it give you pressure? For me personally, I know that I'm used to it, and I don't really like notice the camera at all. It doesn't really feel like someone is watching or something. You don't really notice it at the board. But I can imagine those that are not used to streaming that yeah, it can be quite intimidating. So yeah, I think it should not be a major factor, but maybe that's wishful thinking.
Right. In the meantime, we have the move knight f3 by Andrea. Looks fine, moving the knight away, but I like the blockade in the center. So I wonder if she's aiming for, let's say, the e5 square or maybe the g5 square. You just have to make sure that black does not get to play the move d4 under the right circumstance. If black is able to get that move in, that would solve a lot of their problems.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's not going to happen that easily. I guess like being in front of thousands of people, it makes it more rough to deal with really bad games. It's very embarrassing to blunder in front of so many people, but it's part of the game. And we were also told that Musa has been featured in some videos of Botezlive, so he's used to the camera in some way. And they said that he's really cool. So that's awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I wonder what kind of videos he has been in. But yeah, I mean, like I said, I guess he's used to the camera. He's used to playing against both his sisters. So let's see what he's going to do. But again, I think Andrea's got a very pleasant position here. Nice control in the center, potential to attack. Let's have a quick look what the time situation is like. Right now, Alexandra is down 17 minutes on the clock. Andrea is up 4 minutes.
Okay, let's see if Alex can make it right in terms of time management, because she spent a lot of time in the past couple of moves deciding whether she goes for the repetition or not, which yeah turned out to be great for white, because if your opponent spends a lot of time on that, that means that you're doing a good job. But of course it's not a big deal just yet. The game is just getting started and a lot of things can happen. So it's really good to see that Alex is continuing to play on. And yeah, things are about to get very exciting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a couple questions in the chat. And by the way, also, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask them. But both Alexandra and Andrea are playing in the under 2100 section. And I believe this tournament is feeder rated. So it's an important one.
Definitely important. And Alex and Andrea are one of the higher rated players in this tournament. As we have seen, there's a lot of young players playing, and I think most of them have not played many feeder rated tournaments, or at least their USCF rating is higher, much higher than their feeder rating. For example, Andrea's previous opponent had a feeder rating of 1600, which definitely did not reflect how her opponent played the game. So there may be some underrated players in this tournament.
Yeah, and I thought he found some great moves. So yeah, Andrea I think should have won that one, but yeah, he played well. He played well. He put up a good fight, and he took his chances when they appeared in the time scramble. In the meantime, I see Musa reaching for piece earlier. Let's see which one he's gonna go for.
Yeah. 95 is incoming. So yeah, the question is, do you want to face it? Or do you want to deal with it later? Or simply avoid it altogether by just moving the queen already. It's just hard to find a good move for black.
Right, yeah, I guess Andrea's headed to the e5 square with her knight, which looks pretty nice. On the other hand, I felt like the rook in e1 was already doing a good job restraining black from playing e5. And again, if you put the knight on e5, you just have to be careful that black doesn't get d4 in. Yeah, it's a tough position for black. I'm curious to see what Musa's going to do.
Yeah, difficult to say. Maybe one idea could be to expand on the queen side just for the sake of it, because you don't really have any other moves. So let's say a5 could be considered, to play b4, to try to have something going on. Because if you just sit and wait, Andrea will simply improve the position and slowly but surely attack on the king side and will be game over. So you have to try to do something in such situations.
Yeah, nobody likes to just sit and, wait until you basically lose. So yeah, I'm sure he's going to do something active. And we have the move queen to c7. Makes a lot of sense. He's just making sure that 95 doesn't come with a tempo, and he's attacking the pawn on f4. So let's see how Andrea will deal with that one. I mean, she can still play 95. Again, you just have to make sure that, black can maybe go here, and black would love to go d5, d4.
Yeah, that's one way of trying to create counterplay. Which is probably why moving the knight from d4 was not entirely necessary. I would rather try to put a rook on e5. Let's say if we go a few moves back, If you put a rook on e5 and even allow the knight to capture the rook on e5, I think even then white is enjoying a really pleasant position. Down in exchange, but with the pawn on e5 and simply dominating black's entire position. Black does not have anything to play for anymore. So yeah, I think even that scenario would have been much better for Andrea. It's sort of misleading that a knight on e5 would be much better placed. Just because it attacks the queen, attacks f7 potentially, and g6, but in reality, it could help black to try to untangle in this position with pushing d4 at some point. So.
Yeah. No, that would solve a lot of his problems. So let's see how she is going to defend the pawn on f4. In the meantime, Arna is still thinking. So Alexandra is catching up on the clock. So let's see what she's going to do. I mean, for now, g5 is kind of a threat, pushing the bishop away. And then afterwards, she can take the pawn on e5. So even though the evil bar is giving white a slight advantage, I think, you know, there's definitely a lot of chances for both sides. And I can easily see Alexandra outplaying her opponent here.
Absolutely. The time difference is getting less. Alexandra with 53 minutes on the clock. Her opponent with 1 hour and 5 minutes. So time is getting a bit closer. But yeah, we'll have to see what Arna decides to do, as she is going to face move g5 from Alex. So she has to figure out how to handle that situation.
In the meantime, Andrea has played her knight to e5. All right, so let's see what Musa is going to do. Again, I'm sure he would love to get d4 in. So to me, rook 88 looks very logical. Bring the rook into the game. And again, Andrea has to be careful. If d4 comes, I think black is doing very fine. The bishop comes to life. So after a move like this, you want to play a move like, I don't know, bishop b1, stopping black from playing that move.
Yeah. You want to be really fast with the attack, but sometimes you have to make sure that the position is under control, that you do not allow any counterplay from your opponent. So a retreating move such as bishop b1 makes a lot of sense. And if you get the rook to d4, then you make sure that d4 is definitely not going to happen. And from that moment onwards, you can start thinking about pushing pawns on the king side and start attacking the king on g8.
Yeah. All right, so let's check what the time situation currently is like. Alexandra, she's, you know, cutting into the time advantage. She's only down 10 minutes on the clock. In the meantime, Andrea up 6 minutes. But, of course, still lots of chess to be played. So let's see what's going to happen. Andrea also outrating her opponent quite a bit. But, yeah, I mean, she's definitely better, but not easy to make progress here.
I thought for a moment that Arna was reaching for a piece. She may make her move very soon, but perhaps it was a false alarm.
Yeah. Yeah, she's taking her time. I mean, she has a lead on the clock. But yeah, I mean, g5 is a very clear plan, and it's not easy to see what you're going to do about it. Because if you go h4, that's going to make kingside castling less appealing. Because then, you know, sometimes black can go g5, sacrifice a pawn, but at least you get the half open h and g files to work with.
Yeah. Yeah, so you kind of want to put this king somewhere safe. You don't want to keep it in the center. That's usually black's task. Black usually keeps the king in the center in the French. So I think white would want to castle short at some point. So making moves such as h4 would be committing to quite a lot. It's quite risky, but it is a move to consider to try to stop g5 altogether.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Both opponents are still thinking. I mean, I'm curious to see what Musa is going to do. I mean, again, I expect something like this. You know, black can also sometimes just sacrifice this pawn to open up the bishop. I mean, you give up a pawn, but white gets an isolated pawn on d4. The bishop becomes active, because I would rather play this than, let's say, go here and allow white to block on d4. Because now, I mean, your bishop is just so passive, and I don't see what you're going to do.
Exactly. Black is pretty stuck over here, and sooner or later, White will have a really nice attack on the king side. And as we discussed this, rook 88 is actually on the board.
Yep. Rook 88, logical move. He's preparing the move d4, so I think Andrea really should stop it with, again, a move like bishop to b1, keeping the bishop eyeing to the king side, and now d4 can just be captured. But like I said before, I think black can seriously consider sacrificing that pawn to activate the bishop.
Yeah, I would really love to see Andrea move that bishop back to b1, not to c2, because then c pawn is not very flexible. So you'd rather put it all the way back to b1, and that would show class. That would show that, okay, she realizes d4 could be a problem, and she wants to make sure that that's not going to happen. As you mentioned, it can still happen regardless, just to sacrifice the pawn for the sake of it, to activate the bishop. But that may not be so easy to do, just to sacrifice a pawn. Yeah, and it may be difficult to make that move when you're just going to lose a pawn just like that.
Exactly. Yeah. No, yeah, like you pointed out, I mean, bishop c2, I mean, then after d4, the c pawn is actually pinned, so you cannot capture at all. So yeah, you can also make a case for moving the bishop back to f1, but given the fact that Andrea likes to attack, I think she's going to move the bishop back to b1 to keep an eye on black's queen side, and that's the move she plays. Yeah, good move.
Wow, that is class. She moves the bishop back. Retreating moves are not easy to make. It's really difficult to find retreating moves, because you want to move forward, you want to be active, aggressive, but this is showing class. She goes back with that piece, and she wants to control that square d4, making sure that her opponent does not get any counterplay.
Yep. In the meantime, Arna is still thinking. I mean, time is almost even there. Alexander only down 6 minutes on the clock. Andrea, by the way, is up 7 minutes. So, yeah, Alexander evening up the time situation there, whereas Andrea still has a comfortable lead.
Yeah, so far so good. I am really optimistic about Andrea's chances here. I would say it feels positionally just lost for Black. Black does not have much going for themselves, and you have to take drastic measures to try to complicate matters and try to find counterplay, because I have a really hard time seeing how Black can get out of this. Because in the long run, White is just going to enjoy a really nice advantage, and it has a much simpler game going on here.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why I think we see Musa thinking again. He'll play rook 88. He's like, okay, I'm trying to go d4. Andrea goes bishop to b1. And I was like, okay, well, what do I do now? He goes queen b6. Again, he's making it very clear. He wants to get in that d4 push. So Andrea absolutely should stop it. Maybe she even has something better. I don't know. I mean, you could consider to move the knight back like this. You know, now Black can also consider to move b4. So let's see what she's going to do. Again, maybe rook d4 to stop all of Black's play makes sense.
I would love to have the rook on d4. We just plant the rook there and stop any sort of counterplay. Of course, after rook d4, Black can still consider move a5 to play b4, but that is pretty slow. And I think in the meantime, Andrea can start attacking, put the queen on h6, and start pushing the pawns aggressively on the king side.
In the meantime, we have a move on Alexander's board. Her opponent played the move pawn to h4, stopping g5, but I think this is a move we're quite happy to see. What I'll be tempted to do now as Black is go queenside castles, and if I get another move, I would love to go g5. I mean, this might involve a pawn sacrifice, but look at this. If you take everything and take here, I get a check on h1, and Black gets all the fun here. So, unfortunately for the moment, g5 is not available, as White can take, and you can recapture, so that's going to leave your rook hanging. But queenside castles is going to prepare the g5 push, and it's not easy to see what White's going to do about it. Again, kingside castles is not very appealing. We're more than happy to open up the h file and the g file, as that's where White's king is located.
Absolutely. So we'd love to see a long castle played by Alexandra. As you mentioned, h4 is not the greatest move. It makes sense logically speaking to stop the move g5, but this is exactly why we are going to play long castle now to prepare g5 one more time and actually create much more damage than g5 did previously.
Yeah, so we were wondering in the chat, can we see an analysis board on chess.com? Unfortunately, we can't. These are the boards we have. But we're trying to keep the live position up, but sometimes we show some variation. So again, the positions you see right now are the current live boards.
Yes. And the games are delayed, so that's why it's hard to use the ones that are available on the events page. But yeah, we have the games live over here, so that's awesome.
Yep. So let's see. Yeah, again, to me, queenside castle looks very tempting, preparing the g5 push. And again, I'm not at all sure what white should do about it. G5 is going to come in with quite a bit of effect, attacking the bishop. If you move the bishop, then there's g4, hitting the knight. So I think this is the move Alexander will go for. I mean, kingside castles is an option, but I mean, then white can consider, I mean, not right now, but in the foreseeable future, to sacrifice the bishop on h6.
Absolutely. Also, we got a raid from Cameron Haiti. Thanks so much, Cameron, for the raid. Welcome, everyone. We are in round 3 of the Carolina's Classic in Charlotte. A big open tournament happening right now, and the Botezes are playing. They're playing in the same category, under 2100, and Alexander is currently on 2 out of 2. Andrea has a little bit tough luck so far with 0 out of 2, but she has played really well so far. And in this round, she's also doing really well with much better time management. So let's see if she can win this round. Would be really nice to see her win again, because the 2 losses she had were quite tough.
Yeah. So let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, yeah, again, I think for Alexander, queenside castles must be quite tempting. And for Andrea, let's see. I mean, we don't really want to allow d4. There is queen e3 to offer a trade of queens, but I don't think that's really what she wants to do. The evil bar is giving white a significant advantage. I wonder if she can do something on the king side. Like, let's say we go queen h4, attacking the knight. Black's most logical move is king to g7, and now, I don't know, can we go for some sort of attack? I don't quite see how to make it work, and Black's counterplay is coming quite quickly.
Yeah, it feels like white is missing an extra piece to attack. We need some dark side bishop or another knight to get involved, because you don't really want to play moves such as knight g4 to trade off the knights. That simplifies matters for black, and that allows black actually to maybe start pushing the pawns in the center. So you want to keep the knight on e5. That knight can be useful for other purposes, but for now, yeah, I think what matters most is that you simply stop all of the counterplay that black is trying to create. And then I guess, yeah, do you want to push g4 after that? I guess that's one of the ideas.
Yeah, rook d4 makes a lot of sense. Maybe g4, rook e3 to h3 also makes sense to increase the pressure on the queen side, sorry, on the king side. But yeah, I think for now it's all about controlling black's counterplay, because then black can't do anything and you have a free hand on the king side. And yeah, I like rook d4. You stop b4, you stop d4, you stop b4. Let's say black goes a5 to reinforce b4, you just go a3. And I don't see what black's doing here. Just stop d4. If you do that, you're gonna have a great position.
Yeah, so looking good for Andrea. But she doesn't, rook d4 is not per se the only move that she needs to play, but it's definitely should be on her radar to simply put the rook there and make sure that black doesn't get any chances.
Yeah. In the meantime, Alexandra is still thinking. So let's see what she is going to do. Again, to me, queenside castle looks very tempting, followed by g5, keeping a nice position. And yeah, for Andrea, I think she should absolutely play rook to d4 to stop black from playing both b4 and d4. And we have a move. We have queenside castles by Alexandra. I like it.
There you go. She is going for it. She is preparing the move g5. She realizes that the king has to go to the queen side and make sure that the rooks are connected so she can play g5 on the next move. Things are getting really exciting on both boards, but I'm super excited to see g5 happen on the next move.
Yeah, no, that's definitely on her agenda. And it's not easy to see what Arna can do about it. I mean, you can go for a move like c4, but maybe we just go g5 anyway. I mean, something like queen e3 is a move, but I think pretty much regardless of what white does, you go g5. Well, one move you can consider is to go h5, but perhaps you just go g5 anyway. White takes, you recapture. You don't care so much about this pawn, as you can always capture the pawn on e5. And again, the plan is still going to be to go g5, g4.
Yeah, and this pawn on e5 remains a weakness, something that white needs to deal with. And as I mentioned quite some time ago, this queen on c1, it defends everything really well, but it remains a very passive piece, and that may cause a lot of harm in white's position, as white cannot go long castle. And I think this is definitely a move you would want to play if possible right now.
Yeah, no, for sure. Somebody asked about the time situation earlier. Right now, Alexandra has 47 minutes compared to her opponent's 56. And Andrea, who just played the move rook d4, the move we were hoping for, is approximately even on the clock. But rook d4, great move, stopping d4 and b4.
Yes, so really good that Andrea found rook d4. And yeah, what can black do now? What can black possibly do now? As you mentioned before, after a5 to try to get b4 happen anyway, you just play a3, and then it becomes even harder to see what black can play here. So yeah, for example, a move that comes to mind, let's say knight d7. You want to trade off the knight. If there's any piece on your side of the board, your half of the board, you want to take it. You want to get rid of it. So then a move like knight d7 comes to mind. But then I'm sensing there's knight takes f7. Suddenly the king side is extremely weak. And with the departure of that knight from f6, h7 becomes a huge weakness. So after king takes f7, queen takes h7, and the position is simply falling apart after bishop takes g6. So it is possible that black may be tempted to play the move knight d7 just because it's really difficult to find any other move. But with knight takes f7 on the radar, it's maybe dismissed by the opponent.
Yeah, no, that's a great find by you. I mean, yeah, I think knight d7 is just not a move due to knight takes f7, and I think white's just winning there, as you pointed out, in case black takes, queen takes h7, and that's just game over. So now again, Musa has to come up with a new plan with his last couple of moves, rook d8 and queen b6. He made it very clear that he wanted to go d4. Great move there for by Andrea, rook d4 stopping it. And I mean, this is just a frustrating position. You want to go for an active plan, but I don't think it exists.
Yeah, it's even hard to find. Let's say you give black 5 moves. I don't even see how he can improve the position in the next 5 moves. It's just impossible. Let's say white only plays the move king h1, king g1. I don't see how black can improve the position, even if you gave a black 5 moves. That's how strong white's position is, and that's how well Andrea has been playing so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, again, an idea is to go a5, preparing b4, but white just goes a3 to stop it. So yeah, I just don't really see a plan in yeah, thanks for updating Alexander's board. So I think that's why, again, he's taking his time. He's trying to come up with a plan, but I don't think it quite exists. So here, some players are better than others at just sitting, right? Some players might find it very difficult to just make a move, keep the position, whereas others, they keep looking for an active plan, but it might just not be there.
Yeah, so looking really good for Andrea. Really convincing start so far in this game. She is away from the board, and it seems like her opponent maybe could make a move very soon. I thought he was like reaching for a piece. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, he's reaching for something. And he goes rook to c8. Rook, no.
No, not yet. It's very typical with kids that they reach for a piece and then then don't move the piece or don't touch it just yet. They're often very undecided. I was always told by my coach back in the day, just sit on your hands to not make moves very quickly, too quickly. Make sure that you first analyze all the options, and once you're very certain of your move, then you make the move to show confidence as well.
Right, but what some people also do is that they make their move, but they wait until they release it to make sure that there's no blunder. But I saw somebody do this recently where they took a piece, moved their own piece there, and then they held it there. And I was thinking to myself, like, well, if you capture the piece, there's no way back anymore. So you might as well just release it at that point.
Yeah, true. And after all, Rook C8 has been played by Musa, and yeah, it's just hard to see a better move altogether. But Andrea's position keeps getting better, so there's not much that Black can do here.
Yeah, so let's see what she's gonna do. I mean, she has a great position, maybe like Queen H6 to improve the position, or like Queen H4 hitting the knight. It looks really pleasant for white, but it's still not that easy to break through. But one nice little trap. If after Queen H4 you defend the knight with King G7, there might be Queen takes F6, and then Knight D7 check, and you win a knight. So I guess he's anticipating to defend the knight with Queen to D8.
This is a move that can easily be missed because Queen takes F6 does not feel very normal. But and Queen D8 is also not a really natural looking move. So that would be a nice trick to set up, the move Queen H4. I really like that move. At the same time, by playing Rook to C8, there's no Knight D7 anymore. So you can also start pushing the G pawn, and the knight will be forced to go to H5, which looks quite bad in the long run.
Yeah, G4, G5, also an idea, or maybe G4 followed by F5, trying to break open the king side. Although I feel like F5 doesn't achieve that much, because Black can always take with the E pawn, you recapture with the G pawn, and you know the knight on E5 only becomes loose. So I don't think that's really the way to go. So now we might see Andrea taking a little bit of time. She, of course, realizes she's in a dominant position, but the breakthrough is not obvious to me.
Exactly. But yeah, starting off with Queen H4, I think is a good idea just to set up this little trick, because I feel like after Queen H4, the one logical move you would play instantly is King G7, just for the sake of it. But yeah, of course there's Queen D8 possible, but white keeps the advantage alive. So just to test the waters a little bit to see if the opponent will realize that there's a trick in the position.
Yeah. The one thing you should not do here as white is play a move like, let's say, Rook E3, activating the rook, because then Black has Queen takes D4, and then you get back rank checkmate. So that's the one trap she has to avoid. But yeah, maybe something like Queen H6, putting the queen on a nice and active square. Maybe H4, H5 if you have the time. Maybe a sacrifice at some point. I think if she will play that, Black's going to do something like Queen D6, followed by Queen F8 very soon.
Yes, and all four players actually are around 49 minutes on the clock currently. So time-wise, the players are doing well. They're keeping up with the clocks. Previously, Alexandra was down 20 minutes on the clock. So now that she has leveled the clock situation, it's looking really good for her, really promising.
Yeah, also because Alexandra has a very clear plan. She's probably going to play G5 pretty much regardless. And Arna has to figure out what she's going to do about that. And you cannot stop G5. That's what she tried to do with the move H4. But I feel like this has only made things worse in case Black is able to get that G5 push in.
Yeah. Let's see if Alex gets to play G5, but it looks difficult for her opponent to try to stop that. What can her opponent possibly do? I guess one move that comes to mind is Queen E3, just to be able to play Long Castle at some point. But by playing Queen E3, you do allow Knight to B4, so it's not that easy.
Yeah, then again, that move Knight B4, you have to take into consideration. Or again, just g5. And I think after g5, probably her best bet is just to go bishop to h2. I feel like the trade on g5 is only going to make things worse for white, because black gets that open g file, sorry, that open h file to work with. But with bishop h2, you still keep things fairly closed. And in case black does take the pawn on e5 after, let's say, g4, knight, I don't know, d2, and then knight takes c5, the knight on e5 will always be pinned. So yeah, I like queen e3 here for white.
Yeah, just to activate the pieces a little bit, because the queen on c1 looks rather sad. But it's not easy to make the move queen e3. It's allowing quite a lot, and you'd have to defend very carefully.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It feels like Andrea is getting ready to move. And let's see. She has played the move g4. I like this move a lot, expanding on the king side. And now she's getting ready for any potential pawn break. So let's say f5. And again, white is not crushing anytime soon on the king side, but there's just not much black can do.
Yep. I really like the aggressiveness of Andrea. Let's see if she decides to play f5 or maybe g5. Both moves look really appealing. As yeah, black's position looks quite awkward and hard to see how black can make any sort of progress, any improvement in the position. Even if you wanted to, you can't really get rid of this knight on e5, try to trade it off. It just feels impossible. I think at this point, black would even be happy if, let's say, you sacrifice the exchange, capture that knight, and somehow activate this bishop. That would be an ideal scenario for black, but currently none of this is even possible. So, it's quite sad to be having this position with the black pieces. But let's see what the opponent decides to do. Any move that is trying to create some counterplay is weakening a lot. Let's say a move that comes to mind is h5. It's very typical to try to counter a move like g4, because if you close it down with g5, then the attack becomes less powerful. But in this case, I feel like there's so many threats in the position. The pawns on the king side are so weak and vulnerable. So I would not want to play h5 this easily in this scenario.
Yeah, h5 really is inviting some sort of sacrifice. Something like pawn takes h5, black recaptures with the knight, and then something like knight takes g6 looks terrifying for black. So I think, again, Musa just has to sit with moves like, I don't know, like queen d6. I mean, maybe try to go a5, but again, a5 will just be met with a3. So Andrea's playing a great game here. Musa just has to sit and hope that he will get some counterplay if Andrea pushes the pawns a little bit too quickly, because that's the one thing she has to do, just slowly but surely improve, but don't rush anything.
Exactly. And yeah, it is hard to see how you can make progress if you get to play g5 and after knight h5. You'd really have to be patient over there. Moves such as, let's say, if we get to take that knight on h5 with the rook, then things will become very easy and everything will open up towards the king side. But it will take a lot of time. Right now we see that rook c7 has been played, and yeah, this is not really making a lot of progress. But what else can you do here with black?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't see an active plan. Now perhaps a move like queen h4 has become more appealing, as black no longer has that move queen to d8. So yeah, you're gonna have to defend it with the move king to g7, and then maybe we can now consider rook e3 followed by rook h3, as queen takes d4, and rook c1. There will always be the move king to g2. But yeah, I like this move queen h4, attacking the knight, which is kind of awkward to deal with.
Yes, and as we mentioned before, if the knight goes back to d7, it allows moves such as knight takes f7. So this would help white a lot, and you would have to play king g7, and that does not really help white so much, black so much, I mean.
Yeah, instead she has played the move rook ed1, also fine move, slowly but surely improving the position. Sorry, right here. She's definitely still keeping a lot of control, and still there's no active plan for black, although maybe what he can do now Is knight e7, or is that still going to run into knight takes f7?
I wonder what the idea was behind rook e to d1, because it feels like this move is not really necessary.
Right. Yeah. No, I also wonder what the idea is. But you know, she's keeping the pressure on the board, on the clock as well. Andrea, I mean, she's up a minute. In the meantime, Alexander's opponent has moved. Arna played the move queen to e3. A good move, activating the queen. And now I do expect Alexander to play g5, attacking the bishop, expanding on the king side, because that's what her play has been revolving around for the last couple of moves with h6 and queenside castles.
Yeah, Arna finds a really good move after a long thought. So time well spent, but is it enough? Because indeed it is still inviting the move g5. But now the question is, will this move knight to b4 become appealing for Alexander or not? Because that was the reason initially she played the move queen to c1 to defend the pawn on c2 to make sure that knight b4 is not possible. But I guess after knight b4 now, a move such as knight d4 becomes possible, simply defending that pawn once. And let's say knight takes c2, knight takes c2, queen takes, you allow rook c1, losing the queen. So you can't just take that pawn that easily. So I think she will spot that pretty easily and focus her attention on her initial plan to move g5.
Yep. Yeah, no, g5 looks nice. In the knight b4, it's probably a little bit too risky, exposing your king a bit. And yeah, someone's asking in the chat, this tournament is indeed just 5 rounds, so we're almost halfway through the tournament. It can sometimes go quite quickly. And yeah, tomorrow there will be 2 more games, so that's where they will be playing for the prizes. So let's see what Alexander is going to do. I expect to move g5. I think in Andrea's game, as long as she stops any counterplay from her opponent, I think she's got great chances to win this one.
Absolutely. Looking good for both sisters so far, but a lot of work still needs to be done. A great start does not guarantee the win, of course. And yeah, it is good to see that Alexandra caught up with the time, as she is currently up by just a few seconds as of now. But yeah, our opponent has spent quite some time in the last 2 moves, so that goes to show that, you know, once your opponent starts to spend a lot of time and we're not seeing concrete moves happening that could cause harm in the position, it kind of shows that, okay, the opponent's spending a lot of time, there must be something going on here. It gives you this good feeling.
Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, Musa plays the move a5, going for the b4 push. So again, I think Andrea should just play the move a3, stopping that push altogether. And Black's pieces remain very restrained. It's very difficult to see how you're going to create any counterplay.
Exactly. And there we go. We actually see g5 being played by Alexandra. She goes for the move. We'd love to see it. And this is showing she is very confident about her chances here. And yeah, let's see if this is what Arna expected and how she handles this.
Yeah, great move by Alexander, attacking the bishop. As we pointed out before, I think pawn takes g5 is a mistake, because again, after takes, Black gets this open h file, and this just looks like a disaster for white. So I think you have to move the bishop. And going bishop to g3 doesn't look ideal either, because you can now trade your knight for the bishop, give white some weaknesses, and now you can go g4, attacking the knight, and take an e5. So I think the move you have to play is the move bishop to h2. Only move really, I feel like, to maintain the balance. g4 is still tempting, attacking the knight, but white plays, let's say, here. And now, again, whenever you capture this pawn over here, you go up a pawn, but white's got this pin over here, which is quite difficult to deal with.
Yeah, this is why you want to be careful grabbing that pawn on e5 with the bishop still active on that diagonal, especially because Black does not have the dark sword bishop anymore. So even though you get to take that pawn on e5, you need to remain careful and be patient. That's what matters the most.
Mm-hmm. Right. In the meantime, Andrea has played the move a3. Good move, restraining the b4 break. And yeah, again, I like what she's doing. She's playing a very controlled game, not allowing him any counterplay, making it very difficult for Musa. I think if black gets a lot of moves, because we were talking about this earlier, like what does black do if they get 5 moves, right? I think he will play something like bishop a8, then let's say here, and then here, and then b4, and then you have some counterplay. That is the only plan I can see for black, and you can go b4 to stop that, but then c3 becomes more vulnerable with like rook c8 and knight e4. So that is the only plan I can come up with, but you know, it takes a long time.
Yes, indeed. And in the meantime, White has a lot of moves that they can play, and it's hard to see how Black can counter them. As long as White does not allow any counterplay, White is in the driver's seat, and Black has to find a way to defend against all those threats. F5, as you mentioned earlier, G5. F5 is not as great anymore now that the knight is not protected by the rook anymore, which is probably why moving the rook to D1 was not the greatest idea, but it's still fine because White is still enjoying a really strong, pleasant position.
Yeah, so let's see. Right now, Andrea up 5 minutes on the clock. Again, it's difficult for Musa to come up with a plan. Alexandra and Arna approximately even. Slight edge for Alexandra. So now, after bishop to h2, which has just been played, the moment of truth. How do you continue here? To me, it's not obvious. I mean, maybe what you can do is go g4 and meet knight d4 with, let's say, takes. And take on c2. Looks risky. And I guess it is after queen takes ace. No, wait, no, that's not the move. Wait, why is this bad?
What is the problem? Is there maybe some, maybe something involving, I was going to play like short castles, but maybe, no, I want to play bishop d3, but it also doesn't really seem to be working.
And check, yeah. I was wondering about bishop f4, preparing this, but I can go king b8. And if here, I still have here. Why is the evil bar so unhappy? I don't know. It doesn't look that bad. But I don't know. Why is this so bad? Maybe like, no. Oh, wait. What you do is you trade, and then you go f3, and the knight is trapped.
Oh, the knight is trapped in the middle of the board. Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, long story short, taking on c2 is not good. But the question remains, like, what do you do instead then?
Yeah, this is the downsides of having this knight on e4. It's a very nice square to be on with a knight, and it's very disturbing for White to play against this knight. But it comes with a downside that this knight may get trapped. So you want to be really careful and not allow f3 to be played that easily. So yeah, how do you deal with this? I feel like g4 makes a lot of sense. But after knight d4, there must be some better move. It's just really difficult to figure that out because the knight becomes really strong. Don't take it, it goes to b5 and then d6, and then it gets really tricky.
Yeah. In the meantime, Musa has played queen of d6. I think a good move, slightly improving the placement of the queen, bringing it closer to the king side. And now again, he can continue with like bishop a8, rook b8 and b4 to try to create some counterplay on the queen side. So let's see what Andrea is going to do. I mean, again, queen h4, queen h6, all of those moves make sense. It's just not that easy to actually break through on the king side.
Yeah, indeed. So, especially now that the knight is under is attacked by the queen, so f5 becomes basically impossible to play. Let's see what Andrea comes up with, because she could still consider move g5 anyway, and somehow maneuver the rook to the h file to try to capture the knight if it goes to h5.
Yeah. So let's see what she's gonna do. Yeah, very tricky positions in both games. In the meantime, g4 has been played by Alexander, attacking the knight on f3. We were talking a lot about knight d4, but I think knight d2 also deserves consideration. It's not 100% obvious to me what black does there.
Is there maybe some g3 move possible?
Right, maybe actually, you know, maybe that's actually what we do after knight d4. Let's say we go g3 here. I like this move, because if you take the f pawn, now your bishop is dead. I mean, it's not terrible, but for the moment, at least it's dead. And if you take with the bishop, we take, and you cannot take with the queen, as that's going to hang your knight. And if you take with the pawn, this looks like a pretty pleasant endgame for black with the two pawns in it, with the pawns in the middle and the g3 pawn being weak. And I guess it's difficult for white to go for some sort of intermezzo. I guess black also has an intermezzo with knight f5 and is winning.
Right, and black is up the piece already, so a trade would not benefit the white here.
No. But 94 has been played, so let's see. I mean, yeah, I like your move g3 a lot. Will we see it?
Yeah, and being able to take that pawn on e5, no matter what, is really beneficial if you head towards an endgame. That's like a dream position for any French player, having the pawns get activated and move forward in the center. Those pawns are really strong in the center, especially in the endgame. So it would be really amazing to see if Alexandra will find the move g3. Not an easy move to find, but it should be on her radar as she needs to stop that bishop from covering the pawn e5. And also, there's a lot of threats in the position, including f3.
Yeah, one thing also to point out is that in case white goes for a move like knight takes c6, you always have the intermezzo, g takes f2 check. White moves the king, and then you take. You win an important pawn, and white also can no longer go pawn to f3 to kick the knight away. So the more I look at it, the more I like the move g3 here for black. I guess maybe the critical move is to take with the pawn, because the bishop is passive, but it's passive for the moment. You can always open it up later.
I wonder if you then could take on d4 and on c2 still.
Let's have a look. So let's say we take, and we take on c2.
At least it's not so bad.
Yeah, at least it's no longer as bad, yeah. Looks risky, but I
Yeah.
don't see an immediate refutation.
Yeah, I guess in the long run, black's king is weak, and the bishop pair can come back to life somehow with bishop g1 at some point. I guess just playing it very safe, as long as you don't allow any sort of attack happening here, white should be fine. But it's quite complicated.
Yeah. In the meantime, Andrea is thinking. I hope she doesn't think for too long. I mean, it's quite understandable that she's looking for a way to break through, but I don't think it exists just yet. So I think you just have to stay patient, just improve the position, and let black be frustrated by the fact that black doesn't have an active plan at the moment.
Exactly. So let's see what she comes up with here. It doesn't look so simple anymore as it did a few moves ago. As now it becomes very difficult to push the pawns on the king side. G5 is one of the moves that we want to play, but you need to have an idea, a plan against knight h5. It's not so easy to find a plan there.
Right. Yeah. No, it's not easy. I mean, I guess at some point maybe you do want to go g5, attacking the knight, but for the moment, black, yeah, as you point out, still has knight h5. You know, one thing you have to be careful of is that once that knight lands on h5, black will be threatening knight takes f4, sacrificing the knight, but in case you recapture, then the knight on e5 is hanging. So let's see what she's going to do. I mean, maybe just something like, let's say queen g3, right? Let's say black goes for the same plan like bishop a8. My plan now is to go h4. You go here, and maybe I just go h5, you go b4. I mean, black's definitely achieving something, but so is white on the king side.
Yeah. So I feel like white's attack is much stronger, but with the bishop still on b1, maybe you would want to improve the position somehow. I feel like, okay, the bishop on b1 is doing something, attacking the pawn g6. I guess we would need to involve the rook somehow, at least the rook on d1, because the rook on d1 is not doing much. It's just there covering the other rook and just controlling the d file, but other than that, it's not really doing much. So ideally, you would want to involve the rook in the attack and get it on the h file somehow.
Yeah, so let's see how she's going to try to do so. I don't feel great about putting the king on g2. I would always be a little bit concerned that black can somehow open up this diagonal and check the king. So let's see what Andrea is going to do. Let's have a look at the time situation right now. Andrea down 3 minutes on the clock. Alex down 6 minutes, so they're gonna have to speed up a little bit.
Yeah, time is running lesser and lesser for both, and we know that since the players only have 10-second increment for the rest of the game, no additional time after this, after 40 move or anything like that, the players will have to speed up and find a way to get the advantage early on, because you don't want to get into time trouble and then have to figure out a way to win the game. So it is important to stay ahead of your opponent's time and also make sure that you keep enough time left to finish off the game.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, with the times, with the 10-second increment, really anything can happen if you get low on time. So it's important that they both manage their time correctly. And let's see what they're gonna do. So right now in Alexandra's game, we have this position on the board. 94 was White's last move. I really like G3. And as we speak, we have a move in Andrea's game. She played the move Queen to E3, centralizing the queen. And perhaps she's also looking at these pawn pushes, or at least making it more difficult for Black to do anything on the queen side.
Yeah, she's also defending the knight on e5, so there's no such thing as, let's say, I don't know, g5 or some way to attack the pawn on f4, as that was the only defender of the knight. So queen e3 makes a lot of sense, centralizing the queen and potentially preparing an h pawn push, which can come in handy.
Yeah, now it's up to Musa to come up with something. I mean, he has to do something. Again, the only plan I see is to try to push for b4. So bishop a8, rook b8, and then b4. If you get those moves in, you're definitely doing something. Wait, Andrea was just talking to her opponent. I don't know what they were talking about, and they're both... something is going on there.
I'm not sure what happened there.
She didn't offer a draw, right? I mean, she's definitely better here. And I mean, I'm sure she wants to win.
Yeah, I'm sure she wants to continue here. Not sure what happened. But I guess now that the queen has moved from the h file, it is possible for Black to play the move knight d7. Previously, that was not possible because of the move knight takes f7, getting the king out of there, and then you could take on h7. But now the queen is not on the h file anymore. So now knight d7 is actually a move that Black can consider, but you need to needs to be on your radar. And since this was not possible for the last 10 moves, basically, you may simply forget that 97 is an option now.
Yep, 97 also makes sense, offering the trade of knights. I think Andrea should just keep the knight on e5 and play a move like, let's say, h4. And in case Black takes, you just recapture with the pawn, hitting the queen. And yeah, like let's say here, we just go, let's say, h4. And in case it takes, you recapture with the pawn. And then you can try to follow up with h5 after to try to chip away at Black's king side. Maybe what Black can do is go like knight b6 or f6. f6 could be a little bit annoying, followed by e5. So I'm curious. I mean, maybe what you can do, if you want to stop all of that altogether, is play g5. Now, after f6, you can take.
Right, and Musa actually does play the move knight d7 now, so that is quite an annoying move to deal with because, yeah, your knight, you don't really want to trade it off, but at the same time, if Black takes on e5, f takes e5, and the dark squares are looking even more sad for Black, so yeah, let's see what Andrea decides to do, but I would not want her to take that knight off the board. That knight on e5 needs to stay there for now.
Yeah, no, the knight on e5 is giving her a big advantage. So yeah, I mean, someone like h4 looks logical, but I think Black is just in time to go f6, force a knight trade, and then once the knight is gone, he can quickly go e5, and that's where his pieces break loose. So I think g5 makes a lot of sense. Now, one thing you have to keep in mind is that after g5, maybe Black can go f6 anyway, and after takes recapture with the knight. And then, maybe like king h1, you go like knight h5, followed by, let's say, rook f7. Oh, no, wait, so rook f7 is not a move, but like rook f8 to try to target this pawn over here. I mean, maybe there's some sacrifice, but just to showcase this as an idea.
If Andrea sees a sacrifice with the knight, she will go for it. Does not matter how or what happens. She will go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Alexandra said in the chat earlier that she likes sacrificing material. So, yeah, inserted here, she'll go for something like knight takes g6. But yeah, I think g5 should be played. If you don't go g5 here, black's happy to go f6 and get a lot of counterplay going. Again, in case black takes, you recapture, and you still have a lot of play on this side of the board. h4, h5, potentially trade, and then you move your pieces over to the h file.
Yes, and Alexandra is actually spending quite some time on her move now. She's down to 29 minutes on the clock, down 12 minutes compared to her opponent. And that is concerning because we're still, you know, we're on move 19. Not a lot has happened. Just we have had some interesting moments, of course, but given the time difference, this is looking concerning. We have not made that much progress just yet in the game. A lot of the game is still ahead of us, and with 29 minutes left, it is looking very concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right. Yeah. So let's see what Andrea is gonna do now. Again, I think g5 makes perfect sense. Alexandra also still thinking right now. She's getting down to 28 minutes against 41. So she's gonna have to speed up a little bit. And Andrea also 5 minutes behind on the clock.
Yeah, so that's why Alex needs to speed up now. And I really hope she finds this move g3. That would be really awesome.
Mm-hmm. Someone asked a good question in the chat. Can Andrea sacrifice on h7 followed by taking on h7? Previously, that was always the case, but since she has just moved her queen to e3, unfortunately, that's no longer a possibility. So I think right now she should just be focused on stopping black from going f7, f6.
Yes, so f6 is a big threat. And since the queen has left h3, the king is a little bit less accessible as of now. Black will have the time to defend. But the importance of queen e3 was also there, that she wanted to defend the knight on e5 and make sure that there were no additional threats in the position.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so let's see what's gonna happen. Yeah, I think actually both sisters should push the g pawn here. g3 for Alexandra and g5 for Andrea. But those are not easy moves. I mean, with the move g5, you make your pawns a little bit vulnerable, right? They're no longer as well connected, no longer as flexible. But yeah, otherwise f6 is just gonna be really annoying. And same thing for Alexandra. If you don't go g3 here, I don't see what else. Because yeah, knight b5 is annoying. Or yeah. So let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah. It's oh, she does actually play the move g5. Nice find by Andrea. Not an easy move to make because yeah, it kind of admits that okay, f5 is not going to happen anymore. But I really like that she goes for g5. It's one of those moves that feels like you're shutting it down and making it difficult to attack anymore. But now it was a concrete reason to stop f6 and make it less powerful. So nice find by Andrea, continuing to make it difficult for her opponent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, g5, great move by Andrea. I mean, he can still go f6, and you know, white will have that weakness on f4, but it's not going to be that easy to attack. And also, if you go f6, you give white the half-open g file to work with. So, yeah, let's see if Musa is going to do so. Because I mean, again, if you don't do anything, white sooner or later is going to attack on the king side with like h4, h5. So you can't just sit and hope to survive with black. You have to do something.
Yeah. And actually, Alexandra also moves her g-pawn up to g3. That is amazing to see. She found the right move, and now the question is, what is white going to do? As white is in slight trouble, I would say practically as Alexandra closed the bishop and is now preparing to take on e5.
Yeah, a great move by Alexandra, closing down the bishop on h2. I think again, Arna should take with the f pawn. Taking with the bishop, it feels like is making Black's life a little too easy. You just straight on g3, and after takes queen takes e5. As we pointed out, this is a very pleasant endgame for Black. But again, pawn takes is keeping the position complicated, which is kind of what you want as Arna, who is up 15 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, the time difference is concerning with Alex down to 25 minutes now, but she does have a really good position, and the next few moves may be much easier to play it quickly, as I'm expecting quite a few trades. And if we get to an end game, she will have less things to worry about, so then the time difference will be less much of a concern.
Yeah. And in Andrea's game, Musa plays the move queen to e7. I guess he's still preparing move f6, but perhaps he wants to recapture with the queen, or maybe provoke Andrea into playing h4 and now go f6, because after takes, the pawn on h4 is a little bit vulnerable.
Right, I guess now it becomes appealing to play knight g4 instead of h4. For some reason, queen e7 feels so passive. It doesn't feel like you're supposed to play this.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, I mean, it's tough to come with a plan for Black. I mean, if you just sit, let's say you go here, already like after h5, it feels like your position on the king side is falling apart. So, yeah, it feels like Musa should do something quickly. And I guess with queen e7, he is looking to break with f6.
Yeah, so Andrea has 30 minutes on the clock against 36, so she is lower on the clock, but her position is much more promising. I guess it takes time to try to figure out, okay, how am I going to proceed here? The game is looking quite it looks simple, as in it's hard to make a mistake here with white, but it is difficult to make progress, as if you make the wrong move, you could allow the opponent to get counterplay, and you don't want that to happen. So it gets more difficult by every single move. So let's see what she decides to do here. Her opponent played queen e7, and as mentioned, preparing the move f6 one more time.
Yep. In Alexandra's game, we have the move pawn takes g3 on the board. I think the right move. So now let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I mean, she's definitely doing fine here, but a very complicated position. She's down 13 minutes on the clock. This is a tough game. I mean, Arna's been playing an amazing tournament so far.
Absolutely. The bishop now is looking quite sad on h2, but it's not the end of the world for white. But now, of course, Black can capture that pawn on e5 and gain a lot of control in the center.
Yeah. But they're making, someone in the chat is making a good point in Alexandra's game. It would be nice, actually, if they would move that 5 to the other side of the board, because now it's blocking the board a little bit. So maybe that's something for tomorrow to keep in mind.
Right.
In the meantime, it seems like Musa is still thinking. Oh, no, wait, we had some moves. Bishop d3 by Andrea to take the pawn on b5. A nice move, because the pawn on b5 is a little awkward to protect. I guess you can defend it with bishop a6, but here you even have to keep moves like a4 in mind as the b pawn is pinned.
Right, so I like the move bishop d3 a lot. Putting pressure, always a good thing. And that pawn is quite vulnerable on b5. You cannot move it forward. Yeah, defending it is also not very appealing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So
Andrea
yeah, it's
played the
honestly
move.
tough to yeah. It's honestly tough to defend. Like, what do you do here? Maybe like, I don't like rook c5 either, because then you put the rook in the line of the queen. That looks uncomfortable. Before you just take. Maybe you take an e5 first, but then again, you can no longer get f6 in.
Right. I guess after, let's say, rook c5, you can simply like move the bishop back and prepare b4, just to be able to capture the pawn on b5.
Yep, no, that's a nice idea. Or, you know, continue your play on the king side with a move like h4. So, yeah. I think Andrea's doing great here. She is down 5 minutes on the clock, which is something. In the meantime, Alexandra has captured a pawn on e5 with her queen. So let's see what Arna is going to do now. The knight on d4 is hanging. You can take on c6. We'll recapture the bishop. And so queen takes c7. There's also queen takes b2. So this game definitely heating up here.
Yeah, and apparently the computer's not happy about queen takes e5 for some reason. It's such a logical move to capture the pawn in the center, and I can't really see a direct refutation here. So what is going on?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe white just plays a move like c3, strengthening the knight, and then goes g4 on the next move. Because in case white is able to go g4, they can get a lot of pressure going on the dark squares. The black king can all of a sudden become quite weak.
Yeah, perhaps that e5 pawn may be a little bit poisoned. Because currently the bishop is not doing much on h2, but as you mentioned, it can come back to life after the move g4. So yeah, very, very tricky position. Let's see what Arna decides to play here. And she actually does play the move c3.
Yeah, no, we predicted it. I mean, yeah, to me it looks quite natural. I mean, maybe let's see what Alexander should do here. It would be nice to trade off the queen somehow, but I don't see how to do it. I feel like you're always going to be stuck with a king that's slightly weak. Maybe you can move the knight, like, I don't know, like here, offer the queen trade. But even the endgame might be just more pleasant for white with this bishop over here. Maybe you should go knight f6. What about this? Because now, in case you take, g4 is not available as we cover the square. So maybe this is the way to go.
I really like that. It's such an unnatural move to play. The knight does not feel very safe there, but it seems to be working out.
Yeah. No, it indeed seems a little bit awkward because knight is loose, as you pointed out. But white doesn't really have a good square for the queen. And maybe now, after, let's say, queen f2, maybe we just go back.
Right.
Or wait. After queen f2, we've got knight g4.
Oh, even better.
And that might actually be a nice idea. Like, let's say you go queen anywhere else, like queen d3. Maybe knight g4 anyway, blocking the g-pawn and making it difficult for white to activate that bishop.
Ooh, yeah, this looks very promising for black.
So, yeah, I like the move knight f6 because I think if you allow white to go g4, things get very scary. Like, I would be really concerned here with the king on c8 and all of the dark squares weak.
Absolutely. Andrea's opponent went for the move queen to c5. Not so clear what the reasoning is behind this. I guess just simply defending the pawn on b5. But that queen was defending really well on e7. And the queen has made so many moves. Went from d6 to e7 to c5. It's hard to justify it when the queen makes the pieces make so many moves and is not really able to make progress like this. So this gives Andrea once again time to improve her position, and she goes for the move bishop to e2. She could have tried to play h4, h5 now, as f6 is not once again not really a move anymore. But I guess with bishop e2, she is just trying to play it safe and try to cover the c3 pawn like this.
Yeah, again, I think in Andrea's game, it's all about whether she can keep control over the position. If she can keep control and not allow Musa any counterplay, I think she's got a great chance to win. An idea, by the way, after bishop b2 is maybe to prepare to move b4. Because now, in case, black would not be, let's say, I don't know, like here, b4, black would not be able to capture the pawn on c3, as you can always trade and take the knight on d7. But after b4, to be fair, black can just move the queen back. And even though this is looking quite dominant, it's not over just yet. But at any rate, as long as Andrea keeps control over the position, I think she's got really good chance to win.
Yes, and her opponent went for the move knight b8 out of all moves. I'm guessing that Musa wants to play the move knight c6 to attack the rook on d4. But this does give Andrea time to play knight g4 and prepare the move knight f6.
Yeah, and IB8 is really asking for trouble. I like the idea that you pointed out, knight g4 looks quite tempting. Or just pushing over here, maybe just h4. Like, maybe you can even do something like this, like h4, knight c6, and just h5. Just sack the rook. Although, yeah, the thing is, this is probably, no, this is not, maybe here b4. Maybe you take the pawn. Now, I guess the thing is, even though white's fine here, it's not easy to checkmate. So I kind of want to attack for free. I don't want to give up any materials, but maybe even just taking on c6, followed by h5, gives white a big advantage.
Yeah. A lot of moves possible for Andrea. But she is getting lower on the clock as Musa is playing really quickly. The past few moves, he made them quite quickly. So now Andrea is down to 26 minutes, whereas Musa has 31 minutes on the clock. So a slight time difference here, but we are getting to the stage of the game where the clock is running lower and something needs to happen. Otherwise, we will have another time scramble, and we don't like seeing Andrea in time scrambles because a lot of things have gone wrong there. So we'd love for her to play her next few moves faster.
Yeah, to be fair, I'm not too concerned about Andrea. She still has 26 minutes on the clock, has a lot of control over the position, but I'm a little bit concerned about Alexandra, who is down in 19 minutes against 36 and a half, and she doesn't quite have control over the position. It feels like Arna's got good chances to attack here, so things could get a little scary in that game.
Yeah, true. It's quite a tough position, honestly. Arna is playing super well. She has the position quite under control. It's a really messy one. A lot of ideas for both sides, and one wrong move can decide the game here. So Alexander needs to be very careful here. And it's not so easy to find the right move in this position.
Yeah, let's see what she's gonna do. Also, I'm curious to see if Andrea is gonna go for the move knight to g4. It's quite tempting since that knight has left the d7 square. And here's the thing, you can play a move like knight g4, threaten knight f6. Black is pretty much forced to go knight d7, and now you play a move like h4. Since black doesn't have any good pawn pushes available anyway. And now, yeah, queen e6 is not available to prepare e5 because you hang this, and it feels like white's really got a free hand now on the king side.
Exactly. So, yeah, even though black is trying to play something, try to find some sort of way to make progress, this move knight b8 that Musa played does allow Andrea to activate her piece even more and get the attack going on the king side.
Yeah, so yeah, knight g4 definitely very tempting here. Yeah, Andrea just has to try to keep up the pace. I mean, again, 24 minutes is definitely still a decent chunk of time, but you don't want to fall too far behind because she's got such nice control that in a time scramble, really anything can happen. So she should really try to avoid that situation.
Exactly. And we see in the chat a question, instead of c3, why not knight takes c6, queen takes a7, which is in the game of Arna against Alexandra. So instead of c3, knight takes c6, it makes a lot of sense. To go back one move here, it makes a lot of sense because free pawn, why not? But by moving the pawn, by moving the queen all the way away from the center, you allow black quite a lot over here. Tempting moves are queen takes b2, knight takes g3. There's a lot of moves here available for black, and this queen feels quite offside. This pawn a7 is not of big importance.
Yeah, no, again, and black's king is still pretty safe over here. In case of a check, you can always run up to d7. So I think this is a little bit too greedy, and I like the move Arna played much more, the move c3. And as we speak, Alexandra is still thinking, and she played the move knight to c5. Also fine move. I think, again, it's very important to get the queens off the board. Now let's see where Arna, if she's going to trade the queens, or if she will keep the queens on the board. A move Alexandra is hoping for is a move like queen f2 or queen f4, as that's going to run into knight d3, which would win the game on the spot as the bishop is pinned. But that's not what I expect.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, but indeed we do not expect this move to happen. Instead, queen d2 can be played if she really doesn't want to trade queens, but I think it would make some sense to trade queens here, at least from White's perspective. White has a pair of bishops. This bishop can get activated really easily by playing g4, so I can see reasons for why White would be okay with the queen trade.
Yeah. But yeah, I can also understand that Arna would want to keep the queens on the board. I mean, she has attacking chances and she's way up on time. So let's see what she's going to do. In the meantime, she's not sitting at the board, she's standing. Do you think that's going to help her find better moves?
I would feel very uncomfortable myself, like if I would be standing at the board when it's my turn trying to think like this, because every single time I try to walk past other people's boards and try to figure out, okay, what's going in their position, I have a hard time understanding the position and simply walk by and not think about it too much. So I cannot imagine myself standing up at my board and try to find the best move this way. I really want to sit down and take my time, and I feel like I have a better overview this way of the board.
And she's played queen to d2, keeping the queens on the board, defending the knight. Now, maybe Alex should just go knight e4 back, attacking the queen, and then I think, honestly, given the fact that she's down 20 minutes on the clock, the position is kind of dangerous. I think a draw is not a bad result here.
Indeed, but I don't see her go for that draw. I'm sure she wants to try for more, but it is hard to see how you can make progress here. Instead of knight e4, what do you do?
Yeah, I don't know. I think you just play knight e4. Just play knight e4, see where the opponent goes, and then think afterwards. I mean, maybe she wants to go, let's say, queen d3 to keep the game going, but I don't know if that is necessarily the move. In the meantime, Andrea is still thinking, and she's dropping down to 20 minutes. Again, still a decent chunk of time, but she has to speed up. You don't want to fall too far behind.
Yeah. She is running low on the clock, 20 minutes now. I'm concerned about Andrea's time because in time trouble, things have gone wrong really badly. While she had really good positions, and it is really sad that if you have a winning position but cannot confirm due to time, then you'd have to make some sacrifice that maybe you're not making the best moves. But if you play fast, then maybe at some point you will be able to spot the winning sequence because you have those extra few minutes that you really need at some point.
Yep. And in the meantime, Alexandra did play, sorry. So after, wait, we left off here after queen e2, she did play knight e4. I'm curious to see whether Arna will just repeat here with queen e3. She was fine with a move repetition earlier. So let's see if she's fine with a move repetition again. I think for Alexandra, it makes a lot of sense to at least repeat the position once. See what her opponent wants, but Arna says no, she wants to play on with the move queen to d3.
Oh, wow. She is keeping it on the square. Okay, she let go of the queen. So she plays queen to d3. And yeah, she keeps the game going.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, White is a very easy plan. White just wants to go g4, attack the queen, and after the queen moves, try to attack somehow. It moves like knight b5 on the queen side. Alexandra can move the knight back again with knight to c5, and I don't think there's too many extra options. I mean, all of queen c2 maybe. Taking on d4, I mean, looks risky. Can you get away with it? I don't know.
That looks complicated, especially because this bishop can come back to g1 now. It feels wrong, but I guess black is barely holding on.
Yeah, because for the moment we still do have the move b6 to defend the knight. But yeah, it looks extremely scary. You know, I mean, it's very close from getting checkmated, because let's say White goes rook c1, attacking the knight. You're just in time to go b6. And if White goes g4, White's actually threatening checkmate over here, but Black's just in time to play a move like king b7. So looking kind of scary. Let's see what Alexandra is going to do. I mean, knight c5 is a possibility. I wonder what else Black can do here.
Yeah. Alex has to make her moves fast because she's down to 13 minutes. And as we say that, she does play the move Rook D to G8. I kind of like the move. Putting pressure on that pawn on G3 and activating the Rook because it's not really doing much on D8 anyway.
Yeah, no, Rook D8 activating the Rook, attacking the pawn. I guess now G4 is going to be played, attacking the Queen in the middle. And I think she wants to go for a move like Queen F6, threatening Queen F2, and the pawn on H4, which are not that easy to deal with. I don't know. I personally would prefer the other Rook to G8, but I think this one is fine as well. Besides the move G4, I mean, what else is there that White can know? I mean, otherwise, Black's just going to take here.
Yeah, G4 seems very logical, and she's once again standing right behind the board, and it feels like she will make the move any moment now.
Yeah, because she's like, she's got her hand like, it feels like she's about to move. In the meantime, Andrea moved. She pushed her pawn up to H4. So now, I mean, since Black is just playing Knight B8, I'll be surprised if he does not play Knight C6, because I don't really see another move that makes sense.
Indeed. I really like Andrea's move. H4, preparing to move H5. If Black plays Knight C6, can White still play Knight G4 perhaps? Or is it a bit too much?
I think it's definitely a move. I mean, because you get the Knight to F6. But let's put it on the board. So let's say Knight C6. We go Knight G4. Black takes here. We get a check. The king moves over. And I suppose we take, maybe with the pawn attacking the queen. It's definitely, yeah. I mean, you can take the rook. You can also take an H7, move the knight back and go for the attack. So definitely a consideration. You can also just, I guess, trade over here and continue your attack with moves like H5, Queen E5. The nice thing here for Andrea is that she's putting pressure on both sides of the board. Pawn on B5 is vulnerable, and Black's king on G8 is quite vulnerable as well.
Yeah, and she is the one that has the position under control. Black has no pawn pushes whatsoever, which is just crazy to imagine. The dark squares are weak permanently, and this queen will have a really good time controlling those dark squares. And especially since the H file can be opened this easily, White will have a really nice attack on the king side.
Yeah. So let's see, how are they doing on the clock right now? Yeah, Alexander down to 13 minutes, whereas Arne still has 31 minutes on our clock. And Andrea down to 19, but now Musa also taking his time. So let's hope both of them can cut into that time advantage a little bit and even out the time situation.
Yeah, time is going to be a really important factor in both games. Well, I guess Andrea has such a good position that it's really hard to see how it can go wrong. So, as long as she maintains her position and doesn't do anything too crazy, everything should be completely fine. But I'm very concerned about Alexandra's position. It's a very dynamic position. A lot of things are going on here. One wrong move can decide the game here. So, with her being down to 13 minutes to 30 of her opponent, it looks quite concerning for her. But she seems to be knowing what she's doing, and I have full faith that she should be fine when it comes to the clock.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a good thing that now Musa is taking his time. I mean, Knight B8 made it very clear that he wants to go for Knight to C6. But right now he's hesitating. Whereas, I don't really see another active plan. You have to do something quickly, otherwise Andrea's going to go H5. And the attack on the king side will just be way too dangerous. In the meantime, on Alexandra's board, do you see any other move besides G4 that makes sense? Because I honestly don't.
Not really. Maybe the consideration is to just simply let the pawn be captured. Because there's a pin, let's say knight takes G3 will be played, the pin will remain on that on the knight. So maybe you could consider simply long castle here and
right.
accept the fact that the pawn is captured and you're not too worried about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. In case you take your knight will be pinned over there. But it feels like there should be ways for black to get out of the pin. But you know, it's always easier said than done. In the meantime, Musa plays the move knight to c6, offering the trade of knights and attacking the rook in the middle. I guess for Andrea, the easiest way to keep the pressure is just to trade the knights followed by h5. Because otherwise, I mean, these lines might be fine for white, but it gets a little bit double-edged.
Right. So h5 is the more practical way to handle things. And yeah, it's hard to see what black can do whatsoever when all of the pawn pushes are basically blocked.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, so let's see. Andrea dropping down to 18 minutes. Yeah, I think given the time situation, and that's what she does, just trade the knights, black has to recapture, I would assume, with the bishop, and then continue with h5 and put pressure on the king side.
Yep. So Andrea goes for simple chess. We preferably don't want to trade knights over here, as that knight on e5 was super strong. But in this very specific position, we can see that white is enjoying a really pleasant position on the board, and Andrea can start pushing h5 very soon. So, yeah, this can be a long grind still, but a very promising one for Andrea.
Yeah, so let's see how Musa is going to recapture. I mean, I assume with the bishop to add some support to the b5 pawn. Now, one thing I'm slightly concerned about is that let's say we go h5. Black can maybe go queen d6, preparing e5. And the only way to stop that is by going queen to e5 ourselves. But after trade, I don't know. White's definitely better here, but do you win this position? Maybe black can, you know, claim this is some sort of fortress.
Yeah, indeed, because it's not that easy to infiltrate into black's position. Even if you get the access to the H file, it doesn't really seem that clear, as a king can always run to e7 and hide.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in the meantime, Musa he's reaching for the knight and he's recaptured with the bishop. All right, so now let's see what Andrea is going to do. What you can do, by the way, if you don't want to allow queen d6 to prepare the e5 push, is you can go queen e5 here, attacking the rook. And let's say, which is a little awkward to deal with. Maybe if you go bishop d7, now like h5, and h6 now is a big threat, as queen f8 for the moment is not available. That's going to hang the rook. So I actually like queen e5 here, because I think very often you want to put the queen here anyway.
Yeah, that it's always good to centralize the queen. And in this very specific position, it's even better because it stops any sort of counterplay altogether, and also could trick the opponent into making a mistake. I guess after queen e5, what comes to mind here is move rook d7, because we would love to trade queens by playing queen d6 here.
Mm-hmm.
To make sure we don't
Right,
get checkmated.
Yeah, and I like that idea. So let's say rook d7, and then in the case of h5, black is just in time to go queen d6. Yeah, because otherwise, like, let's say you wait with a move. Let's say you go, I don't know, on a rook here. After h6, you're going to have to go queen f8, which looks very passive.
Yeah, and if you have to keep the queen on f8, it's a slow death. At some point, there will be some breakthrough in the position, and yeah, that queen is dead for the rest of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So let's see if that's what Andrea is going to do. I mean, h5 also makes a ton of sense. Again, the main thing that's important here is just to keep control of the position. Keep control of the position, put pressure on the clock, and then I feel like she has good chances. But she really should try not to let things get out of control and allow black a pawn break like e5.
Absolutely. So with 15 minutes now for Andrea versus 24 minutes, she has to start making her moves fast. We need speed. We need the confidence that helps a lot with making moves fast. Sometimes it's okay to just go by intuition, which moves feel right. You have to make them quickly, because this time is necessary to be used in critical moments. Instead of queen e5, she goes for the move b4. Makes a lot of sense, but this does allow her opponent to move the queen back to d6, and then queen e5 is still possible, but not as appealing as it was a move ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of the move before, simply because of the fact that now the pawn on c3 is always a little bit weak. And let's say black takes and you recapture. I mean, black has this half-open c file to work with, put pressure on the pawn, or you know, the a file. So now that the c pawn gets a little loose, so it's not like black is without any counterplay whatsoever.
Yeah, not so easy. But Musa went for queen b6 instead. Makes sense, but I guess it doesn't really help much because now queen e5 is possible, and the queen feels a little bit offside there.
Yeah, no, I think the queen should have stepped back to a square like d6, where it facilitates an a5 push, or at least after queen e5, black can trade it off. So now I'll be tempted to go h5 here, push on the king side, maybe wants to go for something like bishop d7, and now what about queen e5? I mean, h6 looks very difficult to stop. I think here white's just winning. So yeah, I'd say just go h5, just push the pawn.
She does it. She played the move h5 very quickly. We love to see this. She is making the moves fast now. And the plan is clear. Queen e5, as you mentioned, and h6. And this queen is misplaced on b6, is now unable to help the black king. So what does Musa have in mind now after h5, I wonder?
I don't know. I mean, if Andrea gets a queen e5, I think she's just winning. So maybe he has to play a move like, I don't know, like queen b8, so that queen to e5 can still be met with a move like, let's say, a rook b7, offering the trade. And then after queen f6, you still want to have the move queen to d8. Because, like, let's say you would go here, right? Let's say you go to the c8. Then white goes to f6. And again, this becomes a problem because now queen e8 is not available.
Right. I guess you'd have to think of making concessions, such as playing, I don't know, e5. Just try to break the position open somehow to try to get a counterplay. But the problem is that after f takes e5, you help white fixing the double pawns, fixing the pawn structure, and the other pawn can also support this, so you don't really make much progress this way.
No, yeah, I mean, white just takes the pawn, can defend the pawn with f4, as you're pointing out, and then bishop f3, d5 is also weak. So it's a very drastic, drastic way to stop white from going queen e5. So I think he can still play a move like, yeah, queen b8, because you just have to make sure that you can somehow trade out the queens. If Andrea gets one more move and plays queen e5, I think she's just winning. So Musa has to do something about it.
Yeah, and it's not an easy position to be in, and that's all because the queen went to b6. If the queen went to d6, it would be a different story. But now, with queen e5 on the radar, it's looking tough for Musa.
Yeah, just wanted to update everybody about the time situation. Right now, Alexandra has 13 minutes on her clock, whereas Arna has 21 minutes. So a lead for Arna, but not as big as it used to be. It used to be like 20 minutes. And Andrea down to 15.5 versus 21.5 for Musa. So Musa having a lead there, but it's also dissipating.
And we actually see a new move played in Alex's game. Arna went for the move g4, and Alex instantly played queen f6, which is great to see. She saw this move coming, and she sort of baited the move so that she could play queen f6, attacking the pawn h4, and also threatening the move queen f2 or even knight f2.
Yeah, nice move, Alexandra, and it's honestly not that easy for white to deal with all of the threats. Yeah, because if you play a move like, I don't know, rook f1, there's queen takes h4, as you're pointing out, and black wins the bishop, and with that the game. I guess maybe what Arna should do, but this might not be a move that's super easy to fight, maybe queenside castles. You have to move knight f2, forking everything, but white goes queen g3 and threatens mate. So I don't know what you should do here after queenside castle. This might be the way to go for white, because otherwise, yeah, you get either queen f2 or queen to h4. I mean, you have bishop g1 to defend. That looks kind of passive.
Queen e3 is played, Benjamin. Queen e3, allowing Alexander to capture on h4.
That's a big pawn, because now, I mean, she has to block with g3, and so queen g5, I think black's just up a pawn with a great position.
Yeah, this is a clear advantage now for Alexandra. Maybe she missed that the pawn h4 was hanging.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, queen takes h4 is just a free pawn. I mean, yeah, it forces g3 from white. So I think Alexandra's just winning now. And I'd say, yeah, just take the pawn, and that's what she does. And g3 is on the board.
Ooh, this is looking really good for Alexandra now. Now the bishop is actually really bad on h2 because there's no prospects for that bishop. You can play bishop g1, but then you also disconnect the rooks altogether. This position is looking very awkward for white. I really like where this is going for Alexandra.
Yeah, and I like what Alexandra did. She played queen g5 quickly, offering the trade of queens. She's now up a pawn, so the endgame would be very good for her. And I don't see a good way for Arna to avoid the queen trade. If you go, let's say, queen d3, then there's knight e5 attacking the queen. And yeah, you take the pawn in g4. Black is up a pawn here. Is going to win a second one with a big initiative. So I think Alexandra is on her way to another victory here.
Yeah, what a turn of events. It looked like Arna was playing so well this game, but all of a sudden, she gave the pawn away on h4, and now it is Alexandra with a clear advantage. And not just the pawn, but also just positionally. These pawns are doubled and very bad. The bishop on h2 is almost dead. And Alexandra is the one with this beautiful center of pawns. She can move e5 whenever she wants to. And with queen g5 next, which is actually the move that she played, it is looking very promising. And she's heading to a win here.
Yeah, queen e3 on the board by Arna. And now I expect knight e5 any moment by Alexandra. In the meantime, in Andrea's game, Musa has played the move pawn to f6. It seems like a very drastic way to stop white from going queen e5, but it might not be too bad. Let's have a look. Like, let's say you take. I guess he wants to go rook f7. White can take. You recapture, and you're just in time to go queen d8 and take over here. I wonder, like, maybe there's a move like f5. Oh no, you can take with the e pawn. The rook is protected. Never. Other than queen g5 is maybe move. I mean, I guess there should be something here for Andrea, but I don't know what.
There should be something here.
Yeah.
This is also played actually. So f6. Andrea took the pawn on f6. And yeah, I guess rook f7 makes a lot of sense. So this is one of those attempts to try to regroup the pieces, try to make some progress, because what else do you have here with black? But this is allowing Andrea to attack the king side even more easily. And yeah, let's see what happens now. Rook f7 would make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think it's the only move for Musa. In the meantime, Alexandra has played knight to e5, centralizing her knight, attacking the queen. This looks like a dominant position. You're going to win another pawn. And yeah, it feels like black is attacking. Musa has played rook f7. I think, yeah, the only move to bring the rook over to the defense and attack that pawn on f6. So let's see what Andrea is going to do. I mean, it looks nice for white, but I don't see an immediate breakthrough.
Yeah, right. Because if you play simple chess like queen e5 to protect the pawn, as you mentioned, there's queen d8 and you're going to lose that pawn like this. So white needs to come up with something clever here and think of concrete moves, because otherwise black can perhaps regroup the pieces. And once black gets to play e5, then white should be concerned. Not to be in a worse position, but this could lead to equalizing the position. So that's definitely not what you're looking for here with white.
Yeah, queen e1 has been played by Arna, and Alexandra played queen to e3 quickly, threatening checkmate on f2. I think the only move for white to hang on in the game is the move rook f1, but it's looking bad. I mean, I'm already looking at moves like bishop to a4, because if you take the bishop, that's going to run into check and mate. But I suppose you still have a move like knight c2 or knight b3, and you're barely holding on.
Yeah. The position is simply collapsing as all the pieces, all the minor pieces of Alexandra and the queen on e3 are so active. And By the way, White did not manage to castle, and this is what happens when you don't castle. Sometimes it's okay, but this is one of those examples where you really have to castle, because if the king was safe on b1, this would not have been so bad at all. But because the king is in the center, in the middle of the board, and all the pieces are not harmonious at all, they're so disconnected from each other. This is why White is simply lost.
Yeah, no, indeed. And yeah, Arna is still thinking. Queen e3 on the board. In the meantime, Andrea played queen to e5, defending the pawn on f6. I think now queen at d8 is an absolute must for Musa. He has to try to get rid of the pawn on f6 as quickly as possible. If you go, let's say, pawn takes b4, I think White takes on g6 first. Goes, let's say, queen g5, and White's just crushing. So queen e8 is an absolute necessity. And then Andrea could consider capturing this pawn on a5.
Yeah. B takes a5 seems like a possible move. The pawn b5 is also a big weakness, not to forget. So this is looking very good for Andrea. And she may get like one pawn out of this, or maybe two pawns, but no matter what, she will have a really convincing position, and I'm sure she can convert that.
Yeah, she just took on g6. I think Musa absolutely has to recapture now with his own h-pawn. And yeah, I think just taking on a5 looks like a very solid way to get an advantage in the endgame. Like, let's say black takes here, you trade the queens, you go rook b1, and it's very risk-free, and b5 is weak. It feels like White's got great chances to win there.
Yeah, so both sisters are now recovering on the clock as they have a really good position, and the opponents have been spending quite some time in the past couple of moves. So it is looking good, Benjamin. We love to see this.
Yeah, no, this is going great. Yeah, I feel like Alex has great chances to finish this game off. I'm a little surprised. Yeah, knight takes c4. I love that move, because the thing is, the threat now for Alexandra is to go queen f2 check, followed by knight e3. Rook f1 is no longer a move, as you hang the bishop, and if you go bishop g1, then you hang the pawn on g3. So I just don't see how you keep the game going here as White. And again, I'm a little surprised that Musa hasn't moved yet.
Yeah, this seems almost resignable in Alexandra's game. So this is looking very good for her. Musa has played a move. He took the pawn on g6. And now it's Andrea's turn. What to do? Will she take the pawn on a5? Simplify matters? Or does she have something else in mind?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, let's hope she doesn't get too tunneled in on the king side, because I think there's no longer a checkmate. I mean, black's going to take an f6 with the queen, and black's king is going to be relatively safe. So I think she should just take an a5, go into the endgame, which also is looking great for her. So just forget about checkmating the opponent and win the endgame. That would be my advice here.
Yeah, because in that endgame, there's no counterplay for black whatsoever. This bishop is a bad piece on c6. So yeah, not much to play for with black.
Yeah. Because yeah, again, it's very easy to get tunneled in on the attack, but again, I don't think there's a checkmate. I mean, black's just going to take an f6, and black's king is going to be relatively safe. But yeah, I would just take an a5. Just take the pawn. The endgame is still absolutely fantastic for White, and looking very difficult for Musa to hold. Because also, you know, they're getting lower on time, so it's nice to get into an endgame where you have very little risk.
I guess the one concern of Andrea might be that the pawns are quite weak on the dark squares. And once the queens get off the board, the rooks may start to get connected and start attacking them. And maybe it could be a concern that these pawns can be captured. But I think if you get to take on a5, you will have this passed pawn, rook b4, attacking that pawn on b5. It should be easy to convert.
Yeah. In the meantime, Andrea did take the pawn on a5. I think a good move, just going up a pawn. Black can capture with the rook, but then you keep your queen on a dominant square. I think black should capture with the queen, but the endgame is looking quite miserable after takes and a rook to b1. I mean, yeah, it looks very difficult for black to hold.
And we get a raid here from Dina. Thank you so much, Dina, for the raid. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I saw chatters talking about Dina's game. I believe she won, so if she did, congratulations. And good luck in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, thanks Dina for the raid, and good luck. Yeah.
Also, thanks to Phoebe for the raid. I have a feeling that Phoebe was doing commentary for Dina, so I hope it was a fun stream. Dina won amazing. Congrats.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, so lots of raids all of a sudden. In the meantime, it looks like Musa captured with a rook on f6. So he's keeping the queens on the board. He does not want to go into the endgame. Very understandable. And perhaps now Andrea should play a move like bishop to d3, improving the bishop and stopping black from playing rook to f5, which could be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, black is stuck, and that pawn g6 is another weakness on the board. And Andrea needs to be patient now. She has shown a lot of patience throughout the game, which is very impressive. It is not easy to stay this patient. It's really easy to go astray and start to make moves that seem very logical, but allow the opponent to have counterplay. She has been under control throughout the game. So now she played with rook b1, attacking the pawn on b5, and all these moves make a lot of sense.
Right, but rook b1 now allows rook f5 from black, attacking the queen. And after queen e3, you get a move like pawn to e5. And all of a sudden, things are getting a little out of control right now.
Dina in the chat saying, both ladies playing in the Russian chess school style today. True. Andrea being very patient. We love to see this. And Alex played very aggressively today in both her games, but especially this one where she managed to get g5 in, and her attack has been very successful.
Yeah, I mean, Andrea's still having a big advantage here after queen e3, but now Musa can play the move e5, attacking the rook on d4, and finally his pieces come to life. Again, I think he really should have played the move bishop d. She really should have played bishop d3 to keep his pieces at bay, because now things can become a little tricky. Also, the pawn on a5 is hanging, and yeah, she no longer has the same kind of control she had earlier.
That is true. I guess bishop d3 can still be considered, but yeah, maybe black has a move available such as e5 to open things up. And we should not forget that this king on g1 is also vulnerable. If e5 is played, f takes e5, the queen can maybe get activated. It's not that easy for white at all.
Not at all, yeah. Maybe after e5, Andrea has a move like queen to g3, because then if you take the rook on d4, you can take on g6 check, and after the king moves to h8, you can take the rook on f5. But it's not an easy move to find. And the idea also after queen g3 is that now, after potential trade on e5, they will not attack her queen on e3 right away. But again, not an easy move to find. And it feels like Musa is at least a little more optimistic now, judging from his body language, given the fact that now he's getting some active counterplay.
Yeah, true. The clock is running low for both players. Andrea now on 10 minutes, Musa on 13. So Andrea's slowly catching up, but yeah, we would have to see if she can survive the time scramble that is probably incoming, as not much is going to happen in the next couple of moves.
Yeah. In the meantime, Arna has moved. She played the move queen to d3. But now Alexandra can just go queen f2 check, king d1, and pick up the bishop on h2. I mean, it's just a free piece. This is coming next, and if anything, black is attacking. So this should just be a win for Alexandra.
Yeah, queen f2 is the most convincing way to win. It's one of those positions where you're like, it feels like everything is winning, any move is winning here, and you just want to take the time, enjoy the position, and find the best way to win, the easiest one, to make sure that you don't allow any sort of counterplay of your opponent. So I'm sure Alexandra will take her a little bit of time here to decide what to do, but this is very promising.
Yeah, no, but I'm sure like queen f2 and just taking the bishop looks very tempting. But I just wanted to update everyone about the time situation. Right now, Alexandra and her opponent have just around 10 minutes, but I do expect Alexandra to win that one. In Andrea's game, she's got 10 minutes versus 12. Andrea definitely is better, but a lot of work still to be done. I mean, after e5, if Musa plays e5 here, queen g3 would not be an easy move to find. He can also take the pawn on a5. So that one, I mean, Andrea has an advantage, but it's definitely not over.
Yeah, anything can still happen in Andrea's game. She definitely had a bigger advantage a few moves ago, but by not playing bishop d3, she allowed her opponent to get counterplay. However, Musa took on a5. Indeed, this is also what Dina thought was going to happen. So indeed, we see queen takes a5. So this gives Andrea the chance to play bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3 now looks like a nice move, attacking the rook. I guess Musa is planning to play rook to f6 to defend this pawn over here. And then I wonder what Andrea has in mind. Maybe like queen e5. I mean, it looks good, but I don't see an immediate breakthrough just yet. So, I mean, bishop g4. Also a move to consider. Let's see what she's going to do. She is currently thinking, and Alexandra is about to play check and knight takes h2, and I think she's going to win this game anytime soon now.
Yeah, this is completely over. She found the easy way to win, and resignation could happen any moment now. And it must feel really good to get revenge for her sister, as Andrea lost in the first round to Arna. So, yeah, that must feel really nice.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Alexandra also moves to 3 out of 3 with this win. So she's got a great chance to win the tournament. And yeah, she's really been on a great run lately. So yeah, let's see. Is Arna going to resign here or make a couple more moves? I guess maybe a few more moves, but I don't see how.
Yeah, I don't even see a move to try something. Sometimes when you're lost, so you try a few more moves. Maybe there's some trick that I can try. Maybe my opponent will fall for this, but I can't even find a trick to set up here. So the best move here would be to resign, I think.
Yeah. In the meantime, bishop d3 has been played by Andrea, and Musa responded with rook to f6. Again, I feel like white should be better here, but the pawns on c3 and a3 are weak. F4, f2 are a little weak. And, you know, for the moment, Musa is hanging in there. So it's not easy. It's not easy. Let's see what Andrea's going to do. Maybe queen e5, just attacking the rook.
Yeah, queen e5, logical move. Easy for black to protect the rook, simply rook to from e to f8. Fortunately for Andrea, the pawn on f4 is defended. She does play the move queen to e5. But the question is, let's say rook e to f8. What's next? What is the follow-up?
I don't know. It's not obvious to me at all. And Andrea down to 8.5 minutes versus 11 minutes and 20 seconds, give or take for Musa. So let's see what's going to happen here. I mean, yeah, he's playing some good defense.
Yeah, and Arna is still playing on. She plays move king c2. I guess Alexandra can just regroup the pieces. The g3 pawn is hanging, so yeah, even the queen on d3 does not have much space left. So it's quite a sad position. Not just down a piece, but also down so much activity.
Yeah, I'd say just take on g3 here, grab another pawn. The queen on d3, as you're pointing out, is almost trapped. So this really should just be a win for Alexandra. She also still has plenty of time on the clock. But yeah, Andrea's game, that's where it's all the action is happening. And Musa did play rook ef8. And rook to b3 by Andrea, defending both the pawns, but it is a little bit passive.
I guess an idea mentioned in chat as well, rook b3 to then play rook d to b4. I quite like it, but I guess you'd have to consider the fact that, okay, we want to attack that pawn and capture it, but this rook is also used to defend the pawn on f4. So we have to figure out, okay, can we actually capture that pawn and make sure that we don't lose the threat after losing the pawn on f4? Is this fine? You'd have to be really careful here, and it comes down to concrete lines here.
Yeah, so let's see, rook b3 on the board. Right now, Andrea having 8 minutes against Musa's 10. I definitely still think Andrea is better. But, you know, the position is a little bit double-edged. I mean, both sides have quite a few weaknesses. Both the kings are a little bit exposed. Let's see what Musa is going to do. I mean, if he moves his queen, he's going to hang the pawn on b5. So it's also not that easy for black to come up with a good move here.
Yeah, it sort of feels like black needs to wait what white decides to do. As white is defending all the attacking points, all the targets of black. All those pawns are defended now. So yeah, this may lead to moves perhaps that could cause harm for black, because you want to do something. You don't want to just sit around and wait.
Yeah. In the meantime, yeah, Alexander gave a check on a 4b3 was played. I mean, black is clearly winning here, but there's no like final punch just yet. I mean, I guess maybe you just take the pawn with the rook, move the bishop back. I mean, you're up a full piece here with a dominant position, but it's not like you're checkmating white just yet. So Alexander just has to be a little bit patient here.
These kind of positions you just have to enjoy. You just have to enjoy the moment and try to play it as clean as possible, because you're just winning. You're winning, and there's no need to rush things. Maybe to make sure that you don't flag, but with 6 minutes on the clock, Alexandra should be fine.
Yeah, and talking about the time situation right now, things are catching up in Andrea's game. She's down 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes for Musa. So she's not too far behind. And again, I feel like it's difficult for black to make a move here. Again, if you move, I mean, the rooks are ideally placed. They're defending each other. Maybe you want to reroute your queen, but if you move the queen, you might hang the pawn on b5. So difficult to just make a move, and that's why he's spending his time here.
Yeah, indeed. So let's see what Musa decides to do here. But I guess the best move he has is just simply wait. Simply make a waiting move. Any waiting move that doesn't lose a piece. But Queen a7 has been played actually. And now the question is, does that hang the pawn on b5?
Right, yeah, I guess if we take the pawn, maybe black can just trade and then take the pawn on a3. That seems pretty decent for black. So now, I mean, now for Andrea, it's not easy to come up with a move that improves the position without allowing any counterplay. Yeah, in the meantime, Alexander has captured the pawn on c3 with her knight.
Yeah, very logical move. Attacking the queen and also attacking the bishop on e2. So it's very likely to see knight takes e2 happen on the next move.
Yeah. Yeah, the queen is under attack. I expect something like queen to d2. And then, yeah, I'm sure that Alexander is going to win. But Andrea's game is still looking very double-edged. She's now down to 7 minutes, 8 minutes for Musa. A very slight advantage for Andrea, but difficult to do anything. Difficult for either side. They're kind of hanging in there, waiting for the other player to do something so that the other one can strike.
Yeah, exactly. So it will come down to another time scramble. We have seen 2 time scrambles where it did not go well for Andrea. So we need her to speed up now and make sure that she has enough time to figure the position out when she has the opportunity to strike. This is concerning, but we hope, of course, for the best in the time scramble.
Yeah, in the meantime, queen e1 by Arna. I mean, you could just trade the queens here. Anything should be winning for Alexandra. We see queen to g5 by Andrea, putting pressure on the pawn on g7. All right, so now maybe Musa can play a move like queen f7 or queen to g7 to defend over there.
Yeah, I'm slightly getting concerned for Andrea as she's slowly losing her advantage. With the amount of pawns left on the board and also this f4 pawn now being such a big weakness, it is looking difficult to see where Andrea can still strike here. Not so easy to see.
Yeah, let's see what Musa's going to do. I'm sure he's going to move his queen over either to g7, h7, or f7. Oh, he moves his king up to g7. All right, also seems like a fine way to protect the pawn. And yeah, it would be great for Andrea to include more. Actually, maybe, what about f5? You sacrifice the pawn, but in case black takes with the pawn, then there's rook h4, and that looks pretty dangerous all of a sudden.
I like that a lot. That's one way to try to create chances, but she may not go for this just because it feels risky. So
yeah, it's
it
a
would
move
make
that's
sense.
difficult to find. Yeah.
It would make sense that she may not go for this.
In Alexandra's game, she has traded off the queens and took on e2. Yeah, I think there's a glitch going on, but I think she just took on
so
e2.
too. Yeah.
Wait, but here, I mean, she's still winning, but now she's losing the bishop. After rook takes, or maybe even... No, in knight takes, there's rook g2, but after rook takes e2, I think you're going to lose this bishop, and you're still winning, but it requires a little more work.
Yeah, maybe... No. Huh? I was hoping that black had some intermezzo here, but it doesn't seem like there is an intermezzo anymore.
Yeah, Andrea just played the move king to g2, improving the position a little bit. Now let's see what Musa is going to do. You can go for someone like rook to queen to c7, queen f7. I guess Andrea's idea might be here to go rook b1 to h1.
I think if I'm not mistaken, I do see a rook on the second rank for Alexandra. So maybe she got to play rook g2 first before taking on e2.
No, I think Arna recaptured with a knight, but now rook g2, great move by Alexandra.
Okay.
Wait, it's not game over yet. If you take the bishop, knight f3 looks great, attacking the rook, but there's still rook c1. And if you take, then there's king d3 check, and you know, white fights on. So, I mean, Alexandra is completely winning here. She's up 4 pawns, but she's not winning a decisive amount of material just yet.
Right. Queen c7 played by Musa. Over here, attacking the pawn at f4. But Andrea can defend the pawn easily. Rook b4 or king g3 even. Let's see what she decides to do here.
Yeah, one thing you do have to be a little bit careful of is that Musa doesn't play, let's say, e5 under the right circumstances. And like, he gives up this pawn, but he gets rook takes f2. I mean, I think white's fine here after like king here, but, you know, it gets a little double-edged.
Yeah, not so clear. Andrea goes for the move f5. Oh no. The computer hates this move. She's going for practical chess, but maybe black has e5 here?
Right, I felt like f5 was great on the last turn, but here with the king on g2, if you move the rook, black always gets d4 with a check. So this is where things can get a little scary. Let's see if he's going to take the pawn or if he's going to play e5. I mean, rook h4, d4, maybe you move the king, but hard to say what's going on there.
Yeah, I really like what Andrea is trying to do here. She's trying to create chances because otherwise there was nothing going on for her. She either has to try to play f5 or she just has to accept the fact that she can't make any progress. So she's trying with f5, trying to get rook h4 in, and it is possible for Musa to blunder here still. So, yeah, the computer's saying that it's worse for white. Makes sense, but maybe not so easy for Musa.
Yeah, so let's see. In the meantime, Alexandra played king d7. King d3 was played by white. Knight f3 and rook to b1 attacking the pawn. Okay, Alexandra should win this one. I mean, maybe a check, king e3, and then let's say b6. But Again, for the moment, the game goes on.
Yeah, I guess there's too many pawns on black side, so this should be completely winning. But okay, the game will go on. Alexandra will push her pawns forward, and it should be game over very soon.
Oh, I just had a brief look. Musa has to find a really difficult move. The move he has here is not e5, it's not takes. It's actually rook to h8. Threatening to go queen h2. I mean, you cannot take, as that will lead to, checkmate in 2. And again, rook h4 is going to allow d4, so this looks quite scary.
Ooh. Let's see if Musa will find that move. It makes sense when you see it, but it may not just appear in your head at all during the game because it's such an unnatural move. You focus on the pawn on f5 and you want to keep the rooks on the f file, especially after f5.
Yeah, so let's see what he's gonna do right now. Andrea is down to 4 minutes, 5 minutes from Musa. Clock is ticking. Again, if Andrea gets a rook to h4, she's got nice attacking chances, but yeah, I'd say at this stage in the game, really anything can happen. The game is really heating up.
Yeah, Alex's DGT board seems to have given up on the game, but we're trying to follow along based on the moves that we see on the camera. I'm trying to follow. She just played the move rook g8. Arna is making things complicated. We have to give credit to her. She is making it. She's not giving up so easily, and she's complicating matters. But of course, Alex has 4 pawns more on the board, so she can lose that pawn on b7 and still be completely winning.
Oh, and Musa captured a pawn on b5 with his pawn. A big miss there. And now we see bishop takes b5 by Andrea. The position still should be approximately even, but she definitely dodged the bullet there. Rook h8 looked extremely dangerous. And I'd say now the position should be a draw, but if anything, I like Andrea's chances because I feel like her king is slightly safer.
Yeah. And now after bishop takes b5, I'm not so thrilled about this bishop exchange because that bishop was the worst piece. But on the other hand, by trading that bishop off the board, the d5 pawn becomes also a big weakness. But yeah, I feel like the position is sort of fading into drawing territory. Musa still tries with f4 though, so
f4, tricky move. I mean, he's setting up ideas of f3. Yeah, you got to be careful here with white. I mean, maybe you take on c6, f3 can be thrown in, and I don't know where you go with the king. I mean, this looks a little scary with a little time on the clock.
I believe a pawn has been captured on b7 in Alexandra's game. So Alexandra is in check.
Yeah, I guess king up to maybe c6. You cannot capture the pawn on f7 due to knight e5 with a fork. So I guess you take on a7, and maybe now what you do is play something like e5, with e4 being a big threat. Oh wait, but you hang this pawn with a check. I mean, I guess that works, but it's not really what you want to do.
Yeah, right.
And what is the clean win here?
I guess starting off with, I want to play rook g6.
Right, but for the moment, rook f6 is not a threat, and maybe, yeah.
It's just to defend h6, really, and also if white plays knight f4, it's checkmate in 1, so it's one way to try to win fast.
Andrea, by the way, captured on c6, which was the only move to maintain the balance. And Musa seemed to be reaching for the bishop, so I guess he's just going to recapture with his queen.
I think so too. That would make a lot of sense. But the pawn on d5 is hanging. So...
Right. You can throw an f3 intermediate check also, but that allows white, let's say they move the king, and then you have rook h4 after.
Right.
King d6 was played by Alexandra, I think. And Arna captured a pawn on a7.
I also see a knight on e5 and king e3.
The king e3. Oh, wait, do you have d4? Wait, do you have d4? If you take with the king, you get a fork, and if you take with the knight,
Checkmate.
it should be checkmate somehow. Oh, yeah, check, and then mate. Wait, and if
Ooh, what a pattern.
and if the king goes here, then yeah, I don't know, like check and something.
No, e5. Something
Right, like
somewhere.
there's a checkmate. I mean, it takes a while, but
Yeah,
it is there. So if she finds d4, it's over. That's the clincher.
I think she played rook g4 instead. This one. Which is also crushing
Also
because
looks
preparing
good,
rook
threatening
e4,
rook e4.
yeah.
Okay, maybe you check. I guess that's what you do, you know. What else? We have more moves in Andrea's game. So what was played was queen takes d5 and f3 check. Okay, now where do you go with the king? I guess to g1, because after king g1, there's no checks. If you go to g3, there's check.
Yeah, you
H3
can't
looks
cover
very
that check
scary.
either.
So I think you go here, because you always have a counter check next on the agenda.
Is it crazy to think maybe you can go up to g4?
Yeah, nah.
It reminds me like football when in the last 2 seconds of the game,
The
the
goalie.
goalkeeper joins the match to try to get a last-minute goal.
Okay, we have rook e1 by Arna, but now everything is winning for Alexandra. I mean, rook e4 followed by knight f3 is the easiest finish, I would say.
Rook e4 on the board.
King g1, good move by Andrea. And yeah, rook e4 by Alexandra. Okay, I'd say Andrea's game objectively should be a draw, but if anything, she's definitely still pushing for the win. So let's see if she can win this one.
Alexandra is going to win the rook now. All 4 players are on 2 minutes on the clock, by the way. Musa now on 1 minute and 40 seconds, so things are getting really tense in time scramble over here, guys.
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, this Musa made a mistake. Queen a6.
Queen a6. Let's have a look. Yeah. Okay.
What is the problem here?
Yeah, I think the move just doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe you just give a check on b7 and black's forced to block with one of the rooks. You can now move the king to the h file to rook h4. So yeah, I'd say just give a check on b7 and see what he does then. And white should have great chances to win.
Queen b7 played by Andrea. Well, kind of forcing the queen trade. You don't have to, but I'm pretty sure Musa will accept the trade.
Yeah, Arna has fought on here, but I think she's going to throw in the towel any move now. I mean, she's down a rook in an endgame. That's really a lot. Queen b7 was played by Andrea. We see queen trade. So white's definitely better here, but, you know, the king and g1 is a little boxed in, so it's not easy at all to win this one.
Yeah, a lot of work and the games end up in the draw, even the winning one. So let's see how Andrea tries to convert this. But especially with a 2 pair rooks, it may be even more difficult because there's a lot of attacking chances for black as well. And the pawns are vulnerable of white.
Yeah, a4, nice move by Andrea, pushing the pass pawn up the board. I think the one thing you want to be careful of in a double rooking game is that you don't want to allow black too many attacking chances. Like in an endgame with only 1 pair of rooks, it's very unlikely that you ever get checkmated, but with 2 rooks, it's definitely possible. So that's the one thing Andrea should be careful of here.
I guess the pawn f3 is also a big weakness, especially because the white king can go all the way up to g3 and start putting pressure on that pawn on f3. But now that Andrea played the move a4, it's a bit difficult to see how she can attack the pawn with the rook, as c4 is out of the question now.
Yeah, in the meantime, Alexandra is setting up a ladder checkmate. So yeah, after rook to b2, I think Arna's just going to resign here. There's nothing you can do about rook to a1. So Alexandra's going to win, and she's going to be on 3 out of 3.
A massive win for her, as the position was unclear. Arna was playing super well, but then all of a sudden she blundered the pawn and things went downhill from there.
Right. Yeah. So let's have a look at Andrea's game rook e6 was played, trying to go rook e1. I mean, good move by Musa. He's trying to create counterplay. So rook b1, very logical move by Andrea, stopping that. And now let's see what he's going to do. I mean, maybe like rook f5 to g5 is a plan, or like rook e5, trying to get the other rook to the g file. Again, you have to be a bit careful here that you don't allow black too much counterplay.
Checkmate on the board in Alexandra's game. She wins her game and is on 3 out of 3. A great result for her.
Yep, great stuff by Alexander. 3 out of 3. All right, so now let's fully focus on Andrea's match because the moves are flying in. Okay, so let's have a look. They're both in a time scramble. Andrea definitely better here. Rook a6. Maybe just rook a1 to defend.
I like that a lot. Pawn on f3 is also hanging, so that is looking good for Andrea. As long as she can keep the pawns on the board on the queen side, she is looking really good in the game now.
Yeah, rook b4, also excellent move. I mean, if you're playing with white here, you're just so relieved to get rid of that pawn on f3, because then you know you can never get checkmated anymore, and you should just win the game up a couple of pawns. So let's see what Musa is going to do. Maybe rook c6, attacking this pawn over here, rook a7. Or maybe hang on to this pawn, but white can now also go king h2 to g3. And look at the clock. Andrea, 122 against 45 seconds.
Yeah, this is a massive time scramble, but at least the queens are off the board, so no crazy shenanigans happening for both kings. But I expect Andrea's king to move forward very soon now to capture that pawn, making sure that the pawns on the queen side are defended by the rooks.
Yeah, and Musa taking his time here. He really doesn't have a whole lot of time on the clock. 20 seconds. He's got to make a move here, but regardless, I mean, it's going to be tough for him to deal with the time pressure. And he goes rook to a7. Okay, let's see what Andrea's going to do. You can capture the pawn in f3, but I feel like that should be a draw. I mean, rook dd4, if you want to win, is the way to go. That being said, though, yeah, and she plays it good. Move rook c7, attacking this. I just wanted to point out that even if she takes on f3 and lets him take on a4, I think she still has great winning chances there.
How about c4 now? And if the rook moves back to a7, we can push c5.
Yeah, no, I like that plan. Or maybe move a rook to c4.
Oh, I like that a lot more.
Yeah, so let's see which one Andrea is going to go for. We have them both on the camera. It's a little bit blurry, but I think I can see that Musa has 24 seconds and Andrea just dropped below a minute. And she goes rook d3. Okay, don't take the draw.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to repeat moves.
No.
Make sure to put the rook in front of the pawn.
Yeah,
it's okay to play rook d4 back now.
Right, or take an f3. I think there's also still plenty of winning chances left there. Let's see what she's going to do.
She does take on f3.
Okay, take an f3, rook takes a4. Again, objectively, this might be a draw, but given the fact that, you know, Musa is not a GM, I think Andrea still has great winning chances here.
Okay, the rook trade has not happened just yet.
Okay,
let's see what she decides to do.
And then bring the king over.
Okay, the rook trade is on the board.
King f1. King f1, bring the king over.
Yep, she plays king f1.
Good move. And yeah, she has a very easy plan now. She wants to go king e2 to d3 and push up the pawn. An annoying move for Musa here is rook a2 to stop that plan. But you go king e1, you move the king to d1, and then you can go c4.
Rook a2 on the board now, cutting off the king from getting closer that easily.
Yeah. All right. Okay, let's say king e1 here. By the way, just yeah, king e1, good move by Andrea. And now I think what Musa should do is play a move like g5. Because the nice thing about the rook on f3 is that it's defending the pawn on f2 and cutting off the king. But yeah, and he plays g5. Good defense here. If you go g4, then you start to dislodge the rook. But still, maybe king d1. Okay, g4 can be met with rook f4.
Right, you have to try to make progress slowly here. But yeah, not easy to get the king involved, that's for sure.
Yeah, and Andrea's reaching for the king. She goes king d1. Okay, g4 is too hasty here. I think after rook f4, white is winning. I think he should play king g6, activating his king first.
Yeah. This is a table-based draw, but as you mentioned, this can be very difficult to defend practically with a passed pawn for white and the opponent's king being far away from it. Anything can happen still.
Yeah, king g6, good move by Musa. Now I think you push the pawn. There's nothing else really to be done. So just set the pawn in motion. Then I guess maybe g4 by Musa, and then like rook to f8. And yeah, let's see. She is thinking, and she.
Ooh, 15
need one
seconds for
back.
Andrea.
That seems a little panicky. Yeah, I'd say just push the pawn. Now, I mean, now g4.
Yeah, she did have the opportunity to push the pawn. Not sure why she didn't go for it.
Yeah, g4. I mean, the game still goes on. I guess rook f8.
She plays
And-
rook d3.
Okay, rook d3, king g5 now.
King f5 was played. Same idea.
Yeah, also
And now
fine.
rook d2.
Okay, rook d2, I think a fine move. Definitely still chances here. I mean, the computer's saying this is a draw with any move, but I think a human... Okay, rook e3 is a good move, though, attacking the pawn.
Rook c2, rook behind
maybe?
the pawn. Very good.
Yeah, now king e4 for black, and black is very active.
Because you still have king e2 to stop the king, but because of the active black king, it's hard to push the pawn without losing it.
Right. But I'd say just go king e2, make sure that you don't allow the king up to f3. Oh, he goes king f4. Okay, king e2, stop the king from going up. And then after, you're going to push the pawn. King e2. King e2, and I think she's reaching for it.
5 seconds, Andrea. She plays c4.
Okay, but king f3? Wait, no. Maybe king f3.
g3 on the board.
Okay. Well, at least now she can never lose.
Yeah,
She's
she
probably not
can
gonna
never
win.
lose. There's no way to lose.
You take, king takes. Unfortunately, this doesn't win.
Rook takes on the board, c5.
Yeah, but
King
black just goes
e5,
king
c6.
e5. Yeah, rook
g8,
g8 is just a draw.
It's just a draw. The king is too close and our king is too far away. Musa knows. And he knows that he is safe now.
Yeah, tough game
Tough
for,
game for Andrea
Andrea.
once again. But at least she didn't lose. I guess it's like, it's still a game that she would have loved to win, but it did end the losing streak. So, after this
Okay,
game,
just don't
she
forget
can
about
recover.
the clock. Yeah, and the game isn't gone.
They agreed to a draw, and that is, yeah, the game finished, and she will still be upset about this for sure, but it's at least not a loss, as anything could have happened. She was in a worse position at some point by over pushing at in a very logical manner, though. So yeah, tough tournament for Andrea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, a missed opportunity here, but as you pointed out, at least, you know, she's getting on the scoreboard. Alexander's asking what happened. It ended in a draw. Yeah, very up and down game, but yeah, Musa played some great defense. I have to give him credit for that.
Absolutely. That position was really difficult to defend, and he tried everything he could. It was not an easy task for Andrea to try to convert that position, and she tried her best, but in time trouble, she started to lose the advantage slowly, and Musa just played very well.
Yeah, no, he put up some really good defense. I think right around here, I mean, there were still chances in this endgame, but to me, like, king back to e1 was just kind of slow. I thought just push up the pawn. And even though objectively this should be a draw, there's still some chances left for white. But yeah, after all of this happened, Musa's pieces were just so active. I thought here, by the way, maybe king e2, and there's still some chances, but yeah, after c4, Musa managed to trade everything off and brought his king back, and it was just a draw.
Right. Apparently is there blitz tonight happening? I guess it's important, yeah, to take rest, as tomorrow are the final 2 rounds, so it would make a lot of sense to get rest tonight.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah. I'm sure Danya is gonna show up for the Blitz and Bornik, because they love to play Blitz.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, no, a very logical decision for Alexander. Just focus on the classical games, and for that you just want to rest and prepare.
Maybe it would be a good idea for Andrea to play the Blitz. It's not a bad idea that when your tournament doesn't go well, that you kind of want to steam off in Blitz, and it may give you the motivation back that, okay, I can still play chess. I'm still okay and decent. So maybe it would be a good idea for her to play in Blitz.
Yeah. Yeah, Alexandra is saying she will rest, but she's, you know, deciding if she will play the Blitz. She's seeing what Andrea thinks. I mean, yeah, we'll have a look. I don't know what time the Blitz is. Maybe we'll be kept hostage here for longer. No, I'm just kidding. I mean,
it's past my bedtime.
What time is the Blitz? Okay, so it's Saturday. No, that's the registration. I don't see it.
Side events.
Oh wait,
No.
it's at 8:30, so that is in 45 minutes. That's already pretty soon.
Oh, that's pretty soon. You'd
Yeah.
have to try to get some food, I guess, now.
Yeah, no, I was just kidding. I was just kidding. Yeah. No, I think a very mature decision by Alexander. She just wants to focus on the tournament. It's very soon. Either way, I mean, whatever you guys decide, if you guys want to play in the Blitz and create some more content, or if you guys want to just call it a day and focus on the prep, that is fine.
Yeah, I think for Alex it's a harder decision to make because she's on 3 out of 3, so there is something at stake. But for Andrea, it's kind of like to try to steam off and bounce back for tomorrow's 2 rounds. So I think that would be indeed the mature decision.
All right, so Alexander is saying in the chat, I'll rest and exercise and prepare. It's more important. All right, I mean, yep. That is the mature decision indeed, to focus on the classical event. And I guess Alexander will have to cheer up Andrea a little bit because there's still 2 more games to go. Now, if Andrea wins both games tomorrow, she will finish on 50%. And it's always important to finish the tournament on a high note.
Exactly. So it's still 2 more games to go. Let's end on a high note. And yeah, that leads us to the end of today's stream. Any final thoughts, Benjamin?
Yeah, no, thanks to Alexander and Andrea for having me. It was a lot of fun being here for the first time. Yeah, thanks to you, Anamaya. It was great commentating with you. And thanks to the chat who made it a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks so much, Benjamin. Thanks to Alex and Andrea as well. It was fantastic. It was also my first time. But tomorrow, Hammer will be back, guys. Hammer will be back. And yeah, I hope he will have some mercy for the Botez sisters. But I'm excited to see him back. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed this very long day of chess. But tomorrow, we will be the stream will be back again. The round starts a bit earlier, so make sure to keep an eye on that. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, guys, and see you tomorrow.